Deadlock Night Shift number 28 coming at you for an evening of festivities, be it in Europe, and then we move, of course, into the Americas later on down the line. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again to more Deadlock goodness. My name is Kalaris, your cheeky host, once again, for some reason, still back somehow, some way. I've got Jake, I've got ZP. We're having a good time once again. Jake, I'm happy to be back with you. You were on North America last time, and I was like, oh, where's my Jake? Even though you were observing the games, you're doing all the things, man.
I'm just, assembling my Infinity Gauntlet, doing every single job in esports. I'm not there yet, but we'll keep grinding someday. Someday I'll have truly done it all. But yeah, I'm glad to be back. I'm excited for EU this week. I think it was a lot of fun watching last week's show. So excited to maybe cast some shenanigans. I hope Abrams gets a little bit wild again.
Yeah, oh, they got wild last time around. That 7 was not something I was expecting. ZP looking at how they're going to be playing things out today as well, alongside maybe Leviathan going up against them, or maybe even a newcomer to what's going to go on here for the trio of the 3 teams for Europe.
Yeah, so to give you the lowdown on what to expect here, No Mercy was a team we were looking to get involved in the future. We heard very good things about the results on the Scrimbuck hotline. It wasn't going to be this week, but I wake up yesterday, look at my DMs, and get told, Low-key W is dead, but here we will help you find a replacement, and thankfully the EU community is very good about assembling people around, and No Mercy was going to say, hey, we will take the spot, it is totally fine. We didn't actually know until like this morning. They had to actually go around, ask players to maybe move around some work things, but hey, all that matters is that behind the scenes, it got there, and on the show day, you're none the wiser, except for the fact we just told you everything. So there you go.
Yeah, fair. I mean, a little bit of a shame that Low-key W's kind of had a little bit of an implosion here, Jake. I was excited to see how they were kind of rivaling up against Leviathan, especially in these last recent 3 weeks, I would say, or so. But, we'll end up seeing, no doubt, some of their players back, be it on Low-key W or wherever they may fall, right?
Yeah, it's how it goes, right? Like, this is still early days in Deadlock esports, and so I think for me, you don't want to get too attached to any of the particular teams themselves, right? This is just that primordial ooze of Deadlock esports that someday will form up into more cohesive squads. But for now, I understand, it's hard to be consistent, and for anyone else than the top dogs in each region. Which has allowed them to build a real gap, a real difference maker over the rest of the field. That being said, they're on attack every week, as we saw last week. And even Abraham's getting maybe a little bit silly with the Ulti 7 build from Demov, but a lot of action, a lot of question marks, especially to bring in new players. But hey, in the past, a lot of times we brought in some of these new teams. There's been either teams or players that really make an impression on us. So eyes on No Mercy, a lot of pressure on them for their first time dealing.
Yeah, a lot of pressure potentially going up against Leviathan. But let's talk about all of our patrons that join us here for the Deadlock Night Shift as well, ZP, because we got plenty of names to talk about here, making this happen. And don't forget as well, if you're donating throughout the night for Europe or North America, all of those proceeds will go to the prize pool as well. So ZP, talk to me about our lovely patrons.
Yeah, I mean, the show probably would not be able to happen without the support of our patrons. This is a full community-funded program, and it's just been great to have the support of so many in the community to help run this week in and week out, both from things like Twitch subs and the Patreon, but also, of course, donating directly to the prize pool, to make things a little bit better for the players. Also, I'm going to steal a bit from Jason and call out one of our residents here on the channel, and I don't know if we called it out before, but I'm going to give a shout to Shiv's wife, because apparently, ladies, he's taken.
I love that.
I didn't know there was Shiv's wife in there. How about you, Jake? Who are you picking for the shout out?
Oh, I gotta give some love to SK. $25 night shift manager. Much appreciated, SK. Friend of the show, personal friend of mine. So cool to see her playing a lot of Deadlock and streaming it too. Like watching the process of somebody getting into the game and really loving it is always, I think, a really exciting thing. Is, you know, for some of us who've been playing now for a couple of years and are like maybe a little bit hardened, it's cool to see, you know, like the new members joining the community, all the excitement. I mean, there's so many new faces in the community right after this latest update. I'm just excited for that process to continue. I can't wait for this game to get released and for more and more people to come join the community. So it's great to see that, and the community showing up and supporting us on whether it's Patreon, whether you're able to be a Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member, or even just watching the show week in, week out and letting your friends know about it. It all makes a huge difference to us. It all allows us to build this grassroots esports scene. I mean, this is kind of the way esports used to be, is all like this. But,
True.
you know, it's not what you see so much anymore, right? Typically, we're, you know, much bigger stakes, developer-funded tournaments. But for now, I think Deadlock's just that game that has that unique mix of the passion, the competition, the esports DNA, and also just the people who desperate to put on an esports show and make it happen like us. So happy to be here, and I'm really glad the community is enabling us to do so.
I totally agree. Every Wednesday night, it feels like everyone kind of gathers round the hearth for a Deadlock, and be it people actually co-streaming everything that's going on, ZP, be it people coming in and subbing and supporting everything as it does go on here. For now, it's a small scene, but it's a very tight-knit scene so far, ZP.
Yeah, and it has actually made running these things really easy. You know, I listen to people that run tournaments for other games, and you get various different, you know, complaints or troubles. And, you know, even when we ran an open tournament in Deadlock, going back to the trolley tournament late last year, the players were a joy to deal with. And let me tell you, if you've done a reasonable amount of comp ops in various different games, that is not always the case. So, you know, a lot of people that get together be like, you know what, let's try and put on something good, you know, for the betterment of the whole. Will it stay that way? We'll see. But, you know, for now, it's been a nice place to be.
Yeah, definitely. So, of course, a big thank you to the board members that were always at the top there. And I wanted to pick out a name. Third Place Dog, down towards the bottom. I like finding the weird names. Third Place Dog, you're an awesome guy. And actually, now that I think about it, last week, AJ upgraded live to the $100 tier as well. So that was very cool to see as well. If you upgrade and we get wind of it, throughout the show, we're going to give you a shout out as well. So that is very, very fun and very cool. Big thank you to all the subscriptions coming in. There's a lot of subscriptions coming in right now. Neon MV coming on in. Base Trice coming on in. Roger Dynamite, big name. I like that.
That's a name. That's a name with power right there.
Yes, 100%. Jake knows what he's talking about. Yes. So yes, keep those subs coming in and rolling on in as well. I do believe that if you guys hit 1,200 subs, that you will be releasing that Abrams skin as well. Jeez Louise, I'm doing all the janitorial work today. I'm sweeping up the floors.
He's cleaning everything. The house is spotless right now, Dolores.
Oh, lovely. All right, well, let's talk about the priorities from last week, of course, because we have, in terms of picks, some shifts here and there. It's suffice to say, though, ZP, 7 was still that big, strong mainstay up towards the top. We saw some Celeste here and there, quite a few bans here and there, but, you know...
Oh, my God, we have Celeste just getting nuked
I need to clarify. I really need to clarify this. It was actually 7 bans for Celeste because, as we found out post-show, there was a gentleman's agreement to not pick or ban Celeste in that first EU Challengers match. So it was a full 7 ban for Celeste. The character has basically been deemed by the competitive community as, if you let this through, you will lose. But the things you shouldn't be surprised at is the part where frontliners still come at an extreme premium. I don't expect that to change today. And also Venator went way up in priority because teams have actually realized, wait, if you're looking for a mouse 1 that also has ridiculous utility and like really good kill potential, both close and long range, Venator's your guy right now.
Jake, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, one interesting thing that jumps out to me is it's not in the first pick phase, but you look at Paradox, got picked in all 7 matches, doesn't seem to be valued enough to take bans off the table or even go in first pick phases. However, you look the other initiators, it's like Holiday, Bebop. Bebop's the next most picked initiator, right at 3. Arguably Lash and Mo are a similar category, but Hayes and Holiday 1 pick each. So Paradox seems to be on top of the bullet for that initiator role. I wonder if that won't translate into more pick priority, or if we won't see more teams really developing the way they play without the Paradox, right? It feels right now like for a long time it was Holiday or Paradox, one or the other, and now things have really shifted with characters like Bebop, Lash, and Mo maybe filling that void a little bit more effectively. I think that's always an interesting spot for me to watch. Also, the carry role, Warden and 7 being picked twice, Warden being picked twice. and at one time, these are pretty strong carries, and Furnace only getting one. So the carry role seems to be really dominated right now by Venator and, Mirage, really, right? It's just like your debuff carries, maybe playing Mina as the sort of semi-carry for a faster tempo draft. So I feel like the meta's consolidating. I'm excited to see a new balance patch come, but I'm also excited to see who can refine this the most and deliver us the best performances here on Night Shift.
I think
also,
sorry, ZP, go on.
Oh, I was gonna say, as anyone knows, like anytime you hear a patch is coming, like I feel like Deadlock has never done a small patch. Like there's points where Yoshi has gone he dropped the announcement, like, guys, small updates. It's like, what do you mean the Rejuvenator completely changed in this patch? Like, what's going on? So, and any patch announcement at Deadlock usually is a seismic shift historically.
It's an alpha game, ZP. You got to stay on your toes, or you can't be expecting comfort and stability. I don't want no change as Deadlock. It's not the spirit of it, right? It's things are going to change quickly and often. And honestly, I got to give some credit to the devs. I feel like they've kind of knocked it out of the park. Like the new heroes have been great. They've slotted in super well. And I think they've been really quick to address balance issues and keep the game feeling fresh. So I'm really excited for that pace of change. And I'm never mad at like bigger shifts that just encourage you to kind of learn and develop a new meta.
I'm excited for a potential next seismic shift, as long as I don't have to deal with Bebop in any of my games anymore, because his entire kit is so annoying for me right now. He's hooking me, he's healing, he's able to do everything. But anyway, let's take a look at the bracket for today. As previously mentioned by ZP, of course, we will have No Mercy filling in for that low key W position, going up against Leviathan to start things off, and the winner will, of course, go up against the Titan that is Abrahams. Over in North America, Floormen go up against Bird with Clock, aka the previous Bunny with Clock, and they're going to be going up against Melee Creeps. But suffice to say, ZP, both regions do have their kings for a substantial amount of time so far.
It has been the longest time in Deadlock history. If you look back at Deadlock in the past, it used to be for NA, it was the Hydra Nation show, but they would drop one every 4 or 5 weeks, do a roster revamp, come back. And then EU, we had a period of true parity for a period of time where even though Buff and Joyers was the most winning team, they were really trading off with Abrahams and one win, and it was kind of a holy trinity. But going into 2026, this has been the year of extended dominance, and it's put more pressure on the challengers to finally come up with a winning formula. Still looking for it, even though there have been a few days where Abrahams and Melee Creeps have been taking the 3.
It's a bit of a toughie to try and crack them, that is for sure. Jake, I mean, when it comes to Abrahams dropping some maps here and there, or falling behind here and there, it has been off the back of some interesting drafts. So if Abrahams is kind of really taking those series very seriously, I think it's difficult to really topple them.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since someone's given them that really serious challenge. I think we kind of saw that with them going for like an ulti 7 build. Not that that's unwinnable. Like they were able to win some fights and have some opportunities in that match, but they're getting creative. They're trying to experiment. They're trying to push the envelope because they don't really feel under threat from these other teams. So it's up to teams like Leviathan, I think, has to be your favorite in the challenger match, since they've had some mixed success so far in the Night Shift, kind of looked like that second best team in EU, but they need more challengers, right? It's always about having that more competition to continue to push players forward. That being said, for Leviathan, I got always a lot of respect for players like Fremont on the frontliner. I think he's looked really good, especially on the Shiv, has some really nice movement, is be able to tangle with the best of them when it comes to getting that crucial meta pick online. And then also I'm looking at players like OCs to have a really big carry performance and to be able to kind of guide the team through those late game fights. So many threats you got to deal with in a game like Deadlock. It goes beyond any individual, but this whole team, I think, has the potential to step up. The question is the consistency. That's where Abrahams, it just feels like, other than when they're maybe getting a little silly, they just don't really give you any ground to work with when push really comes to shove.
For sure. ZP, your thoughts for Leviathan?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Leviathan, the biggest story for me in recent times has been the fact that at one point, the star player for Leviathan would have been seen as Empty Dreams, and they end up doing a change up to Rayek, where Rayek, when he went in the sub for them originally, looked incredible. It was one of the strongest weeks that Leviathan had, and now they've retooled a little bit more. They've gotten OCs to the roster where, while we haven't quite seen peak OCs in a while, in part because of a shifting meta, OCs is one of the players that really impressed when he came onto the scene back in the Trolley tournament, of just being a player that kind of understood farm and how to get really ahead of the game at a high level. So to me, I think they've probably bolstered a little bit if Ray can continue playing at a high level, where I think especially in roles that are more playmaker oriented, Ray looked really good. I think at times above what Empty Dreams was bringing. And, is it all the pieces you need necessarily to take down Abrahams? Maybe not, but it is more threatening as time has gone on.
Yeah, it's a good question. OCO's, of course, being back on the roster. I think his Mirage looked good last week. I think that when he was playing the Geist going up against that slightly strange 7 Abraham situation, I think that looked fantastic against them. And then, unfortunately, the Mina in the very last game against Abrahams, once they decided, you know what, let's maybe go back to the norm, back to the basics, didn't look as great. But we'll see if it kind of works on out today for them, as they're going to go up against No Mercy, who I have a few familiarity with some of these players. Of course, we had Bobby in some of the kind of night shifts only just a few weeks ago, of course, after the replacement actually did go down here. But Jake, this is going to be maybe an uphill struggle for No Mercy, even though we're hearing that they've had some decent scrims against what Leviathan's bringing.
Yeah, I mean, this is their first time, I think, playing in that competition for everyone except Bobby. And even Bobby, like, isn't the most experienced player, was still a pretty fresh face, like, as recently as a couple of weeks ago. And so, of course, I do think they're the underdogs in this match. That being said, there's a big difference in whether, even if let's say they don't win the challenger match, I still want to see like a big performance out of players. I want to see that they can compete at this level. I think there's a huge gap between getting like blown out in the laning phase and you just don't even get to play Deadlock, versus actually going to the late game, getting to these crucial, highly complex team fights around late game objectives, and being able to stick into a deeper match against Leviathan would already be something impressive for them to go home with and to start to build on as a team, right? It's always from humble beginnings. For now, these are new players and fresh faces and names, but this is their opportunity to make an impression, not only on us, of course, and the other players on the scene, but the community too.
ZP?
Yeah, I think one thing that's worth noting too, in terms of how competitive this team will likely be as you look at the game, is that if you're even able to hang out in the lane phase, you're doing something that very few teams are able to do. In Night Shift history, we've had a few times over in NA where we've taken a chance on a team that, maybe doesn't have the biggest competitive history, and the reality is that the game is often over by 20 minutes, even before. And it doesn't look close because there is a certain requisite level of skill in Deadlock to even survive to do and execute some of the tactical, things in the game that we often talk about, whether it be rotations, us up for earned fight, etc. All of that is completely irrelevant if you get mechanically gapped in the lane phase. And we've had teams full of Eterna 6 players that have come in to a night shift but are far below on the organized level, and they get blown away. I don't think that's going to be the case for No Mercy. Also worth noting, I'd have to double check, but people are mentioning Arian goes back to the Lodos days. I've definitely seen the name before, so that probably checks out. But outside of Bobby and Arian, there's a lot of unknown factors here, at least as far as competitive play goes. So I'm pretty excited to see how they match up. This is always the case where some of these players may have a pocket hero, no pun intended, that has greater impact than expected. And suddenly it turns out, well, gee, we probably should have banned that away from them, but we just lost our best one, and we'll have to think about it next week. So that is an advantage that a more unknown team has in these sorts of situations.
That is fair. That is fair. And I see a lot of it in the chat as well, the wiki and fikis. So we need a wiki fiki spam at some point throughout all of this. But Schmorf comes in with $100. Let the games begin. Good luck, fellas, and enjoy the show, everybody. So thank you very much for those donations. To remind everyone, all the donations, 100% of them goes to the players throughout the night. So as I said, we're gathering round for a tale to be told for Deadlock here for Night Shift number 28. Your storytellers will be Jake and ZP once we get to those games for Europe, and it's going to be a damn good time, that's for sure. So what do we surely we have a 1v1. Are we back to the Mo 1v1 ZP? Is that what we're doing?
Yes, if it is ready to go, and it is. We got
Tried
this about 2 minutes before broadcast. By the way, we in the team swap. I did not have the teams do the Mo 1v1, and they just did it live 2 seconds ago. Nice. And this is a thinking man's Mo 1v1.
Yeah, they're feeling each other out, playing. Wow, okay, fully mirrored interaction. So far, they've basically done exactly the same things on one another. Slight healthy, but the parry just always backbreaking. And Bobby just double parry back to back. So all right. Oh, and a triple. Okay. The newcomers send a message in that Mo one. So okay, No Mercy. Bobby steps up big time, gonna get them pick control. But will that be enough to get them the draft advantage? This, I think, is going to be a key test where drafting is not something you can be very, very strong in matchmaking, but you may not have thought through all the permutations of a draft. And I think this is a real test for teams that are getting their first chance here in the night shift.
It also felt like ZP that some of Leviathan's bans to start things off were very targeted against other teams, like the Drifter against Low-Key. But actually, they're going to go the Drifter this time anyway as well.
Drifter has grown a lot, I think, in popularity, right? From there was a while where I just think he was kind of unpicked, untouched. People just didn't know how to make him work. And I think people have started to find the niche that makes sense of a hybrid between, has the carry potential, but he's also great at punishing off lanes.
Okay,
but that means Celeste goes through, and presumably does Leviathan want to pick it? Now there's a question of like, hey, everyone's first banning Celeste. How many teams are actually really ready to pull it out and to make it a key part of their strat?
Is it GA though? Is the question. Are we gonna see Celeste? And okay, we see Silver first, so it might be GA. Because I think Leviathan was the GA originators last time around. Well, we'll see if it comes back the other way. But okay, Silver gets picked for Leviathan, and all the drafts recently have been frontline heavy. So for No Mercy, you have to expect that you're gonna hear, so you needed a monster. It's gonna be Shiv coming in all likelihood, plus Abrams. Abrams first in this case, and could be Billy, could be Shiv. We'll see. But this is usually what you expect at the beginning of a draft.
I kind of would like a Billy here. I guess Shiv would be the more common pick, but I almost feel like for Leviathan, Shiv Silver, while there's a lot of damage in that front line, it would lack some control, but they are just going to go with the classic here, Shiv Abrams. I mean, the execute is quite nice, I will say, for bursting down the Silver, and Shiv doesn't rely on his gun. He's less worried about the disarm when it comes to that 1v1.
I think a lot of pros I speak to now, though, they feel like Silver is a great answer to Shiv, right? As well, being able to get in the face. Celeste's going to come through.
Okay, it's not
already, ZP.
Yeah, it is not GA. Celeste is real. You would have thought it would be. I mean, getting to the 4th overall pick is a little bit ridiculous. But the circus has come into town.
Night Shift? I mean, it's been banned so much. It's maybe played once.
I don't play it. I don't have the tactical nuke in NA where he got airdropped as being super fed. Like we had that once. The interesting thing here, if you're No Mercy, I feel like you ban Billy. Like, I get getting Paradox as a more priority pick here, where, generally the consensus playmaker, like top-tier playmaker over Holiday and Bebop. But if you're No Mercy, you can punish this now with a ban on the Billy.
Yeah, I think it's Billy. They could consider something like a pocket ban, but just to protect stuff like Shiv. But maybe you're not so scared about pocket. You already have Holiday and Abrams. Like, you get one solid stun on pocket, and the chain stun is going to be there. You're going to be able to punish him and kill him. So maybe you think you can play against it, but they're going to ban it this time. So allowing the Billy through, although actually No Mercy they could go back for the Billy. It would be pretty devious to have triple frontliner. That would be more all in on the front line than we have seen, I think, in quite some time. But to your point, ZP, it's like, what's the other option for Leviathan if they don't get a ban?
Geist. I think you probably go Geist at a minimum if you're looking to shore up your front line. Or, I mean, at times we have seen teams go front line, not as heavy, but it's been a really long time. I mean, usually teams would compensate by running multiple playmakers. You don't really have that in play with Holiday being picked. I mean, you could go Bebop, but instead No Mercy is just going to go Mina. So maybe this suggests to me that, Leviathan kind of realized, okay, we can pick Billy a little bit later because they have scrimmed against this team. You have a little bit of draft history, and maybe they just realized they could pick up Billy a little bit later in the draft.
I mean, is this just Billy Mirage? Is that what Leviathan goes to here? Oh, okay. Their choice of...
They really value the Rem here. I'm honestly surprised to see Rem because there's a lot of good support still in the pool. And so to pick Rem here instead of both Billy and Mirage, I agree. I think that would have been a very solid next two to draft. The question is basically kind of for me is where do they go carry-wise? Maybe they don't have the front line for Mirage. Maybe to ZP's point, you might need to go something a little bit more broadly like a Geist or a Warden. But Rem and Billy does give them like a very solid counter initiation, a very solid way to start the fight. There's also characters like Lash kind of hovering around here that I think could be pretty strong for either team. And No Mercy go Graves. Okay, Graves this is a distinct improvement because Graves was untouched for a couple weeks, like no picks, no bans, no one playing it. Day of the Creeps made it look really strong with Fishcake. They had like a Kelvin Graves draft. Wouldn't mind Kelvin as the finisher here for No Mercy. I mean, the Dome could be pretty brutal for a frontliner like Billy, but they go Page instead. So maybe valuing some more of the catch and lockdown that Page offers rather than the team fight potential of the Dome.
I'm looking at this and I kind of wonder if No Mercy even likes playing Mirage. Because if Leviathan gets last pick Mirage, I feel like there's a little bit of intel underpinning it. And okay, they do go last pick Mirage. That feels a little bit calculated by whatever history these teams might have against each other, because getting Mirage this late into the draft is a little bit unprecedented. Also, in terms of how No Mercy is set up, they're not necessarily going to have the carry power in the late game that you would normally have if you had something on the Mirage or Warden, sort of Spectrum or Venator, who of course got taken down immediately. They're really going to be pushing macro advantage with Graves and, hoping their front line just keeps them ahead of the game. But it's a little bit risky because the Leviathan late game to me looks terrifying.
It feels like for me, based on the draft, and once they saw Mina go through, they felt comfortable to go for the Rem and the Billy and less leave the Mirage till later because Mina was already on the other side, right? And they thought maybe that was going to be the player that would have flexed onto whatever Mirage would have been if they were going to take it away. So it kind of makes sense to me that the Rem came in when it did and the Mirage comes a little bit later, Jake.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. In EU, I think they've been a little bit more willing to use Mina as the proper carry. I think it kind of puts you in a bit of a tempo scenario, like you want to snowball the game and stay ahead, but Mina is very adept at that, and that's, I think, where she is the strongest. So putting a bunch of resources, giving her the farm early, letting her snowball, and then trying to just like keep the pace up on the enemy team, it makes a lot of sense to me. Whereas in NA, I think it's been more of these like spirit nuker players. Think about like Ido playing a lot of Mina, or played as like an off carry, a semi carry, where yeah, you're gonna deal some damage, but you're still gonna run the main carry behind it. So for No Mercy, I think this is a little bit more all in, but then again, like I don't like the idea of going to the ultra late game against a team that's more experienced than you in the competitive format anyway. I almost think you have better odds trying to have a dominant laning stage and then, play from ahead, snowball, get some key objectives, and just like kind of blow the game out of the water. Like I think putting yourself in the position of needing to make a comeback and needing to survive against a more experienced team, for me, doesn't make as much sense. So I actually love the way No Mercy approached this draft. I think it could fail, absolutely. There's no guarantee that it's going to work, but there's a lot of pressure you can put on with Graves tombing the waves, Paige being super active with Holiday, Shiv, Abrams, all want to fight all the time. And even Mina is one of the most active of the carries. So I think the draft definitely has hit a consistent theme, at least.
ZP, in Europe, we have had 2 Celestes so far since her release. We have had 1 loss on the side of Leviathan going up against Low KW, and then we had 1 win for Abrahams. What do we see here for this Celeste? I'm feeling pretty good for this Celeste.
I think it's going to be a win, and I'm glad you brought it up because that was probably going to be my next point of just, okay, we're having really good draft analysis on, late game, early game, and all of this is generally true, but are we undervaluing Celeste's current status of being a walking nuclear bomb balance-wise? I mean, players have been very terrified of Celeste for good reason, and they were terrified of Celeste when people really didn't have much time to get good on her. I mean, they were terrified of week 1 Celeste, not now, it's like, week 3, week 4 Celeste? People have had time to get way better on her movement, min-max her kit even more, and giving up Celeste to me seems a little bit terrifying, especially when the general draft that you have, it's not like No Mercy has an overwhelmingly powerful draft and you look at Leviathan and you go, well, Celeste do better carry. No, it's roughly, even to arguably Leviathan advantage before you take into account the Celeste.
All right, well, let's get to it. Allow ZP and Jake to weave what is going to be Leviathan going up against No Mercy. It's night shift number 28, and we will see this Celeste put it to work. Boys, take it away.
As we get into this one, ZP, I kind of want to root for No Mercy. I want to see a competitive game here. I'm always excited to see new players coming onto the scene and making a name for themselves, but you're right. They've signed up for a very tough challenge, matching up against what is, I think, the community accepted very best character in the game right now in Celeste. So to give that up in their first draft shows a lot of confidence. But I also think, hey, the Paige pick makes more sense in that light. For me, Knockdown is like the best counter item in the game to Celeste. It's the one thing that can actually keep her connected. And Paige is probably the most natural knockdown builder in the entirety of Deadlock, right? Knockdown in the binding word. Maybe that's enough lockdown, at least in the early and mid game, to set up for Abrams or Holiday to clean up that kill.
You've just kind of taken me and wondering about building names where it's like, it actually should be called Binding Word. Like, it is talking about words, it fits Paige. Yeah, it's captivating, but either way.
Oh, I'm mistaken. It's the warden trap is Binding Ward, right? That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, it's the
I think it's Word. I don't think it's Word. Hey, I'm going ridiculous, but also Celeste is already off to her usual stuff. Paige getting the business on the right-hand side. We're also speaking about lanes here, Jake. Didn't get a chance to talk about it, but Mina in middle is not something you see all that often. Mina generally side laner, and this time just pairing up with Holiday in the mid. That is a full back to base for Balaclava. Not something you see ultra often.
I gotta say, that's a laning issue, man. Celeste Silver is a devastating lane. There's so much pressure that they can put on in the side lane. Paige Shiv is like, I guess, a decent pairing to match up against, but you're really just trying to survive the lane, where typically Paige Shiv wants to be active and aggressive. I don't think we're gonna see that in this particular lane.
Also, you look at the contest here where Mina just wants a bit of the mini creeps and absolutely going in with Holiday. Mirage, a bit of a world of hurt down to half HP. Paradox, so again, way more damage onto the Holiday.
Oh, Mina
take a look here at Mosquito ends up getting away.
Yeah, huge escape, but Mina is a very challenging hero to take those kind of early laning trades against. This is not when Mirage is strong in the game at all. So that's actually exactly what No Mercy want, is these sorts of trades. Mina's going to be able to steal away this small camp too. I mean, it's a small victory, right? It's not going to change too much in the game. A little counter pressure is going to force out the Sanguine, which is nice to be able to put some extra damage onto the Mina, maybe make her think about a more passive second item selection here. As I say that, hold on, the pressure continuing to unfold in the mid lane. Holiday basing. Is that proc from Mirage going to be enough? It is, just barely from OC, stacked it up enough. Okay, so can't say Meow a little bit overconfident. Understandably, I didn't think he was going to die in that scenario either, but Sai and OC is reading the scenario perfectly.
That was a very, very thin margin, but also, I mean, even though you've done scrims, it does feel like a little bit of a rough baptism to just how decisive laning at this level can be. I mean, you think you've given up just a little bit of an advantage, and the punish is pretty damn severe. Barrel 10 coming on in. Paradox not thinking too much of it. And what's going on between Silver and Shiv on the right-hand side? Silver was going pretty deep for boxes into the No Mercy side, was Freemok, and a little bit of a skirmish alongside Wiki for just a moment there. And what's been kind of a back and forth lane on the right-hand side.
Honestly, this lane is kind of a beatdown over here. Silver and Celeste are pretty far ahead of their counterparts. Maybe a total about 1,000 to 1,500 souls.
Rotation.
But hold on, a counter kill could really change that. Celeste has to come in here and maybe bail out Silver, who's already got the heal creep. She doesn't have another heal left, and the Holiday roam here is going to be good for the kill. Fremont goes down. Asquito, great roam in a lane that really particularly needed. Here comes Paradox, though. The counter roam is going to be enough maybe to bring down Holiday, but if it doesn't, then it's a really nice econ return here for No Mercy, kind of keeping them back into this laning phase. Still so many lit players across the map. It's going to be hard for them to continue fighting.
People sometimes wonder, hey, when's the best time to mix in heavy melee for your movement? You just saw it there, where it was a difference between getting hit just one more time, which would have been a kill, and that last little bit of burst of speed out of line of sight to free Asquito from what would have been certain depth. So the early Holiday roam, not too bad, but as you look at the general state of the game, it is No Mercy swimming upstream a little bit here so far, Jake. Still 3K behind, and a little bit of a back to base now for Rake, but is going to be coming back as a Celeste that is soon to have Shining Wonder, which is all sorts of problematic early in lane.
Yeah, this Rem Billy lane can put on a ton of pressure on that early Guardian. Rem, very annoying character. To take that Guardian, it would be a huge deal. That being said, once Graves gets this tomb, I think it's really going to change that. But a big lasso, max range onto OC should set up an easy kill for Can't Say Meow. So Asquito, man, doing everything in this early game. The roams have been on point. He survived that one, comes back in, kills Mirage in the mid. So pretty fantastic performance from the Holiday of No Mercy to kind of keep these lanes manageable. I mean, still a slight lead for Leviathan, but these kills add up, and you're feeding souls to exactly the player who needs them, which is the Mina.
Also, a bit of a lane swap here. You have Freemok going over towards middle, and instead, you're going to be going right-hand side for Leviathan with Sai and Rayek as a lane swap up here, right as ults come online. So we'll see what benefit Leviathan gets from that. I think it may have been a swap of opportunity just based on how people are rotating and saying, hey, it just makes more sense to change lanes rather than do a full rotation and lose out on a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, Billy taking this fight. With the Graves tomb down, you gotta maybe find your way in for the melees, but Abrams defending the tomb incredibly well. Trying to pull people in, but into the Graves line there is not gonna be a fight you really want to take, and the Billy front line is just untouchable here. Still, Irizumi slips around and finds the kill onto Graves nonetheless. So Leviathan taking a ton of damage in that trade, but it's enough to get the kill on the Graves. And Billy and Rem continue to snowball this advantage.
I see Mina.
See how active the roams get here, where Freemok maybe looking towards Can't Say Meow in the chat, where I haven't looked at chat at all because, well, casting, you don't generally want to do that as a thing, but I have to feel like in terms of player names, I would immediately get a fan reaction. Can't Say Meow would probably be up there. I mean, you've hit the cat card, Jake, which generally is pretty effective for people, as now you see
Billy
just pushing forward on the left.
But a parry onto the Abrams might be enough to get him out of trouble there. And the Rising Ram pulls him further away, just out of range from that Abrams ulti. There's a nice initiation from Bobby to pull Billy deep under tower, but that just shows how incredibly tanky he is with the life strike with Rem behind him. lot of assists, lot of shields and saves if you try and come in on that fight. Here comes a brawl here in the side lane. Looks like the Shining Wonder does miss, though. Shiv dashed away from that one. It's going to be pretty huge. And once again, look, Asquito involved at the perfect moment here on the Holiday. Finds the kill on the side. A beautiful lasso. Chains in onto the Celeste. And this Holiday is taking over the game. No Mercy are right back into the fight with those kills.
Also, if you haven't played a bunch of Holiday, it's worth noting that it is very easy for those to turn into rough plays. Lasso is on an incredibly long cooldown. Every lasso counts, and so far Asquito has been making use of lassos. However, overstays the welcome, gets hit with the carbine into the Twister, and that's a quick dispatch where you just gotta respect the 6-minute zips. People come back a lot sooner than you may think.
Yeah, all good things have to come to an end, but honestly, not the worst death, right? Get the HP reset, you're gonna be back in the fight, and yeah, the Paradox swap had to come in to get the kill on you. And Asquito, I mean, he's not, I don't think, worried about his personal game, you know, taking some deaths here and there. I think it's much more about his ability to be there to set up other players. The captivating read, this time it misses the Silver, who's continuing to force some trades with the life strike, just being so obnoxious onto this Mina, who forced a Sanguine away. And that should secure a nice quick Sinners there for the Silver. So she's really leveraging her early advantage in this stage of the game. Freakmark getting a lot done.
Nap time coming on out for No Mercy, looking to change things here in the left-hand side. Leviathan backing up a little bit, just see Rem. A little bit of extra support. Into the tower we go. Up and over as Graves gets caught in the crossfire. Leviathan making some moves on the left-hand side.
Yeah, the rotation from OCs, I mean, typically, I think we see Mirage as a character that wants to hit a much later power spike and to be more active deeper into the game, but not this game, man. He's been showing up to a ton of fights, hasn't been scared to participate, starting to build up the advantage. I mean, they know, I think, that they have a very strong late game, and they're willing to still push the tempo given this early game soul lead. So Mirage continuing into this fight. Abrams, pin miss here, not able to even get away. Billy on the lockdown here, and that's going to be another kill going the way of Mirage.
Yeah, places where Bobby perhaps should not have been there and just underestimated the danger. And, you know, the scary thing here, and we kind of talked about it, is that when you're a new team going against a team that's a little bit more veteran in Deadlock, getting out of the early lane phase in one piece is a problem. And already Leviathan nearly 7k ahead, which is just about the threshold to have advantage earn for No Mercy. Looking at Asquito, though. Lasso, good to go here once more. Paradox in his sights, one more barrel. Up and over, does not want to commit here so far. Realized that Billy and Rem were in the area. Would have been a bad idea. Bilby, meanwhile, though, charge into Freemock. Freemock gonna go down. This thing's heat up once more on the right-hand side.
Yeah, great knockdown there. Assuming that's from Balaclava. Gotta be on the page buying it this early. Sets up the pin. Bobby knocks it down, finding these kills. So despite the soul advantage, it feels like the skirmish kills have almost been favoring No Mercy. Maybe Leviathan playing more efficiently in this early game. But they've definitely got the skills to hang into this game as a side Guardian goes down and thinks better of going for more. Was a little bit scared to dive deep on this one. And finally, a lasso misses. Page ult, though, keeps the fight going. Wiki is here, able to find a kill onto Sai. And they're just continuing this brawl. Tons of numbers here for No Mercy. I believe 4 players in this fight. But the pop is brutal there from the Mirage. Enough to finish off Shiv. And Abrams, caught dead to right, just has to waste time against Rig.
Also, the terrible thing for No Mercy is that the Urn was neutral on pickup. Easy turn in now for overseas. So, you know, there's a point where you can argue if you're close to advantage Urn, you actually kind of throw a little bit before picking up the Urn. If there's resources on the map, you wait a little bit to grab them just so you can have advantage Urn, because the alternative is where you're at now, where the lead is way more severe. And that Leviathan was able to not only get a small skirmish win, but also get neutral Urn on top of it. And you know, for No Mercy, it may only look like 12k, but it's a pretty big difference as we see Nox Nostra in over the top here for Can't Say Meow. A little bit harassed, but nothing coming out of it yet.
Almost completely evaded by Freemock, who's trying to get this Lycan farm popped. And yeah, I think Holiday recognizes there's not going to be a way to turn this kill around. Silver's so tanky in this form. The knockdown is going to hit. But the chain is good onto Mina. Not enough for the kill just yet, but the melee connects at absolutely max range from Freemock. Continuing on this kill streak on Silver. And that's Can't Say Meow going down. Wiki dies elsewhere on the map, and the game's EP is starting to look pretty scary for No Mercy as teamfight after teamfight goes the way of Leviathan.
OCs reminding me of the glory days where OCs was usually the richest man on the server. 14k as Mirage at 12 minutes in. That is terrifying, because one of the downsides of playing Mirage is that Mirage usually isn't much of a threat until later in the game, but now looking very threatening. Celeste going in, another anvil dropped on her head, just part of being in the circus anytime you're up against a Celeste. We'll see where this goes. Swap now onto Bobby. Celeste there, Shining Wonder out, and Abrams is getting the business taken down at the very end.
And Celeste ult just cooks you at this point in the game. Like, just feels like you can't fight into that ulti if it does go off. Bobby feels the brunt of it.
I'm back.
Lost CP? No, are you back, CP?
I'm back. I've returned. It was a momentary disruption.
All right, I think we're good to continue. And I mean, man, the game is starting to look a little scary. I don't think it's out of control just yet, but I feel like kind of up to Mosquito. I mean, he's been doing so much so far. It doesn't feel fair to ask for more from the Holiday. But I think he needs to find some of these key fights, continue on that spree of big lassos, get some key kills, especially somebody like OC's, right? We talked about 16K Mirage. You really need to shut him down soon, because he might just hit that level where you're no longer able to threaten him. He's just the turret in the back line, and you're trying to worry about Celeste and Silver up in your face, running at you, but the real threat is Mirage just cooking you down from the back.
I think in terms of team comps, one thing I would look at here for No Mercy is that part of the reason why you play Graves is that you can, ideally get somewhat of an advantage macro-wise with Graves if you don't just get run down in lane, which appears to be the case. A little bit of disruption for Bobby, but absolutely not enough to free Arian, where ideally for Graves, Jake, you're hoping for a situation where you get disproportionate rotations to deal with you. But that's not the rotation you're looking for, where your Graves just gets run over.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough in this game, right? There's so much mobility on the Leviathan side, and now that they have the advantage, I mean, Graves is a hero who excels at running down opponents, at fighting them when they're locked down, but when she herself is under threat, right, that 2-stam limit really hurts, right? It's very hard to get out when you sometimes step up for those plays.
Going to shop.
Jake, it's actual hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby when you talk about Celeste mobility versus Graves mobility, which makes it even funnier that they were within the same week on the hero release schedule. Or thereabouts. I think they were weak group because you had Ven in between the two, but
yeah, the superior stam is such a big pickup for Celeste. And I like this build. I mean, he's hit the 4.8k spirit spike, but is investing heavily in the tankiness, in the mobility, with a lot of green items. Recognizes, I think he doesn't need any more damage that the kit already provides. Just wants to get in their face, and okay, brings out the lockdown, brings out the captivating read, but Paige cannot fight this, and she just has to run for the hills. Celeste is happy to bully her out and away, and I mean, just abuse the movement. Even Mina can't keep up. I think that is kind of showing like why this hero is so prioritized at the top level of play. You just cannot catch her.
It was kind of funny. We talked with Ido at the end of the last night shift, and we're talking a little bit about Celeste, and I was just like, look, Celeste, this is the Spirit WM1 character. It's one character that can go full Spirit and run you down in the same way that you would expect something like a Venator or a Warden or Wraith to run you down. But captivating read out, OC's getting this picture big. You get Nux Nostra providing a little bit of movement, but the damage just isn't there. And instead, it's going to be Can't Say Meow. A little bit of a sanguine out as OC's looks to shake the pressure.
Tomb could be nice here, but it feels like the damage is going the other way. Great parry onto the Silver from Mina. That might be enough for the kill, and it is. Can't Say Meow absolutely reads the play. Beautiful parry on the quick melee. And still, despite the individual prowess there, still feels like a scary trade. Still feels like a fight that kind of shows how hard this game already is for No Mercy, because they lose the right side walker in exchange for basically a 1-for-1 that only comes out of a parry.
Earn going to be picked up by Leviathan, and the one thing you see in pro play where we have a lot of people who watch Night Shift in part because they want to get better at their own games, and the biggest difference in these games is people prioritize Earn. It doesn't matter, like you never give up free Earn unless you get a massive trade in turn. But we're looking at some Celeste play over, and the movement is just ridiculous. Onto the Mina now. Can't Say Meow, maybe about to say an ow at a very minimum as Celeste easily chases it down.
Yeah, Celeste and Silver just demons on the chase right now, and assisted by the Rem. Graves trying to man up, knows that she has no chance to take that jump pad, would just get instantly knocked there. 3 players on the deck now, and Mosquito just on a sliver of HP, has to just get out of this one, but it's not to be. Irizomi hunts it down, and this could be mid-boss on the cards. Rem's beelining it, making the call, the rest of the team following behind. Lanes are in a decent spot as well. And this one could be over before it's really begun, ZP. OC's on 21k. I wonder if we can get an item check on this Mirage, because he is a demon. That being said, probably not just yet. I assume there will be a mid-boss contest here. No Mercy. Players posturing in the area.
Well, you have to go for a miracle. Chain Gang, though, coming on out with Captivating Reed. 2 rejuves the way of Leviathan. Third one finally captured, and it is going to be a full team wipe against No Mercy one way or another. Even if they drain some of the rejuve charges, the difference in stats between the two teams is absolutely wild. And you have OCs. This is a 21k Mirage just plugging away immense damage. You talk about item check here. It's about to get so much worse here, Jake, where after this fight, it's going to be the power spike into Ricochet.
Yeah, he's going to just teleport away, fix waves as well. Ricochet probably going to be a quick buy here before they go for this next siege. And this is the moment where Mirage, this is the beginning of when Mirage starts to get scary, and he's already hitting it at 17 minutes. So for Mirage to be at this soul count this early in the game, especially with the rejuves that are going to cover him to go for a very aggressive buy like the Ricochet right now, I mean, this is a really rough spot to be. I mean, he's probably one of the better pushing heroes in the game when it's this kind of game state. And it feels like for No Mercy, I mean, how do you even get on the back line, right? You're already so worried about Celeste and Silver and Billy just running at you that thinking about someone like Mirage is a luxury you almost can't afford.
Also, you have so little win conditions, especially when Rejuve is up. Like, one thing you'd always look to is, okay, you have a holiday, maybe you get a lasso pick and go from there. I'll tell you, with how long lasso cooldown is, nothing feels worse than playing holiday into a team that has Rejuve, because even if you get the greatest lasso ever, generally speaking, it's just going to be the signal for the rest of the team to dive on you while the rejuve is in process, and you still get wiped. So the win conditions left remaining for No Mercy at this point in the game are very, very minimal, and you just get counterspelled on top of it. The lasso comes out, just immediately handled, and it gets worse.
Honestly, I think he just missed it too. Like, the counterspell came out, but I didn't hear it proc. And then, oh, okay, the Shining Wonder also misses, though. I mean, both players trying to hit each other, doing some crazy movement tricks. But in the end, to your point, I feel like Celeste doesn't necessarily need that ulti the way Holiday does to participate in the fight. Here she comes, just diving forward with the primary skills. Arian just goes down, deleted, mobility gapped to the nth degree on Graze right now. And still with Mirage across the map, Leviathan are playing with absolutely zero fear, sieging a Walker, going for Shiv and Abrams under it. I mean, there's no respect, no quarter being given. Is this an overextension for Leviathan? I mean, hard to even argue that with the triple rejuve they're relying on.
I mean, triple rejuve, you're playing with house money. It is very difficult to screw up to the point that you're going to throw the game. A little bit of extra nap time for Paige, and yeah, I mean, you look at the game state, you've lost 1 rejuve, and you have to deal with Nuclear Terror, Rayake, and OCs that's closer to 30k than not. This is over, Jake.
I hope you guys have enjoyed seeing Celeste on the night shift, because if any other teams are watching this, I'm pretty sure this is the last you're going to see. I mean, Rayake is just styling on this game. I mean, OCs is a huge threat that's like securing the late game, but honestly, I just don't even see us getting there based on the way this one's going. Asquito with some tricky moves to slide around the corner from that one. Nice movement tech from him, but OCs into the waiting arms of Mirage, not where you want to find yourself.
I mean, you just have to wonder at this point, what does even getting a pickoff look like for No Mercy? And it's a little bit difficult because you just saw your Shiv get run down in melee by a Celeste that simply isn't dying. A Celeste that's taking left hooks from Abrams and is simply shrugging it off while dancing to the side and getting rescue beamed by a rat.
That cost 1 stam, what she just did. It cost 1 stam, by the way. Crossing the map. There's a rescue beam too. But it's safe to say Celeste is a pretty good hero in the hands of an experienced player, and escalating is going to be the next buy. Can't Say Meow gets hunted down by Irizumi with a couple other players assisting, and looks like an aggressive earn run to add insult to injury here. Leviathan leaving nothing to chance. It is a BO1. You do not want to throw a single fight away and give No Mercy a way back into the game, but doesn't seem to be much of that available. Billy can't immediately go for the dunk with the rest of his team across the map, but even just holding the urn and not being run at here is a statement in the confidence that Leviathan has, and the fear, frankly, that No Mercy has to play with given this hold disadvantage.
Yeah. Also, when you look back at the draft, I just remind everyone that Celeste did not get first picked in this instance. Celeste got picked in the second round of picks for Leviathan. No Mercy, they went Shiv Abrams. They let the Celeste just sit there. It was Silver that actually got first picked, but now Billy's going to get perhaps a little bit more backup and an anvil dropped on his head. The one thing that Paige has been remarkably consistent on all game, usually targeted towards Celeste, but hasn't done too much to actually stop the relentless dive-in that you're able to do as a Celeste that's this farmed ahead of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you just have such an aggressive triple threat with Silver, Billy, and the Celeste, and then you have Rem backing that up Mirage in the backline too. So it's just like the full strategy here from Leviathan is so well thought out. A dunk comes in from Billy. He is going to get that secure. Going to try and back up for now. Rejuves have expired. He's got to be a little bit worried about an overextension, but Billy, absolutely no fear of overextension. He's not in the dictionary for a Billy player, as he's not losing HP. He is absolutely turbo running down this Graves with the assistance of a Rem. OCs finds 2 in the fight. The sleep comes in to set up a heavy now. And yeah, the walker, it's not going to protect you for long. The full disrespect dive is coming in. And even Abrams is going to drop complete. Oh, wait, as I say that, the pillow? It is going to be enough to zone him away. And I mean, it's a 6-0. Really tells the entire story, doesn't it, ZP?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, too, No Mercy, you may be looking at it being like, hey, No Mercy, they're getting rolled over now. At this point in the game, there's not much you can do to the point that Bobby is just out of there.
Damn,
I'll
the
say this.
GG call. I honestly...
I want to give credit to No Mercy. They filled in short notice when Loki W exploded. We are incredibly grateful for the short nose fill and the fact that they have been doing well behind the scenes. But when you come in here competitively, it is it's a different environment at this level of play, and we kind of see just how good Leviathan looked in this situation. Although now Side just pieced out too. They got finished it with.
He's like, you guys don't need me. You guys got this one. And honestly, though, I agree this game was completely over. I don't think this is an early GG by any means. I also think, to be honest, the early laning phase wasn't bad for No Mercy. Like, on an individual level, I feel like that's the point in the game where it's much more individualistic. Can the players hang, like, in terms of their skill in the lanes, their ability to find those early roams? And I think the answer was yes to that. Ultimately, I think there's 2 real big culprits here. It's that Leviathan got a bonkers draft, getting both Celeste and Silver in the same lane, no less. They like dominate the lane, they snowball the game from there. Like, it's an ultra premium draft to be able to get. And on top of that, once we got to the phase of the game where, like, the team setups and playing the macro game became more important, I think OC's really gapped on the Mirage, had so much done. I can't say Meow also had a pretty sick game on the Mina. It was one of the key playmakers, but it's just the layers of threats coming in from the experienced team on Leviathan that earned them the win.
Well, that was tough. That was tough, unfortunately, for No Mercy, as I think there was just too many threats to deal with, right? I mean, even if you look at I think that they did all right, as Jake is kind of suggesting in the early game, dealing with Freemok a little bit, ZP, but there's just too many threats. When Rayek is getting going like that, got Spirit Lifesteal, got Dazzling Trick, got Torment Pulse, got Shining Wonder, running you down, being able to escape even if he doesn't get the kill as well, like, that is brutal to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, the draft didn't help. I feel like on some level you had good old-fashioned by the fundamentals Deadlock being played by No Mercy. I would say that, look, we're going to watch them again. I'm going to be looking closely at players like Askedo, who made Holiday look fantastic in the early and mid game. Not that Holiday is bad at all. I mean, clearly Holiday is still often picked, but you see the grabs like there, just a lasso, right timing, right moment, was big on some of the early game roams. And No Mercy, even though they fell a little bit behind in the laning phase, they didn't get blown out. And there are things to look forward to on this roster. I think what really bit them in the end is that, A, you're still dealing with way more experience against Leviathan, who are going to leverage it in a higher stakes match. And then also, look, we kind of called it at the beginning, but this draft was pretty ambitious out of No Mercy. You give up the Celeste and you go in on the Graves instead of picking up something like Mirage that was available at that point in the draft. I think those 2 things probably sealed the deal against No Mercy, in addition to the actual execution of the game.
Yeah, the fact that OCs gets his Mirage that deep into something like this, and I think for OCs, looking at his Mirage over the last couple of weeks, it is probably his best hero at the moment, looking really, really strong. But Jake, when you kind of play this out as well, we got to see how the Celeste was actually going to play properly, and seeing this build play out. I mean, the fact that we have so much of an early investment, level 3 into Lighty, Eater, you've got that spell scaling as well with all of this build. It goes to show you only need the 8 bounces to be able to put people in the grave.
Yeah, right. And honestly, I think ultimately, like, there's a lot of issues with the draft. You look back, I mean, ultimately this is Billy Mirage, I believe, is the last 2 picks in the draft, which it just shouldn't really be happening, right? I think that's like a fundamental problem with the draft phase. You're giving 2 of the top premium heroes in the meta right now as the final picks. So arguably every single character besides Rem is like in that very, very top premium tier where you should only be getting like 2 of those characters in your draft. But that's an area where always, I think, when teams make their early appearances on the night shift, it's just natural that you're going to struggle because you're not ready to compete in a format of drafting that you probably haven't experienced, before the way most players are playing the game. So understandable situation, understandable way to lose. But I like you said, ZP, some bright spots. Like Mosquito impressed the hell out of me, frankly, in the early game, right? Like the holiday roams were on point, tons of good fights in the early game, kept Leviathan honest. But the macro play, the team understanding in the draft, it's just a weight too heavy to bear.
I think as well, when you look at kind of even the constrictive style Leviathan was playing in this game, ZP, I mean, it's not only just all of these components firing on all cylinders, really putting a lot of pressure on Irizumi as well, just existing on the right side of this map as Rem, just knowing that he's going to have access to his opponent's sinners at any time he wants as well, just lurking around there for so long until those team fights come along. It's like, it's just problem on top of problem on top of problem for No Mercy here.
Yeah, I mean, you stop and think about all the things that they had to look at here. Objectives on the game. Well, you don't want Celeste to get farmed because Celeste will take over the game. You don't want OCs to get overly farmed because that is late game carry. And then you still have to, in the back of your head, go, okay, we have to worry about Rem doing Rem BS and being a little bit greedy in terms of taking sinners. You have to worry about the fact that you're still dealing with a Paradox, who is the top tier playmaker in the game right now. If you're looking for a pick hero, Paradox is generally seen as the highest tier over Holiday and Bebop. There's too many threats to deal with here, and I think it was a little bit unrealistic to expect to be able to counter every single one. And all it takes is one of these things getting ahead of the game to suddenly make everything else just feel absolutely miserable to play against.
But don't get too comfortable, Leviathan, as we take a look at the numbers, because you will be going up against Abrahams, and I don't think they're going to be allowing this kind of draft to really play things out. Here's the numbers, Jake. Anything catch your eye?
I mean, how does Celeste have the top objective damage? It's like, I understand the top player damage. Like, I get it, but top objective, I mean, this is egregious. 13k healing. It's just, this character is just like eye test broken. The mobility that he's able to bring to bear is absurd. I mean, he's like behind the enemy walker, and then suddenly he's out on the high ground, and it's cost him 2 stam. I mean, yeah, I think it's safe to say that for the top players in this game, Celeste is just not balanced, and unlikely I think we're going to see any more of her in future drafts. Just it feels like a character that, if I'm honestly surprised people are not picking her first, like when you had the opportunity to pick her first, like prowling her over Silver. Silver is very good too, but Celeste, I think, is, in my eyes, is like in a category of her own. Like, I just don't think there's another character that can do what she does.
Jake, you're going to see the patch notes, and the patch notes is just going to be a graphic of a glue factory from Yoshi, and everyone will know what it means in talking about the upcoming balance patch. Maybe. Or, maybe Celeste gets buffed. Either way. I will say this. I feel like if you're playing Celeste, it is the automatic MVP card, because how could it not be?
Is there any surprise?
Not at all, right? Just an absolute beatdown of the game from Rayek, from start to finish, dominated the lane. Took 1 death. I think he died like in the laning phase to that honestly a ridiculous lasso for Mosquito, right? Who like 180 lassoed him. The rest of the game, he's untouchable. He's able to dive in deep, make plays, not playing passive by any stretch of the imagination. And for all the resistance they bring to him, he hasn't lost a point of HP in this fight. He's just so sustainable, willing to come brawl in the front line, willing to follow off. This character felt like a frontliner this game, which for the Spirit Nuker category is completely unique, right? Something like Pocket, a hit and run for sure, can participate in those frontline fights, but no one can do what Celeste does, which is stay in the front line, continue to deal damage, continue to pull aggro and attention, and still get this much done. So a movement masterclass from Rayek. I think this is really the key skill of the hero, is your mastery of the movement system. And we watch one of the best players in the world do it. It looks ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you nailed it on the head perfectly in the game when you were telling us about how the pros look at Celeste and saying that she can just run you down and still be doing all the spirit damage in such a brutal and oppressive way. So we've got 2 potential outcomes. Either A, get used to seeing Celeste as MVP, or B, don't get used to seeing Celeste as MVP because it will not make it through the draft when we see these kinds of things play out. That was terrifying, and Rayek made it look fantastic whilst doing so. So that now brings us on to where we sit in Europe. It's a swift 1-0 for Leviathan, as they are going to be going up against Abrahams once again. But as mentioned before, ZP, I don't think we're going to get a roster quite like that go through a draft against good old Abrahams.
No, I think the idea of getting Celeste alone is a little bit optimistic. Getting Celeste and Silver at the same time is a little bit of lunacy. However, maybe it will happen, because Abrahams was kind of vague tweeting, talking about, oh, we have some wild drafts planned. We're talking about the team that brought out the Melee 7, and they put Dimov on it, of all people, to play it. So, for Abrahams, I feel like for them, they're having a little bit more fun with it right now. They know they have a little bit of a lead on other teams, but, some people go, it's like, oh man, you should warn them competitively. It's like, no. If they want to dig their own grave and actually lose because Leviathan punishes them for a little bit of showboating, all the better as far as an entertainment product goes. So we'll see what Abrahams has planned.
It's up to them. Hey, if you want to play Ulti 7, man, honestly, I'm so here for it. I'm so down for the Ulti 7. That's like one of my personal favorite builds in Deadlock. It's so silly, but it's so funny to just be in the skybox and cook the entire enemy team with one button press. But we'll see if it comes out again. I feel like Leviathan put on a real nice showing here, and I wonder if Abrahams, after losing a map last week, are gonna be so willing to take a risk.
Yeah, I mean, they tweeted out after using that 7 that they didn't quite execute the early game right, or something to that effect, and it didn't quite go their way overall. It's debatable whether or not it was actually the case, but regardless, whatever Dimov plays, Dimov wants, and I'm okay with it for all intents and purposes. All right, boys, well, I think we are ready for a break before we have ourselves good old Abrahams going up against Leviathan. I think during this break, we're going to check in on a few highlights from my podcast, The Hyperline, that you guys can go and subscribe to over on YouTube. So big thank you if you do. And then when we return, we are here for the Titan that is Abrahams versus Leviathan. And welcome to episode 2 of the Hyperline podcast. That's right, ride on down to the lane with us, and you can get Etani Low Sand as well as soon as you arrive. Welcome. It's time to talk more Deadlock. My name is Kalaris, who was haphazardly on the Deadlock night shift, hosting everything that was going on last week. I just,
instant flex immediately.
Instant cheeky plug, and
Was
then
that
of course
an all-time viewership record. Sorry, on that night shift. Just wanted to clarify
that. Jaben, what are you thinking for the future? Because I think maybe some art passes could be coming up in the very near future. That could be a checkpoint marker for them, and then who knows what after that. So what do you think?
I mean, the obvious number one is the hero Cheshire that has been clearly leaked, and we're all certain is real. Nothing sounds more real to me than the only leaked ability where you put another hero in your bag and you can take them into the tunnels. It sounds like a great kit. I'm really excited for that character to appear. Our new side segment,
exactly.
Blank Canvas.
What are you painting today?
Well, I just pull it in from the side of the screen.
An easel.
I drew Rem.
Look at him. He's terrible.
Wait,
David, what are you thought?
Did you see that photo set out? I'm going to throw that up on screen.
Okay. What photo?
Look in our group chat.
Hyper-realistic Rem.
And then go up.
No, it's cursed. Don't avert your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Avert your eyes.
That's what
Don't look
someone
at that.
drew earlier.
Coming on down the hyperline, gonna have myself a time. There is Jaben, there is Blank, there's Kolaris talking Deadlock.
Who do you think has the lowest win rate, apparently, out of Ascendant 1 to Eterna 6? This is going to surprise you, by the way. And I genuinely don't feel like this is correct. Guesses?
I'm going to say, hold. I'll run some numbers. I'm going to say it's
He's
something
on the
weird.
website.
It's probably something like 7 or something. Something strange like
All
that.
right, 7.
Sinclair? I don't know.
It's Shiv, by the way.
No,
Of
it's
course it is.
not.
It's always Shiv. Yeah, but that's why they can never nerf him, and they never have nerfed him. Because the win rate's always really low.
He only ever gets
44.8%.
better.
It's kind of weird. He's got 19.5k matches, which is one of the highest outside of Rem, who over the last couple of patch cycles has 47,000 games. People love him to death. Which
old
is
Rem.
kind of impressive.
Only getting there for Deadlock, where there's so much movement involved, all the timings involved, being able to try and hit the guns as well, being able to try and hit your spells as well, making sure you're not in the wrong place at the right time. It's all over the place. It is getting very high intensive.
It just reminds me of a tweet from SK where she was like, I'm sick of all these new woke movement mechanics.
Yeah, and then she hits the crouch check on the stairs, and she's like, "Whoa, I'm back in, I'm back in."
I'm on board. Yeah, if I said to someone just started playing Deadlock, they're like, "Oh, have you learned AG2 dashing?" It's like, what are we talking about right now?
No, this is.
I remember playing a game with Javen the other day where I was playing Rem and I was just putting all my little helpers on the minions, which was making his life hard because he couldn't do his job on Graves, which was pushing the side lane. which I imagine was frustrating for him. I watched the VOD back and I realized I was making a big mistake. But yeah, still, it's
He never told me that. He kept that to himself.
Yeah, I
until,
did,
like,
I
it
did,
felt like
I
it had
did.
to come out. Like,
Blank makes no mistakes until after the fact. All right,
Yeah,
Jabin,
okay,
if you just let him.
or if he did, he won't tell you it happened until like it's just mandatory. Like he had to share that context just now, or else the story wouldn't have lined up.
I have to be confident in the game. You know, I've got to be confident in my decision in the game, otherwise I'm going to fall off. Morale's going to be low for myself. That's how it works.
I think you'd be awesome. I think I might be on again in this coming week, but we will see. We will see. As always, thank you very much for tuning in, guys. My name is Kalaris. You can find me at Kylaris, literally everything, at Adamarin Kale for our retro gaming stuff, and of course, follow here at The Hyperline, because that's 3 episodes down, baby, and we ain't stopping anytime soon. Thank you very much for listening to this episode. We'll be back same time. All right, welcome back to the night shift number 28 here. We are getting on to that money match here for Europe. I see Blank in the chat. Why is this clip called Blank Idiot? Yeah, sorry about that, but it was true, so that's fine. Make sure to go and subscribe to our channel. We're obviously a fledgling podcast, but we're loving everything that's going on in the Deadlock space. That's enough of that. Let's talk about the games here. Jake and ZP, we've got exciting times ahead. Abraham's always an absolute festivity to watch ZP here in Europe.
Look, they have been the top of Europe for a long time right now. They got even better also as time went on. Like we talk about the Holy Trinity days where you had a lot of parity in EU. Never forget that Abraham's also absorbed some of their competition, right? Where initially when they were up against Buff Enjoyers and it was the 1 and 2 that went back and forth, Hoot and Dmov were on Buff Enjoyers, and then Buff Enjoyers went to the wayside and both Hoot and Dmov end up joining Abraham's, making them stronger. So that's probably another element to consider here. You wonder, gee, why is Abraham so good? It's like, well, they also absorbed the other really good competition at the time and made, effectively what was kind of a super team. But across the board, every single member of this team is just best in class, and you can talk at length about any single member realistically.
Yeah, you definitely can. Jake, who are you looking at here for good old Abrahams? It's difficult to choose who you really want to kind of focus on, because as ZP says, they're all very, very powerful at their own.
I think ZP hit the nail on the head. This is a team that has come together over time out of mutual respect, right? These are all players who are basically best in class in Europe for their roles. It took time for the roster to get to this iteration, but in their final form, at least for now, they look nigh unbeatable. I mean, I think probably the most exciting players to watch are probably going to be, for me, like Taz and Hoot and Dmov, but sort of because they get to have the most action in this game. Like, that's no slight on Together, Sonya, or Saint, where they're playing respectively the frontliner, the carry, and the support roles, but they're the backbone of this team, keeping that stable formation. And Taz, Dmov, and Hoot, I feel like have a lot of freedom to go wild, to make plays, to show up to every fight inexplicably, and have huge contributions. So it's always the players, I think, on a winning team like this that get to have the most action, that are going to the most exciting to watch. And for all three of those players, Taz, Dmov, and Hoot, just the level of pace they bring to the game, the playmaking, the individual skill, it's a real masterclass to see, and something to aspire to for a lot of Deadlock players right now.
And ZP, the hero pools run deep as well, so that makes it even more problematic in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real way to ban out anyone Abrahams. In fact, they looked scariest immediately after adding new heroes, where Dmov and Hoot seemingly would make brand new additions to the game look like old hat. Like they've had, thousands of hours on them, just because of how good they are at immediately adapting the things added into the game, whether it be things like, Silver or Venator. I mean, look, Abrahams, overall, there's not a lot of weakness. And look, we were talking about Dmov, Taz, Hoot. I'll throw a line here, the Saint, where Saint also, I think, has been one of the most standout supports in the game. acting in that role way before a lot of other players kind of hard committed the support. You think back when they were up against buff enjoyers on the regular, you had Obakim who was like support half the games and then playing Holiday or Vindicta the other half, right? It was Saint that kind of really hard locked into, I will play something supporty every single time. So the actual role definition on Abrahams is also really, really good.
Yeah, he's got the name for it. His Saint comes down and blesses the rest of his team and saves them if needs be. But for a lot of these players, they do not put themselves in danger's way. But even if they do, they are normally coming out on top of things. Here's Leviathan, of course, who comes off the back of a good win, a very strong win against No Mercy to start off and get themselves into the money match here, Jake. And I think that we have seen Leviathan go up against Abrahams, take a map or two off of them, and then push them to the brink. But Abraham somehow makes that recovery happen, even 50 or 60k souls down. Leviathan needs to get over that hurdle here somehow.
I think Abrahams is maybe the best team in the world right now at making those comeback defenses happen. We've seen it from them time and time again. Like sieging their base, it feels just different from any other team. You might have the solo, you might have every advantage, the rejuice, whatever it may be, but they just find a way to win those incredibly disadvantaged team fights, which feels impossible in Deadlock right now for a team to do that consistently. And Abrahams just have that extra gear they can step into when things are really dire. So for Leviathan, it's not just a question of getting ahead, of having the advantage, or getting the chance to win the game. It's actually closing out over that final burst of power that Abrahams always puts out. So yes, they had a strong win in their first match, but honestly, I feel like that's not even the kind of match you really wanted to have as an opener, because you'd rather have had to fight a little harder, honestly. Right? I think getting a dominant win like that, there's just no way that it's going to be like that against Abraham. It's just never, ever going to be that kind of a match. It's going to go late. It's going to go down to these precise executions. And when it comes to tempoing in the early game, and when you start to hit this momentum spike, you're like, let's keep going, let's keep fighting. Yes, we're winning everything. Abrahams is the team that will not back down. They will keep sending the players. They will just keep coming back to those fights. And they are so damn good. It feels like when the game gets really crazy and high tempo like that, somehow when the dust settles, Abrahams has found their way back into it. They throw body after body, and yet it actually works. It's not a haphazard execution. They make it work for them. So, whether it's the early game, the mid game, the late advantage, comeback, whatever it may be, Abraham's their best in class in everything. And for Leviathan, it's a huge hurdle to step up to.
Yeah, it's tough. A famous esports player recently said, when the game gets hard, they get harder. And that's what Abrahams is able to do here, for sure. Let's take a look at the head-to-head in Europe at the moment, because Abrahams, it has been hard to defeat them. And there's only a few maps that have gone the ways of Leviathan here so far throughout the last night shift, says ZP.
Goodness.
Yeah, as you look at this, 7, not the highest win rate when you mix it on in, looking to last week, a little bit of problems there, but overall, Abrahams, they're just too consistent over the course of the game, because also mixed in with some of these shift results are games where they would at times get behind 20 or 30k. But Abrahams is one of the few teams in the game that is able to leverage the map, leverage base defense to whittle away at those edges and actually get back into the game reliably. Part of it too is how they draft. Abrahams, I think I would have to go way back, but they almost always prioritize having some form of playmaker on the team. Oftentimes it's a Bebop, but also Paradox, Holiday. They always leave open options to at least get picks and get themselves back into the game. They always prioritize a good front line. A lot of this consistency that you see from Abrahams comes from the fact that they draft, generally speaking, in a very consistent manner that doesn't leave them with comps that are particularly slanted either too late game or too early game.
Yeah, and the thing that always scares me about the huge recoveries Abrahams makes, or even those maps that they do end up dropping, is that in those drafts, Jake, one of the huge recoveries in the last weeks was, oh yeah, but we've gone for Apollo Graves in our last 2 picks, and we've still been able to make it work, and we've still been able to make that recovery happen. So we're in the draft now. What are we thinking to start things off, Jake?
I will say Leviathan with first pick, I sort of hope they go for the Celeste. I hope they don't ban it and Abrahams lets it through, because Leviathan went for the first pick Silver last game, and I do think the Silver was good, but I think Silver is way more replaceable. And this time, they go with the opening ban on the Paradox. I will say the Taz Paradox is not something you want to face. He's very good on the Bebop, but still, I'd rather play against that than the Paradox. There's just so many tools in the Paradox kit, and it allows Taz to be more of a carry, really, than an initiator when he gets his hands on this hero.
Oh, okay. Rayake gets the ability to pick Celeste.
It has to be Celeste. Please play Celeste over Silver. I'm not a Silver hater. I think she's super good, but I think Celeste is just in her own category, in her own tier, and Rig obviously knows how to pilot it.
As ZP, you said it best. A nuclear bomb at the moment. Oh, but they got silver anyway.
Oh God.
Really
Okay,
give
so
okay, did they GA it? Maybe they fingers crossed. If they,
no,
they
that's cope. That's actual cope. I think we're about to see Hoot or D-Mov on the Celeste right now, and it is likely Hoot. It is going to be absolutely murderous. Plus an Abrams. Okay, you got Abrams. Do you grab Celeste on top of it? Which, by the way, if you grab Celeste here, this would be the one justification to not grab Shiv in the first pick, which I don't think happened last week. I think last week Shiv was either first ban or first pick the entire way through. Maybe it'll be Shiv, but if it is, then Leviathan gets an absolutely ridiculous opening.
Oh no!
Yeah, I think Shiv would be a huge mistake. I think Celeste is way better than Shiv right now. I actually don't know that it's that close. Shiv is a very good hero, but the Celeste movement alone, I mean, she has the spirit damage, I think, easily to rival a Shiv, and yet she has the most absurd movement tools in the entire game, I think, bar none. And
I'm scared.
okay, you get a Billy, that's something that could kind of mitigate some of the mobility and potentially lock Celeste down, but I don't know that we've ever seen that actually borne out. Like, yes, you pick all these heroes that can lock down Celeste, like Silver can bola her, Billy can chain her. Pick 6 heroes that can lock down Celeste, and I'm like, will it work? Like, you drop the combo for 1 second, and she's just wall bouncing out of there, hitting the surf into the skybox, and you're like, oh, I guess she's out, guys.
Man, I'm looking at this here, and for Leviathan, this is a little bit scary. Also, in terms of playmakers, okay, Abraham's is going to go for the Apollo, so we know what D-Mob's going to play. It is going to be Apollo, is a character tailor-made to what D-Mob is good at, as someone that is a professional limit tester. However, I think if you're Abraham's here, you still haven't gotten your traditional playmaker. You could ban Holiday Bebop, turn around, grab one of those heroes, and suddenly Leviathan, they're stuck playing proximity pick. Now, instead they ban the Drifter, which is not entirely what I expected, but okay.
Is there any limit on supports coming in or something like that? 'Cause I think Abrams just kind of already got a lot of what they want. And obviously, if you're saying that Hoot and D-Mob are playing what that is, yeah, I mean, you can go for the Mirage ban and stuff like that, so that's okay. Banning out Sanya Sniper, I guess. Now that you've already got the Mina on your side as well.
I think Abraham's need to grab the Bebop here. I think that's their one big issue right now is catch. Although that being said, how much do you need like a proper initiator style hero when you have Apollo and Celeste? Like, don't they just like, why do they need someone to set up a lockdown for them? If they're just faster than everybody, they're just diving past people. Like, most heroes need to set up a catch hero to start the fight. But I feel like there's actually a way to win this for Abraham's without the traditional pick hero.
Ooh, so the reason for me is that I feel like I can't remember the last time Taz has not played Bebop, Holiday, or Paradox. You would have to go really far back. Like, Taz has been hard locked into those 3 heroes, basically perma-jail for a very long time. Maybe a Haze mixed in here and there, but that has usually been the Taz hero pool. So I would be shocked if you didn't have a Bebop or Holiday come in. And normally for Abraham's, they tend to favor the Bebop over the Holiday. Like, they will play Holiday, but is last in their priority rather than second for how it is for other teams.
Maybe this is cope, but I actually wouldn't mind a Haze here for Abraham. They go with the Bebop. Okay, it's comfortable, it's classic. And in the end, hey, there's a lot of spirit nuking on this Abraham's roster. The one thing I'm worried about for Abraham's is who's going to be the carry. I think that's the question they have to answer now. And they need a very heavy scaling carry here because they have pretty much no one else who's going to scale. Although, to Ido's point, maybe Celeste can also be that sort of scaling uniquely on the spirit roll. But Warden gives them that standby, hardcore, damage cleanup tools. And I think there's a great synergy as well with Paige with tons of setup for the Warden trap and being able to steal stamina away, further assisting characters like Apollo and Celeste just chasing you down. And Leviathan end with the Vindicta. So that's a hero I don't think we've seen in a few weeks. No, super curious to see how this goes. I do think in this draft, Vindicta actually has room to scale because you have Rem and Mokrill. So you have some pretty good supporting item buyers. Vindicta, maybe the tether could be pretty nice against Apollo and Celeste.
We also haven't seen an Abraham's Warden in quite a while because normally they're getting the Mirage. Normally they're getting the other M1 heroes. So normally it's Leviathan or Low KW playing the Warden against them. So this is a bit of a change up here, ZP.
Yeah, and I think it's where you go to right now in the draft when you have both Venator and Mirage off the table.
Wait,
what?
Shiv untouched. That's
wait,
momentous.
What?
That's momentous, actually.
I
Truly wild.
A lot of people do feel like that Silver kind of deals with it, right? And Leviathan wasn't really going to pick it along with the front line, but I mean,
also,
it can still work.
Also, in terms of frontline, though, for Abrahams, I mean, maybe you feel like you make up for it for the fact that Celeste is really tanky with Spirit Lifesteal, even though she's not by any means a traditional frontliner, and Warden's kind of in between worlds. But on paper, Abrahams is a little bit less tanky than what they run with. Like, you would have to go back, I think, a pretty long time to see a draft where they didn't have 2x of Abrams, Billy, Shiv, Yamato. Especially when they were available to be picked. I mean, that's a little bit ridiculous. And now I'm actually looking at who's together going to play. So it was on Abrams, never mind. He will be the most tanky of them all. He'll be on Abrams, and it's weird.
Echo
It's a little bit of a change.
charges and being annoying, and yeah.
Yeah, I think arguably the only thing you're missing is like some of those really heavy team fight spells, like, Lash ulti or Billy ulti that can kind of set up others, but I'm not sure how necessary those will be. I mean, arguably Celeste's whole kit is like AoE nukes for a team fight. Maybe Paige can do enough of that job as far as, controlling people, locking them down for the follow-up to come in. I will say for Abrahams, I think when you run a draft like this, a lot relies on Celeste and Apollo actually having good games. I think Apollo in particular is a character that really wants to be ahead of the game. Can absolutely get there, I think a strong hero that has tons of burst, but if you find yourself falling behind the game to where your burst just isn't enough to get kills, that's kind of the only thing your character does is burst kills, right? You have a lot of mobility, but if you're just running away all the time, it's not really accomplishing anything. You're not able to move the needle. So for Abrahams, I mean, I think there's a lot of question, a lot of pressure, frankly, on the early game. But laning, I assume this is going to be D-Mov and Taz together, is a little bit terrifying, right? These guys on high skill playmakers, not an easy fight.
Not in the least. And, as you take a look at it, Apollo just gives fits, I think. There's not a lot of people that are actually that good at him. I think D-Mov is one of the people that has started to unlock the potential, and it's just a frustrating character to land consistent damage on. I mean, Slippery doesn't necessarily begin to describe it. It's not a movement character in the way that Celeste is. I would argue it's almost like a different take on Calico's movement, where a lot of it is ability-based, but it is very irritating to deal with in lane. That being said, up against Mina, Silver, it's not a guarantee.
I mean, 4 movement skills is a lot of movement skills. I'd say he's probably has the most mobility in the game when it comes to the raw kit. And they have the other character with the most mobility in the game with stamina bars and low grav.
Other lanes to look at here. Off on the left-hand side, it's going to be Warden paired up with Celeste for Abrahams. And no one's surprised, Sanya on the Warden, which, you look at who's playing what here, Jake. Everything checks out to what you would have expected based on what we know from Abrahams, which honestly I feel like is part of their success also. Just the fact that the roles are so well defined that you can kind of guess who's going to be on what with pretty high reliability most of the time.
Nice trade here. Celeste happy to take those trades with the first skill on, giving you that extra spirit damage and lifesteal onto those targets, and it just makes trading brutal against this hero in the lane if she's able to get close range on you, especially somebody like Vindicta, who really doesn't have any tankiness whatsoever.
I didn't talk about this in the draft. I think the calculus for Leviathan is that Mo and Krill is the answer to locking down Celeste, given that's one of the hardest lockdowns in the game. Assuming you can actually get close enough to touch her. But if you can, combo is one of the few tools that will just kind of stop a Celeste in her tracks. So as this game develops, I would actually expect Sai to be on Celeste hunting duty more than anything else.
Absolutely. It's going to be crucial, right? Locking down a lot of these. We talked about the little bit tankiness light for Abrahams, right? Compared to what we often see. Like, you don't really have a second conventional frontliner. Seems like it is a good Mo game, but I also wonder, like, can you even close the gap on Celeste on Mo reliably, right? Are you able to get there and combo her down in the right moment? Because if you find yourself in an extended chase down, she's absolutely going to escape you. And here comes a little bit of a brawl, big trade in the mid lane, and OC's just dead to rights. Just didn't have any business in that trade. Maybe got hooked in as we see a dive behind the tower. Easy cleanup for Hoot. Has to be a desperation parry attempt from Rayek, but Hoot's not falling for that one.
I got a DM just now from Myrick, oftentimes coach, friend of the show, who mentioned part of the reasoning behind picking the Vindicta here is that apparently Vindicta's flight speed with helpers is actually ridiculous. Like, I haven't seen it too much in my own games because you just don't see Vindicta that often, but I do wonder if that's part of the calculus is that, Vin just gets a little bit of the extra boost from Rem in this instance. Now I'm actually curious for the bigger team fights to see just how much Rayek's going to be zooming.
That's a good point, actually. I think the Rem is maybe a really key ingredient to this draft more than we initially appreciated, because not only is it giving spirit resistant movement speed, which in a very heavy spirit draft, that Abrahams has gone for, that spare resist is going to be super valuable. Also, the sleep lockdown is going to be massive as Celeste is just doing every box in the world. I mean, this is another aspect, I think, of this character's fundamental mobility is got to be one of the better box runners in the game. I mean, this level of mobility, like, he's doing like the entire side of the map boxes in basically one wave of solo farm for Warden. Like, he's ahead of the Warden doing boxes instead of the solo wave. That is not normal.
No, not at all. And I mean, already early into the game, bit of action here on the right-hand side, but backed up by a Page. I mean, this is probably one of the most durable lanes you're going to have in a game for Abrahams, Page Abrams. Like, you can sometimes get pushed back. You don't oftentimes see this lane actually lose, but also on the rotation, in out of mid, Demov off here onto the right-hand side.
Yeah, it doesn't profit anything from that, but I think because of that earlier kill in the mid lane, Taz is not going to have any problem really holding this one down on mid. And I mean, the nice thing about the Bebop and the Apollo in the mid lane is that either one of them can easily go for roams. There's always a lot of options. Great pin from Together though onto the Rem, but Irezumi should just be just fine. I mean, he's very tanky, full HP, he's be able to take a quick nap time onto Overs if he finds himself in trouble. Mo under threat of the trap, Bebop trying to brawl it out for this buff. Gonna be yielded to the silver and maybe more. I mean, he's gone for the full spirit build early, which means very little tankiness to speak of as Bebop runs for the hills on just a shred of HP. I mean, a couple connections would be enough, but Taz, the movement is good enough. It's gonna be out of dodge this time.
Just barely able to get away at 70 HP. Also, in terms of cool updates, our friends over on the Reddit side, we actually have a match thread now. So, you know, if you're one of those people that watches esports events and also sits back and throws some commentary onto a match thread, that is now a thing over on the Deadlock subreddit. So, kudos to those helping make that happen as Shining Wonder out in lane and
farming the wave.
Just onto the creeps.
Yeah, farm efficiency there. Mo takes exactly, I think, one bounce from that one. But honestly, I don't think Hoot's going to be too mad at that. They're able to secure the tower, not lose any actual kills for it, and Sonya is going to have a dream setup for the Warden game. He is going to farm out of control as Together find himself in a bit of an awkward spot. But like you said, the durability of this lane unmatched. Some shields from Saint, sure that Together doesn't take any significant damage to worry about.
Didn't really
here
get the
comes the
book, but
combo.
here it is. We called this out, and you know, may not be a kill this time around, but that is the appetizer, Jake, for what
And
Sonia's going to be looking to do all game long, even though she's gone. She's completely gone, but you know,
Huge combo from Mo, and she's gone. Well,
the combo will get longer, you know?
That's true. And something like if Vindicta has the snipe there, right, that very well could have been a kill. Still not even going to really change the efficiency too much as Hoot just takes a trip back to base, grabs some efficient farm on his way. 4K soul lead has developed in this game, ZP, and it's not massive, but it's enough where starting to get a little bit worried for Leviathan. Once they get this Vindicta ult online, I think Rayek needs to find something in this game, needs to kind of pop off on this Vindicta, frankly, especially as what you're talking about, that Rem buff. Maybe this character can be a scaling carry, right? That's been the change to Vindicta that recently saw her fall out of favor, is instead of getting massive extra bonus souls with snipe kills, you get permanent gun damage. So in theory, the character has infinite gun scaling. It just doesn't seem to be realistic in practice. But maybe today's the day. Rayek, one of the players who I think I would believe in to pull off something of that nature.
Leviathan will make something happen. Here on the right-hand side, Abrahams get a little bit of Guardian damage against them, and they may just let this one go off the rotation. Now, Hoot is kind of in the area. So you got Hoot taking on Rayek on the side is all that takes place away from the Guardian, but now we're back off to look in the mid, where this time around it's Abrahams onto the Guardian themselves, but you know, no wave and not the biggest amount of damage here just yet.
Yeah, one of the key things I think we see at this level is teams are zealous about defending this mid Guardian. A lot of making it so much value to be had on the map to ensure this crucial shop stays online, keeping your early game items higher tempo, less base trips, but also it's just a key spot for the Zip to be. So, I mean, Taz has been more or less tethered to this lane. I think he's gone for like one buff fight, but has been really invested in just ensuring that no damage comes to the tower. And with these bombs on the creep wave, I do think Taz is one of the scarier players in the game to push into, right? You go for a play and suddenly you find yourself hooked way deeper than you intended.
Well, now we got the three-man push from Leviathan in onto the left-hand side. So far, just Sanya defending, and you got the rotation from both Taz and Demov rotating over. So it hasn't turned into a commitment here, where Abrahams is ready to match 3 for 3. Hasn't happened here just yet. And a quick hook in onto the silver. Free mock. We'll see where this goes. Slowing Hex, super early
Nice
bot,
juke,
but
though.
yeah.
Just sneaks up to the high ground, recognizes the gank is coming from the mid lane, doesn't try to run out the predicted path, instead goes a different angle. Pretty nice, but oh, Hoot has found the chase down, but thinking better of a full commit there, right? You know, Silver is one of those characters you do not want to dive deep on a speculative attempt on.
Here we go.
Combo could be available. This time Mo doesn't go for it. I guess the follow-up maybe just not quite there. Rest of the team too close by to the Silver. So actually very good reads the game from Leviathan. They're not desperate. They're playing this one with patience and poise, which frankly you need to go up against Abrahams. If you start to feel desperate, you start to go for kills that maybe aren't so clean, you're going to find yourself in a world of hurt. Irizumi, though, found by Taz in the mid lane. So this Bebop with the Spirit Spike is already a pretty significant threat damage-wise. There's like 3 Spirit Spikes, I believe, already found on the Abraham side. So a lot of nuking power for 9 minutes into the game.
We didn't really talk about it in the lockdown side, but I think, well, hey, on the combo, in on the Hoot as expected. Is fall through going to be there? No, instead you got saving with the charge from the side, and Hoot is immediately out of there. If you don't get the kill mid-combo, she's just gone, Jake.
She's absolute 1 HP, but okay, she is run down. Rayek finds that one. Carries that was a snipe kill. Overseas does go down to the full dive here as Dimov continues to put that pressure on, but this Ram is pretty healthy. Dimov has that nuking threat, though. Could kind of stay on for one more flawless advance. A few connections might be enough, and the hook from Taz at the last moment should be enough to get this kill on Irizumi. And yes, the bomb explodes. More stacks for Dimov. But Ozzy's finds Sonya across the map, so far from a strong trade for Abrahams. I think this one is just about even. Silver ult is forced by Together, who shouldn't have too much problem just walking this one off. Happy to pull that cooldown out, short as it may be.
Saint in a bit of danger, getting caught out between OCs and overseas. Say that 10 times fast, and now looking for Dimov, still in the middle of the skirmish, right behind OCs. I don't think a Sanguine is left, and it's just slice on top. Billy over there looking for the pot, and now bag secured by Dimov, running away, and you still see Billy on the chase down. Gets stunned off the jump pad, but I feel like if you're Apollo, you got enough to get out.
Yeah, the reactive barrier, I think, really helps in that spot. Getting an extra shield, just ensuring Billy just has no chance to chase. Billy off to a pretty great start this game, though. I think Overseas is going to be a key player and goes for the point blank, though, so really wants to push the advantage, go for fights. Celeste, very hard hero to stop an earn run. I mean, this one, another aspect of her kit with this mobility is probably the best earn runner in the game, right? So your key movement mechanic is not based on the ability, it's just a passive that the earn doesn't interact with. Mid tower's traded for it, though, so it's not for nothing.
I think first earn is the one earn in the game where if you give up a Guardian trade for it, it really isn't the end of the world. Like, yes, Abrahams ends up a bit ahead. He's getting a little bit of space clearing here from Taz, but who actually kind of lows this goes on. Same with Overseas. Overseas finished off in the end.
Rig trying to run him down?
I mean, Together's kind of low right now. This is something Fremont might be able to take. Barrier comes on in, but it's a healthy Silver. It's not a healthy Abrams, and it's Rayek able to get the finishing shot. I think that was an assassinate, Jake, over the top.
I think so, too. I think he's shot a few of those. Maybe we can get a peek onto the Rayek POV in this fight. Snipe kills are pretty massive if he is going to be scaling, which often I think Rayek is going to be a player who gets a little bit of net worth in this particular lineup. Taz is here, though. It's maybe not a fight you want. They go for the combo. Desperation. I think it's kill or be killed. The hooks could be very scary right now. But instead, both of them walk it off. The combo doing a little bit too much pressure to Taz. Rest of the team not near enough by, but okay, I believe that's what, oh, it's only one stack. So not finding the actual last stick kills. He does have that rapid recharge. So I think he does intend to try to scale up this game with the Vindicta gun passive. It's not something I think we've seen played before, but could be a pocket strat that Leviathan are relying on, which is the kind of thing you need to come with to have a chance against Abraham.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see if it bears a little bit of fruit. I do think, given the state of the game right now, every now and then it's possible some things could be stronger than teams have given it credit for and just kind of be under the radar for a little bit. But also, we got a little bit of skirmishing. OCs taking a look at Hoot Nap Time coming out, and it's Sanya that's in some real danger here on the side. Fremont going in, last stand coming out, but that's not going to do much of anything up against Lycan Curse. However, the charge in from Page is enough to buy a little bit of space, and Irizumi ends up paying the price.
Sonya on just a sliver of HP. I think he's going to get out of this one. Silver maybe getting run down, but Fremont still healthy. Still has a few abilities. There's a Walker if he can just escape a little bit farther. The rundown is coming. The speculative Shining Wonder this time goes wide. And I believe Italia Lasan also missing. But Fremont had to juke into this side. Is dodging a lot of skills. Is there any support coming in? This chase is taking way too long. Here comes Rayek, desperate to find a counter kill, but Fremont in the escape has been forced into some suboptimal pathing. And trying to escape from Apollo and Celeste is a tall order.
Here comes Mo. Went to the centers, but is the fall through going to be there? You got an anvil being dropped on top right after. It's the full treatment in onto Hoot. And Jake, I think about it. We called it at the beginning of the game, and this has been the game plan of Psy is just full on anti-unicorn duty.
It's what you need, right? We've seen the threat from a snowballing Celeste. I will say I'm curious to see how this character performs from a deficit, right? Where, especially these spirit lifesteal nukers, you find yourself that maybe the ulti's just not doing enough. Maybe you're not able to be enough of a threat, and suddenly you aren't even able to survive in the front line any longer. So take a look from the Vindicta POV here. Check out a replay. His kill on Together was huge. Rayeg needs to find a lot of these, though. Like, the gun scaling is crucial. He's been finding a lot of these kills, but many of them just haven't actually been coming from the snipe. Slowing Hex, forced out. But with the Dispel magic, OCs is going to be just fine with some cheeky movement of his own. I mean, 2 can play at the stamina game, man. And Mina also one of the best heroes, especially with that Umbrella passive.
I'm kind of proud of us that we've embraced Dispel magic that quickly, and we just aren't stuck in an infinite loop of debuff remover. But when you take a look at it, it was DBR for so long, and it's just Dispel.
It'll always be DBR in my heart. DPI. When I'm playing the game, I still sometimes say DBR. Dispel magic, what it's called. We gotta get used to it. Get with the times. Old gods, new blood. The new blood, it turns out, is Dispel magic. Look at the Walker Siege come in here pretty early from Abrahams. They're gonna go for this. Looks like a Walker trade on both sides of the map. Fremont, though, going down in the opposite side fight. Is Celeste going to be traded for that? If who gets out, this one's kind of a painful loss because the Walker's already down. Okay, the snipe kill come in, and penetrating snipe kill. Insane from Rayek on that one. Gets a stack up, puts more pressure on the Walker, but it's not really going down quick enough. Here comes Demov from the back flank, and you might be able to get this Walker, but there's players coming in to respond. Natali Lasan absolutely deletes Rayek. Vindicta, a hero who really suffers in the tanking department, and you don't even get the full Walker trade. So a pretty significant win for Abrahams. That being said, OC's found Sonya, the parry from Demov, though, add insult to injury, but I think Mo should be able to walk this one off with no Atali Lasan. Demov doesn't intend to chase.
I wonder if Psy even saw Demov there. Apollo's a little bit skinny. You take a look from a facade onto the crystal, might not have seen it, or at least may not have given him credit.
He has Spirit buff, Vitality buff on Apollo. That's actually Demon mode. Silver ulti forced out. Hoot has not been dissuaded from aggression from some of these earlier fails. Gets tethered, though. Big stake from Vindicta. Is there enough lockdown here? Mo is not in this fight. It seems like without Mo, this character is just untouchable. They're going to kind of continue to go deeper. The Bola is there too, but I mean, Hoot's almost happy to bait them into a deep trade in this part of the map.
I mean, Celeste just baiting Silver for that long is one for the shippers, is all I'm going to say there. Like, fan art for it is probably being created as we speak, just, taking Silver out for a walk. But, urn control for Abrahams right now, it is still a neutral urn, and wait, is Sanya in danger? You got Rayek off in the side, and Sanya nearly just crossed into Mo territory. Full rotation, though, from Abrahams off to the left. I'm just curious for Leviathan if they go for trade or not. Instead, you see Hoot here in the middle, just looking for a bit of damage on the overseas and getting plenty of it so far. Rare to see a Billy get bullied.
Yeah, he's getting more than bullied. And I mean, Hoot has just been playing fearless. Like, even with a couple of deaths to the combo, he hasn't been backing off on his role in the game at all. Like, he's still playing with that full confidence that you would expect from a champion team. So good to see Abrahams not dissuaded from this. That being said, Leviathan, despite the sole advantage against them, they're not playing scared whatsoever. They're willing to take these skirmishes. They're proving that they actually can hang with Abrahams. And as we say that, the caster curse comes in, who a little too fearless. Psy comes in, strikes some fear into his heart.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't on camera, but you see combo on cooldown, and you know exactly what happened there, Jake.
We've seen it before.
I feel like we're building the deep lore of the game right now where Mo actually just hates the circus. Like, this is personal for whatever reason. I'm not sure why, precisely. That's one for the writers, but I'm enjoying this Mo just on a contract to take down Celeste as many times as possible. I mean, look, I think if you're going to let Celeste through on the draft, making this your priority strategy-wise, it makes a lot of sense. Like, yes, Leviathan is behind, but they're still not behind to the point here, Jake, where they can't find a way to come back. And even after giving up that last turn, they've taken the rest of the map efficiently to where it really isn't that bad of a situation.
No, not at all. And they've been able to really show in these skirmishes that they can hang in this match. Like, they deserve to be here. They deserve to be that big threat. Mo grabs the Spirit Spike, a couple of nice value items. probably both imbued on combo, and kind of a lot of combo kills already for Sai. So he's starting to stack up a little bit of health, add to the take-in factor, which is crucial this game. I mean, Abrahams with the heavy Spirit Burst draft, they could run into damage issues in the ultra late game. In theory, Celeste is going to scale, but in the death she's taking and the counterplay that's being shown in this game, maybe we've overstated how dominant this hero can be when there's a proper counter strategy employed against her.
All right, so 1 minute till next next buffs, and all the while getting a lot more Mo cam here. Like the Mo and Krill Nation, I think maybe one of the most dedicated fan bases in all of Deadlock that I've seen so far. And, you know, they get a little bit angry when Mo hasn't been played for a while, but they're eating pretty good here, Jake, because not only has been a good showing for Mo, but it's been a good showing against, you know, the proclaimed best hero in the game so far. So what does that make Mo?
Mo has been the best hero in the game the whole time. By the way, here we see a little replay. Combo burst down onto Hoot, trying to get frisky under the walker.
Irizumi is out of the game, so I assume we're about to get a pause. Like there's no spawn timer, and yeah, it's been spotted.
A work of art. Billy, oh my god, wait, he has Echo Shard? Oh my god, Taz is cooking. Taz is going all in on the Spirit nuking. Love to get a quick item check here, because I just think this is a very big overemphasis on Spirit damage when you look at the comp overall, right? Like Taz hasn't, maybe Taz will go for the gun pivot a little later, but usually Echo Shard is an item you buy because you're going to go all in on the bombs. And so I feel like this makes like something like Spirit Resilience incredibly valuable this game. See one picked up by Freemock. Not surprised we don't see more just yet, but it's going to be a very high value item this game.
And, you know, as you look at the items here, where hopefully Irizumi gets back in sooner rather than later. Warden builds, I always like to wonder if anything has changed, and the answer there is no, not really. About as bog standard of a Warden build as you get. We haven't really talked too much about the economy of where people are at in the game, but overall, I think one thing in Leviathan's favor is that no one has gotten massively ahead of the game for Abrahams. Like, we've seen games for Abrahams where it's 20 minutes in, and Sanya is chilling at 25, 30K, living his best life. Like, you know, 23K, a little bit more manageable, especially with OCs at the same on the other side. Like, there's no glaring outlier for, oh man, this is about to get absolutely ugly into the next fight. As speaking of next fight, we're directly into it here, Jake. Itani Losan coming on in. Actually,
deep dive.
Overseas. Is he dead? Still alive for now, but maybe not for much longer. In under the walker, praying for dear life. Gets a chain gang thereafter, and suddenly it's going back on the D-Mob. Is anyone going to fall through? This is a heroic effort from Overseas to stay alive as D-Mob goes down.
Irizumi MVP there, absolutely saved by the Rem. Perfect shielding to keep Overseas alive. Great footwork as well, and a rare overextension from T-Mob. Still, Sanya not wasting any time, going to utilize this distraction to pick up a Sidewalker, but giving up the carry for this, I'm not so sure that's worth it, and seems to be almost certainly a kill, although the Warden ulti is going to make things a little bit more awkward. Still, the fact that he's not getting too much damage off it, it's going to be an inevitable kill, seemingly going the way of OCs. Wait, hold on, Rem's got to be respectful of this one, and Sanya takes one before he goes down. Still drops a bag to OCs, but that ends up being way more expensive than you would have wanted given the rundown behind your own walker.
Remember when Last Stand was a scary ultimate? I feel like we're a long way away from that, where especially once you get into the late game, like it has a small period in the early game where it's like, okay, you have to respect a little bit. It is the biggest bonus ability at this stage in the game. Like, you know, it exists, but
Hoot also went down there. Interesting. I wonder if that wasn't another combo, given the cooldown. It sort of slots right in there during that Sanya sniper dive. Earn is being held by Abrahams, but clearly they don't have the confidence to actually run this one, and I don't blame them. I don't think they can, and with no walker here in the mid, like, you could just go for these kills onto D-Mob, who's forced to use just about everything to get out of that one.
Jake, size fists are not rated E for everyone. They're rated C for Celeste, but together, maybe in a world of hurt right now, trying to get the last little bit of damage here on the Freemock. Charge comes in towards the end. Silver, though, still staying alive, able to pop Like and Curse at the right time, decides to get right back in there, and together, maybe the one in a bit of danger, but Sanya comes into the fray, creates a little bit more spacing, but all that goes on, Jake. OCs was able to get Taz on the outskirts, and Sai just delivers the urn, and Leviathan, for the first time, have taken the lead in this game.
There's a lot of low players right now. Rayx on the run. Abrahams, despite being down one and losing the urn, they're still kind of stepping up on the map, but clearly Leviathan read the play there, saw that one coming and got out of trouble. Still only 2 stacks for Rayx, so he's, for the most part, still going to be in this early game, but a Boundless Spirit is going to really up the threat of these snipes. Meanwhile, Fremont and OC's snowballing. Like OC's in particular, man, 33K on the Mina, on a kill streak as well. It's also a game where, you know, yes, you have Bebop, but you lack like the hard initiations from something like a Lash or a Paradox or a Holiday that really hard kill. It's like hitting a hook on a flying Mina is super, super difficult, right? Of all the characters that you're going to pick and of all the carries, right, who are most happy about having limited lockdown on the enemy team, you'd argue Mina is right at the top of that list.
Also, who saves this for Abrahams right now? I feel like an answer for Celeste has been found. Hoot is pretty behind the game. OCs has turned into a server admin. And realistically, Warden isn't really at the point where you would love Warden to be at. Like, okay, 29K, I mean, it's reasonable. But Warden just isn't the scariest hero here at the moment. I would say in a game where you didn't have Melee 7 as a focus, this is probably one of the weakest game states we've seen for Abrahams in quite a while. This is very winnable by Leviathan at this point. And, you know, a lead that right now is only 7K. I actually feel like, Jake, as I look at the hero matchups, especially the fact that you're going to have to deal with a Farm Silver, a Farm Billy, and, you know, whatever monstrosity Mina is right now, I think it's very Leviathan advantaged, way more than the soul count shows at the moment.
Absolutely. I do think Abrahams are a team you never want to count out. I also like that Sonya has gone for the pure gun investment this game because the rest of his team is more or less all spirit. So both Together and Sonya are speccing as hard as they can into gun to try to balance out their team's overall damage profile. Still, though, Warden, even if you don't build any spirit, right? Like in the end, you rely a little bit on the flasks, on that ulti for some of your fighting power. So I don't think it's the most ideal spot to be. And Leviathan, I think, are comfortable playing this one into the ultra late game. Yes, they're down one Walker, but you know, having the mid and being down one virtue of the other two sides is almost a fine game state, especially because it gives you a lot of room in this area of the map for Mo to look for kills.
I think the win conditions are a lot more narrow for Abrahams than they would like, and you know, they're more in the realm of okay, let's hope that. Oh wait,
don't farm this wave.
So tricky.
I love this move, actually, man. If you come and farm some of these waves at all a risky position, which, by the way, Together and Hoot are stepped up deep on the side of the map, and I believe that has been scouted. Hoot's a very hard kill to chase down, though. He sees the dive coming in. Movement buff being grabbed by Billy. That could aid in this potential chase down. Seems like the go sign has been called. Assassination attempted here on to Hoot. The Shining Wonder bouncing, getting out what damage it can. Here comes the big slam from Together, landing onto Mina, but the heal from Rem keeps her alive, keeps her healthy, and as the dust settles, it's a 1-0. You're fighting past the wave, though. This could get a little bit scary. Mina still full aggro, absolutely not respecting anything. But maybe he should have to put some respect. Together, absolutely running at this too. But the player advantage could start to add up. Here comes more heals from the Rem, the tag along. A lot of support coming into this Mina, but will it be enough? The rescue beam as well, just everything being pumped into OCs. And meanwhile, there's not enough pressure on the rest of the team. Here comes Billy stepping in. You get the sleep as well onto the Warden, setting this one up. Reyes layering down the snipes from above. A beautifully played fight. OCs, though, does get hunted down by Demov. So Abrahams finds something out of that fight, but this could very well be a mid-boss CP.
Yeah, I mean, it's cold comfort. I mean, it is a long respawn time. Like, getting OCs down is significant just because it is 70 seconds, but Demov and Saint without ultimate alone are not what's required for a good mid-boss contest. I mean, look, I'm willing to be surprised here.
They don't have
still
ults.
got Ripostan. Okay, they actually decided to go for it. Captivating read.
They're
and now
harassing,
Leviathan, can you finish your plate? Sans OCs. Abraham's going for the full contest. Not with ults, but just raw power here in the neutral. We'll see if it's gonna be enough. Saint really low, Demov low, both finished off. Leviathan able to deal with the pressure. Don't really get all that low in the process either, Jake.
Yeah, Rejuve's dropping. You're just trying to run back into this, but Together can't get here. The wave is pushed in mid, and you're gonna be giving a clean triple Rejuve here to the underdog, to Leviathan. And the driver's seat in this game now, ZP. That one fight, right? It gets you everything on the map. It gets you huge team fight, mid-boss, and earn. And the only thing Abrahams have to show for it is one kill on the carry, which probably the most impactful kill in the game, but they weren't able to snowball into anything more. Waves, huge problem right now for Leviathan, that they need to go back, they need to clean up this map, and they cannot yield any kind of space to Abraham. So still some more to play for in this game. Abrahams, we've seen them, we talked about their potential in these really difficult scenarios. This is the test for Leviathan. This is the game you should always be able to win. 25k soul lead, triple Rejuve. You're in the driver's seat now, but question is, can you finish off Abraham?
You know, one thing I gotta give a shout out here to, because this is the first time we've seen it. People just haven't been playing Mo. yeah, we have a special night shift Mo and Krill skin, and Ozzy actually went back and renovated it when you added the critical and on fire kill streak portraits. And that's the first time we've actually seen Mo in a happy spot since
Mo's
that's
just
been added.
straight mogging the cam there. he's staring us down and on fire. It's nothing. It's nothing to a hitter like Mo, man. He does this on the daily. This is his job.
He's going door to door asking for where the unicorn is right now, and Hoot is scared, and rightly should be for how this game has gone down. I mean, there's been multiple moments in this game where it's been off camera, and we see Hoot's HP going down, and it's like, hey, what's the status of combo? Yeah, combo just got
Combo
used.
just went on cooldown? That doesn't sound good. And yeah, to your point, I mean, I was so worried about letting the Celeste through. I thought maybe better go for the silver, but I think silver's another part of this because that bola shot is actually one of the better tools in the game to lock down Celeste. Like, preventing her from jumping is a massive deal. It really prevents you from getting any of your mobility combo rolling. Love the Vin build, by the way, but getting assaulted, getting dove in on. But the awkward pin ends up not going well. That being said, I believe that was a repulse to stop the combo. So well played by Demon to get out of this one. Still gets bursted down the rig, finds the finish. Unstopped now on the Mo, just stands strong in the face of that rallying charge from Paige, soaking a ton of debuffs here. Is the Mo in the front line, triple disarm as well. 2 players already down. This has cleared the way for Fremont to charge forward now in this Lycan form, taking it to both Celeste and Warden under the walker. Still triple Reju to play with. I'm not sure you're even going to get one. This silver is absolutely swarming Warden. No one respecting that ulti. It's enough to get that first kill onto Celeste, but these are kills that you're happy to give away. A 3rd stack picked up for Egg now, building up that raw gut damage. Going to assist in the siege.
I think the terrible thing for Abrahams here is that they're just not able to efficiently get any damage out of these fights. Like, I'm staring at the health bar while you were narrating that last fight, and the only one taking any meaningful damage that entire fight was Fremont, who was very willing to just let the rejuve go away. You don't have the damage potential for Abrahams. You have Warden, who's a lower tier M1 carry pick right now, realistically speaking, and I'm not convinced on late game Apollo, at least to the amount of farm that Demov has it. And Celeste has to run the obstacle course to get any damage out. And you kind of see how pressured Abrahams has been in these fights too, where I feel like it's rare to see Saint have to drop a charge out as Paige super early into the fight, but that's been the case just about every fight so far. So even with an ideal opening where you don't get value out of combo because the riposte is well timed by Demov, it still doesn't go the way of Abrahams, and the lead just continues to balloon now, Jake.
Mo in potential some enemy territory, but Reik is with him. So I think they're actually the ones hunting for kills on this urn, threatening the drop-off as well. Mo's going to prioritize the pickup. Vindicta zoning players away. They're thinking better of it, though. Maybe there's a chance for more kills to be found. In this case, though, I think Abraham's going to be getting out of that one, but yielding the urn control. With Rejuve ending, though, this is the moment for Abrahams to strike. They cannot give up this urn in enemy territory. And I think not with this soul state, this 30k disadvantage. But with the Rejuves down, this is the moment to look for a fight. OC's stepped up in the mid, but maybe one of the hardest heroes to catch, given that Dispel Magic and the team behind.
If you're Leviathan, you would love to force this before rallying charge is back out from the page. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. I mean, it's like 25% till it's back up, and they may be looking for it here. E-shift.
As you sanguine an E-shift
from Ozzy's, and
getting grabbed by Vortex Web, but the Dispel Magic is enough to pull him out of there. It's a lot of tools expelled, and you didn't actually get a proper catch on the Mina, who comes right back into this fight. Here comes that Silence, trying to lock down D-Mob, but he's kind of already slipped out of this one. Leviathan, though, stepping up now, looking for more kills in this fight. No regions in this one. It needs to be clean. Here comes Together, swarming forward, senses his opportunity, stepping up onto the Billy, but he's healthy. He's taking this fight, and Ozzy's has found his target, running down this Abrams, stepping up into the air, but just can't come down quick enough. Now Hoot turns, runs for the hills. There's already 2 players down. Sai, Mo, and Krill right now, trying to just get out of this one in critical health. Desperation run from the Warden, trying to get that kill, but he can't seem to find it. Sai is healed back up, and the Warden ult just has to be a full kite back. Vortex up onto the Mina, but she's not respecting it at all. She's continuing to step forward, continuing to find these kills, and Warden eventually is going to drop Abrahams. The last 2 players standing, looking for kills. There's some low targets on the other side, but they're continuing to put that pressure on. Sanguine forward, stepping up OCs. Massive pressure being put down. D-Mob back to the base with him, but he's not even in position to make the defense. He has to run away another direction.
I mean, he's likely to just get Mo comboed at this point. And yeah, I mean, I think what we're seeing here, you're so far ahead that you can just burst down together like it doesn't even matter.
Hyperlane!
The hyperlane on the D-Mob! D-Mob usually does this to other people instead! Gets caught flat-footed by OCs on the left-hand side! That is absurd! It is a full team wipe for the next 8 seconds, and the Shrines are absolutely gonna go down in favor of Leviathan.
I was waiting for OCs to type some BM there. I saw him standing still, but I don't know. I didn't see it come out in the chat. This means a lot to Leviathan, right? We've seen them at times take a cheeky map from Abraham's, but it's been more of Abraham's throwing, right? It hasn't been Leviathan's earned win. This game could be different still. The laser from Taz is going to be enough to make the defense. Honestly, I think a little bit too much respect being given right now, but Leviathan, they don't want to take any risks. ZP still, will this go back to haunt them? I mean, that was an opportunity to take the first phase Patron.
Also, I just glanced at the chat for the first time in the game, because we had a little bit of a lull as people are backing out. It is actually just Mo and Krill spam. It is. The Mo and Krill Nation got activated. I feel like people just, it's like the old school, type of thing of, call a friend, etc. It's like, guys, Mo and Krill is here. He's doing good things.
Oh, he's not finding it this time. Unstop has been used. Billy is down. Oh, this is maybe not the best fight. OC's though, 54K. If he wants to fight, you better be there with him. Still a fallback from the rest of the team. Sanguine out from OCs. He should be okay, but here comes the Phantom Strike. Big catch from Together. Trying to take down this key damage dealer still. E-Shift is on the card, but he doesn't get it off Together. What a catch. And this is starting to crumble now with Abrahams. They snatch games back in the same fashion before. Leviathan, massive pressure on them. They cannot give up more kills, but it may be too little too late still. Fremont, probably one of the hardest to chase down with that silver ult online. He's just going to run for it. And the way Abrahams are moving, I think mid-boss may be about to spawn, and this couldn't be worse now for Leviathan. Will you fight this? It's a brutal decision to be put through, and honestly, I don't know that you can. Maybe with the Unstop, Mo can contest this. They're going to go for it.
This is wild. Yeah, Unstoppable, maybe you steal a Rejuve charge, and that's enough. Nap time coming in from Irizumi. Hoot Together, get the Rejuve charges out. Everything goes away Abrahams, and now they're ready. Poised to clean up those for Leviathan that came to contest Rayek. First to pay the price. Mo, getting the nap time on top of him, or rather the tag along, and now on the way out, I mean, yeah, you're tanky, but you don't have the damage to stick around here. This is going to be a team sweep coming out from Abrahams for anyone that is too bold to actually stay in the way. And okay, let's ground this here a little bit, Jake. 2 Rejuves and still being down 30K. It is not over for Leviathan. But this is an incredible blunder. They have let Abrahams back in the game by giving up the 2 worst picks they could give up in both OCs on the Mina and overseas on the Billy. And if you're Abrahams, you still got, a little over or a little under a minute to go in and get shrines without having to fight at full strength. You absolutely want to get shrines and at least equalize the waves.
Yeah, they're not going to go for it, though. Interesting. I think they're going to prioritize the buffs and farm. I mean, they really want to equalize the soul deficit. They also have, somebody like Together with 9,000 souls. Probably a lot of that came from that huge kill onto OCs. He got to start up the fight. So picks up Echo Shard, and the game just got a whole lot harder for Leviathan. I mean, we were worried about Abraham's ability to lock down and secure kills, but with Echo Shard Abrams, that is not really an issue any longer. Like, double pin charge is not only a massive burst of damage, but a huge amount of control for anyone to deal with in the team fight. Ram minions are keeping the waves out, but a comeback earn is basically going to get this one nearly to a dead heat for Abrahams in the soul count.
I mean, Leviathan, they're looking keen perhaps to contest it. You got overseas near the urn turn in right now, and goes in, and it's not close. But they get the Rejuve out of Together. The urn is turned in, but can you extract more of a price if you're Leviathan? You may be about to lose overseas for an even longer period of time. 200 HP, 100 gone. Billy may be tanky, but can't get away. And if you're Leviathan right now, you want to get a little bit more out of this. All the Rejuves are gone, but you're down Billy for a really long period of time. And we'll see if they're able to get it on the other side of the map. They are. They pick off Saint. Actually pretty big, but you don't want to lose Fremont in the process, who is hunted down between Hoot and Demov.
Trey's gonna go back the other way though. Taz drops now, and Sai, Unstopped, stepping up, frontlining on the Mokrill into some premium heroes. Still Leviathan low on the rest of the team. The call's been made to run for the hills, back out, don't give up any more. And if you can escape out of this one, I think you've done incredibly well on Leviathan. You've dealt with the Rejuve threat, and Abrahams in the 4-on-4. They're gonna accept that they cannot find anything additional. Some cheeky box farming from Rem here. Irizumi gonna get a little bit more of the map, maybe throw some helpers on some sinners, grab some extra farm into this one. A lot of powerful defensive tools available on the Rem in this game right now, but being able to fight through that with confidence is huge, right? There was a moment of real crumbling for Leviathan when they gave up that pick on the OCs. They lost the mid boss, and so to confidently fight into the triple Rejuve looks like it was the right call, but a scary one to make in the moment. So a lot of respect, I think, from me to Leviathan, that they're still playing for the win. They're not playing scared despite a big comeback push from Abraham.
I didn't look, but who picked up Unstoppable? It may have been. It's not something you'd usually pick in Celeste, but I do wonder if that's something that got thrown in here. Wait, Demov is in some real danger. The full crew rolling up on top of Demov. Is the combo going to get hit with a riposte, or is Demov going to get out?
Bot just now. It looks like Demov out for now. He's thinking about going back in, but Leviathan here with the full threat of the team. Taz just respawned. Waves are a little bit rough right now with the Rem super minions crashing on mid. Very tense moment in the game, GP.
When you're laying up into the game that you have cheat death. Yeah, exactly. Look at that. It's like, hold up.
This is a good build. I think this is a perfect build, right? Because Mina's probably one of the better heroes in the game at escaping after the cheat death and even coming back into the fight quickly off of a quick camp heal from your rake. So I think this is kind of a sick buy in the ultra late game, especially with there's too many ways that you just get caught and bursted as somebody who's trying to be carrying damage wise, right?
We have the return of the human ward. We haven't seen that in a long time, but that is, Mina Ha. Just
at this point in the
woman
game,
of many talents, including reconnaissance.
Isn't gonna make the difference anymore. This is about that single initiation, the single catch, which Mo is maybe looking for right now. Sai playing cross range, and Abraham's respecting it, man. They do not want to get this fight started with a combo. And this Mo is one tanky motherfucker right now, ZP. I mean, if he gets Phantom Strike, that's going to be a world of hurt for Abraham. That's just an absolute difference maker when it comes to the gap closing. And already we've seen Mo can stand in the center of the team fight and soak cooldown, soak damage, just survive through all of it this game. We've seen it in a number of engagements, and with 4,500 health to work with, and Abraham's mostly focused on the spirit nuking, they have problems dealing with this Mo.
Also, I don't think Sai's died in the last 20 minutes because Mo has been mogging the camera for an incredibly long period of time across all these team fights.
True. I don't think he's lost his streak.
Yeah, and bear in mind, you lose the on fire portrait if you die with rejuve. So it's not even just, you died with rejuve. It's like, no, you just doesn't die.
He is clean as a whistle. All that time in the tunnels counts for nothing. Still looking fresh in the night shift suit.
I see the enemy.
And both teams know one team fight can basically be the game. Still, remember, Abrahams have two phases of the patron. That being said, the spawn timers get to the point where if you lose a bad team fight right near your base, even the quick respawn from patron isn't really enough, right? You end up still being down 3 or 4 players in that final fight. You're still going to lose it. Remok being scouted. Reads the play for now. Farming this camp, a little bit of a risky move, but you got to take those risks, right? I think so much can go wrong in a flash at this stage of the game. And I think both teams actually very keenly understand that with how much posturing we haven't seen a fight in a couple minutes now. It's because both teams recognize one misstep is going to be the game right now. Here comes Mo. They're stepping up. Here comes the combo onto Celeste. Locks her down first. She gets saved out of that one, though. I believe Saint pulled her out of trouble. Demov charging forward as well. Here comes Mina over the top with the bats. For now, it seems Abraham's surviving through this one, but Saint goes down. That's crucial. Losing your support early in the fight. The rest of the Leviathan still healthy. Demov deep in the backline. Does take down Rhea for the trade.
It's getting hot and heavy right now. Saint, though, down early. No rallying charge. Overseas, though, into the fray. Just runs over Sanya. Up to the sky we go here for OCs. The big cannon of damage for Leviathan. Off to the side. Looking for Together in Demov. While this is going on, Fremok lets out the Wolf. Deep over to the other side. Picks off one. And it's Abraham's on the back foot. Who nearly dead as Together tries the mobility around OCs here. Doesn't quite work out. Pops the Unstoppable running the other way and does not fully escape. Demov, the last remaining, as Leviathan is looking to end this one here, Jake. They're going to go in and drop first stage patron at a minimum, but likely more.
I think they're going to go for mid-boss first. It's kind of a tough call. Maybe you can just end this one, but that late catch on the Demov, you're already this close to the base. Maybe you do just go for the finish here and now. Demov, wait, on a sliver of HP. Surely he can't get out of this one. Not to be. Sai reigns supreme, a 5 streak for the Mo, and like we were talking about, the spawn timer is just too long. I think it's only Saint up for this defense. This should be the end of the game. Leviathan taking game 1 over Abrahams in a stunning upset here in Night Shift 28. Abrahams started to play with their food last week, and we're starting to see some of the consequences of that. An emboldened Leviathan come out with a sick pocket strat. Wait, hold on. Sanya, unstop in the pit with the Warden ulti. He's powerful here. He's get that defender resistance on, but the damage is just overwhelming. OC's over the top. They're going for the hero kills. They're ensuring that they win this team fight. The patron on just a sliver of HP. The defender resistance isn't even close to enough. Leviathan get the job done.
Has the first stone fallen, gentlemen? Is it the first time that Leviathan has been able to properly take a map off Abrahams despite what looked like a spectacular draft from Abrahams? It did not matter. ZP, Jake, this Oh, it's ZP. This is exciting.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is why you got to tune in every week. You never quite know what's going to happen. And I didn't have it on my bingo card of let the Celeste through. We got Mo and Krill on our side, but the battle plan was executed to perfection from Leviathan. They knew what they were looking for. They built a comp that looked better in the late game, and they prevented Hoot, one of the best movement players in the entire game, from really getting a foothold on the Celeste. And they did it to the joy of Mo and Krill Nation, where I've never seen all the Mo and Krill supporters this happy in chat. I mean, it has been a long time, but soak it in. A well-earned victory, and what a way to kick off our money match where, you know, if Abraham's drops a map, it's usually the second map. I can't think of the last time Abraham's dropped the first map and now has to win 2 straight.
Yeah, getting word that it was in night shift 21, but still, I mean, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous what we just witnessed here, Jake. I mean, the Mo and Krill, like, obviously you guys name an MVP after a series is done or after a game is done.
Zai is mighty close. He's mighty. He needs to close this one out, though. You know, speaking of that closeout, I honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I got worried when that kill came in onto OZ's. The triple rejig was found for Abraham's.
Yeah.
Leviathan locked in to be able to bring that one back. So we see that insane save here from the Billy and the Rem fighting under the Walker, outplaying D-Mob into this one. And I mean, D-Mob frankly struggled this game. Hoot did too.
Yeah,
These adept spirit nukers, they just couldn't find the way through. Sai was stopping them at every junction. OC's outplaying with the movement throughout a lot of these team fights, despite together like permanently on rundown duty. And Taz was a lot quieter than we typically see for him on the Bebop. So just incredible performances across the board for Leviathan, exactly what they needed. And they're going to need to continue that level of pace, though, because we saw like Abraham's in the end of that game. There's still some fight left in this squad. They are never a team that is going to give up until the very end, which, wait, by the way, what the hell is happening there?
Just a few interactions back and forth. One thing, though, oh, God, the Hyperline. By the way, D-Mob has done this to so many people that this is actually getting a taste of his own medicine, because usually D-Mob is Mr. Hyperline in chief. What I will say, even though I think D-Mob made Apollo look good last week, I'm still not convinced of Apollo's overall power into the late game. I think draft-wise for Abraham's, you do make some adjustments, and number one is you get D-Mov off the Apollo on something more traditionally powerful, and ideally get M1 and M1 carry a little bit better than Morden if possible. Like, I think they were a little bit off their norm here, and I don't think they're going to take risks for the final 2 games.
I have to agree. I think with Apollo, I think you're exactly right. It feels like whenever you're going up against it, or if it's on your team, it feels like it's a mid-game bully, just constantly, right? Just flying around wherever it wants, but it just doesn't feel like it scales as hard as some of these other heroes. As we take a look at some of the final moments from this game, Jake, where, yeah, it was always going to be difficult to try and hold on from this patron position.
I mean, the tankiness of Silver in the ultra late game is pretty disgusting. I think this is probably like probably the tankiest hero in the ultra late with that full build. I mean, he just feels like he can soak the world there. I do think, the Abraham's draft this game really had problems in the late game, right? We talked about the potential of these spirit nukers to snowball the game and be that mid game bully. But in this game, we see them fall behind, struggle against the Mokra. We just get late enough to where the raw gun damage, where Silver's just on top of you, infinite attack speeds building up in that ultimate. Mina dancing around those fights, just nigh unkillable and able to compete handily in the late game damage battle. OC's drops 60k, but pretty much right behind him, 53k damage from the Silver rather, with far less souls and far more investment into the green items. So there's definitely a strong case to be made for Silver as the instant snap first pick.
Despite the constant shutdown on the Hoot as well, 47k damage was done. I did wonder to myself, like, the Vindictor coming in late, maybe it's an attempt to try and spread these fights out really far, as obviously even if you're on knockdown, you're still being able to put in a lot of damage from very far away if, the kind of Shining Wonders bouncing around and things like that, ZP, but that really didn't even come into effect with Sai just constantly being able to pressure.
No, I mean, Hoot didn't get to play the game for the most part. Hoot was playing a survival horror game, and the killer was tunneling Hoot the entire time, and the killer was wearing a snazzy suit, where, by the way, this is something where stats are often a very good tool to analyze a game. But when you take a look at Sai, this is also an example of stats don't matter depending on the hero and what they're doing. You look at this and be like, wow, Moan Krill didn't have that impactful a game now, did they? And little do you know that Hoot is sitting there huddling in a corner going, please make the mole go away. So it may not be an impressive stat line, but the eye test told a very different story when you look at the interactions that Sai had. Also, I think that's worth pointing out as far as support goes, where for Paige, I don't think shields are counted really in a good way, but the amount of support Rem was able to put out for Irizumi, I think, is also part of why this worked. Naptime had really key lockdown in a lot of these fights, created more room for OCs and Break to shake pressure, more room for Fremok to get on top of people, where, I mean, you stop and think about it, Silver and Rem tend to be best friends, and the idea of Naptime gets people in a spot where Silver can actually set up, go in off Lycan Curse, and go to town, and that's without even considering the Billy, right? So the overall lockdown options that Leviathan had here, in no small part because of the Rem and Mo and Krill, created scenarios where Abraham's just simply lost by virtue of positioning, depending on the fight.
Yeah, I got to agree. I mean, Irizumi, it was a lot of divide and conquering with the nat time as well. It wasn't just a case of like, I'm just going to hit as many people as I possibly can. And he could even hit more than like the 4 or 5 or something like that in some of those scenarios. Just deal with the 3, everybody else pile in on some of the other 2, and then just be able to do even more damage on them when they're just completely ignoring the 3, Jake. It was very, very strong here from Leviathan.
Yeah, great performances across the board. I think for Sai, I mean, to have 1 death on Mo and Krill is, I think, a huge statement. Like, that's, for me, a really impressive stat line. Because often on Mo, especially in the late game, like, you're going to go in, you go for your combo, but often you die for it. Like, hopefully you get that key kill on a key member and you live a couple seconds longer. But usually in most games, you're going to end up giving your life for a lot of those plays. The fact that he's on 1 death the entire game, just really impressive for not only Mo in particular, but for the whole team around him, like showing that they really understood their limits this game. The picks they went for were really clean and in the right positions, not being greedy and going for ones that they really didn't have the numbers to follow up on. So a great read of the game from Leviathan, nets them a win in game 1. And while we can track Mo's spirit and his gun damage, we unfortunately cannot track mental damage dealt. So we're gonna have to, we're in the works with that stat card. We'll have to see if we can find that one, if Sai is able to secure MVP. But to get that, you're going to need to win, and there's still potentially 2 more maps to play in this night shift final.
Yes, there is. Maybe we'll see some of that mental damage in the picks and bans. Maybe that's where it will come to fruition. That would be some crazy stuff if we saw that go on. Before we actually go to the break, we haven't really given too much of a shout out to subs as well as donations that have come in. Make sure to get those donations coming forwards for the players, of course, especially if Leviathan's able to take this one. The money match, very important. We had Pelican Deadlock coming in with $5. We had a lot of subs as well. Jester DM, Power Jammer, Nullbite, Juzu with the host, Zoka with the host, Tiny Moo, EP Plymouth with the subscription as well. There's tons more. Make sure to keep them coming. We're going to a break. When we return, can Leviathan wrap this up 2-0? That would be magical. You got to find out on the other side of this.
I see Paige.
Is that the first stick to fall here for Abrahams going up against Leviathan, as Leviathan takes the 1-0 lead in this series? But if you're only just tuning in now, not in the way you may have thought. We've just seen Krill, the hitman, terrorize the city and be able to shut down the Hoot, the Celeste. It's been an exciting game so far. Jake, ZP, we are already guaranteed a great series here, Jake, to see if Leviathan can topple the Titan.
It would be shocking to see an upset. It's been a hot second in the night shift, but as you were saying, I think last week, ZP, it always feels the most impossible when it actually does happen. It's when a team starts to feel a little overconfident, like they almost can't lose. They could be a little bit crazy. They can go whatever picks they want. And then a team that really comes together and finds their moment can snatch that away. So for Abrahams, you got to do something difficult here. You got to win 2 back-to-back, keep it very clean. They've won 2 back-to-back many times before, but to be down 1-0 is a rare occurrence for them. It's been a while. They have won these comeback scenarios before, to be clear. I don't think they're out of this by any means, but this is Leviathan's best chance in what feels like
I gotta say, Claris, when you said the Hitman, it just brought me back to I'm gonna date myself here, but I wasn't thinking of like Hitman in terms of North. I was thinking Brett the Hitman Hart and Krill just walking out and like wrestling trugs with like the theme music playing before putting Celeste into the sharpshooter for the 8th time in game. As who's just tapping at us like, please God, stop.
Chat
that's
believes,
where my mind went.
Chat believes that Krill is the best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be. All right, that is what chat believes here right now. That is for sure. But yeah, I mean, that's another aspect of what went on through all that draft is no Shiv. It did not make an appearance whatsoever. Obviously, I think that probably calls for some speculation as to what may go on in this draft here, Jake. It's still extremely potent, extremely powerful, and maybe somebody takes it this time around.
Be surprised if we see too many more games where Shiv is untouched like that, especially you've got players like Together and Dmov who can pilot it so confidently. The Apollo, I think, is a little bit riskier in the sense of going for that snowball, maybe has higher potential to blow up the game than Shiv. But Shiv also, I think, is a much better character when we get to those ultra late scenarios. He's going to be Mr. Reliable. Like that execute is just almost always going to find that value somewhere in the game, especially with Shiv's tankiness, given his passive. So now into the draft, a crucial moment for Abrahams where this is all on the line. You slip up in the draft now could mean the championship slips out of your hands, and Leviathan are able to snatch this upset. So this needs to be a clean draft, and they're going to just opening ban the Venator with first pick. They even banned it. I believe that's the same thing they did last game. They do not want to deal with the Venator.
No,
I mean, he's just gone up in priority. People realize Ven is good and they want to deal with it. And Leviathan, I mean, they feel like taking away the Paradox from TAS is one of the best ways of weakening Abrahams, and we'll see what changes this time around for Abrahams. I would expect probably the silver to come in, because also if you're Leviathan, you kind of gave out the blueprint to deal with the Celeste. Not as big of a blueprint to deal with silver. So yes, for Leviathan, Rake looked really good on Celeste. But if you're Abrahams, then you actually consider going the Krill before the mid-stage ban, so you could give Leviathan a taste of their own medicine. I think bare minimum for Leviathan, they're going to come in here with the Abrams. The second pick, a little bit more. No, they just go Celeste. They say, bring it on. So, I wonder, is this a little bit of mental warfare on some extent where you get Abrahams thinking the Celeste isn't a big deal, and then you pick the Celeste yourself?
Imagine if they did.
No, there's no way they do, but they have to go Abrams here. It feels like almost a foregone conclusion. Oh, they go with the okay. So they're going to give up monster frontline now to Abraham. Abraham's going to get Abrams and Silver, arguably the top 2 frontliners in the game, which have been drafted at an extreme premium in the last few months of competitive Deadlock. If you're watching competitive Deadlock at all, you know these heroes are super high prio. Question is, I think this is a huge pick for Abrahams. What do they take third? The frontline locked in. I don't think they need any more. They could add a third, but it would be a little bit wild. Now's the question of what do you value the most? Is it like the Mirage, Lake and Carry? Is it a particular initiator since Paradox is out of the pool? This is a major decision point. They go with the Mirage this time, ensuring, I think, a more comfortable choice for Sonya, someone who can go the distance in the late game the way I don't know that Warden could in that last match.
Especially with how the mid game went, right? Like there was no room for him to do the farming he needed, I think.
Yeah, I don't think they enjoyed the Sanya experience in the end, but the interesting thing is when you prior the Mirage here, I don't know if you would have wanted to go 3 frontliners anyways. So for Leviathan, they kind of realized, okay, we're giving up a little bit of a premium frontliners, but we are still going to be able to pick up Billy at a minimum. Yeah, Shiv is still available.
Unless Abraham's banned it out, I feel like that would be a great time to pick up the Shiv.
They should pick it up, I think. Also, banning GT, I think, makes a lot of sense. Demov's GT is one thing that can actually cause fits to both Mina and the Celeste, and could have been a pocket pick from Abrahams here. I actually think that is a really, really good ban. But for Abrahams, here's my question. Do you pick up the Mo and Krill yourself as both locked down on the Celeste and Mina? Instead, wait, why are you banning it? The entire point when Leviathan picked against you is that they're picking it because they wanted to chase down the Celeste. Like, I don't think Leviathan was going to pick the Mo and Krill.
I said we couldn't measure the mental damage, but I think there is a way here.
I think so.
This ban is, I think, a little awkward. I think they just felt like we do not want to lose this hero again. We just keep dying to Psy with these stupid combo pickups. It's one of those heroes that's the frustration of playing against maybe leads you to make a questionable decision here. For Psy, the question is, though, what else is he going to get to pilot in this game? And is he going to be able to have that same kind of impact that he had last match on the Mo and Krill?
Feels like, well, I don't even think they even needed to pick Rem there. I think they could have left it to the last and actually gone for something that could be potentially a little bit more contested. But, I mean, they're going to go for it anyway. And the point is about this for Abrahams is now this is like super comfort. This is unbelievable comfort for them right now.
It's getting more comfortable. They're going to pick Bebop here, I'm pretty sure. And wait, no, they go Drifter. So Drifter, the EU special, that has been getting higher pick and ban priority. But if you're Leviathan, do you steal the Bebop here? Because think about what Tass is going to end up playing here. Tass normally loves playing Bebop as the go-to pick option when Paradox isn't available. You can force Tass to go back on the Holiday or even a Haze that he hasn't really been on for a long period of time. The Apollo gets picked up, but I am curious what gets picked up playmaker-wise.
The question for me is, who's playing Drifter? Is this like a Hoot Drifter? I guess that would kind of fit his role for like the high skill with a little bit more individual carry potential. And they go with the Haze finisher for Leviathan. I actually like the Haze as a potential matchup to Drifter, because Drifter wants to always do these ganks in the side lanes. He's somewhat predictable in that way that he wants to find these isolated kills. And I think Haze is actually a pretty sick hero at like hovering and counter gank on some of these attempts. I also think this makes Mirage's game quite a bit more scary. And Abrahams get the Shiv in the 12th pick spot.
Last pick.
It's a very heavy front line for them, though. Triple frontliner, maybe a little bit awkward draft wise, but I mean, with Rem there, the amount of spirit resist they're going to be able to put on these players, there's kind of a lot of pressure on Leviathan, especially on Haze, to have a particularly good game damage wise, which is not what we've often associated Haze with. Often in the competitive play, she's been played more for that tempo style, more for the showing up to a ton of fights rather than scaling and snowballing. But you are lacking a little bit of gun damage in this Leviathan comp unless Haze has that particularly strong match getting some of those early kills. So I think Abrahams have better scaling this game, and I think if it goes to that same kind of ultra late, I will favor them. But for Leviathan, a lot of comfort, a lot of ideal spots for them, and there's a big question mark of how the hell are you going to deal with Celeste. You do not have the Mo and Krill, you don't have the Vindicta. I mean, Rem can build knockdown. You have Celeste with the Bola and the pin from Abrams, but that's pretty much it. Like, and those aren't maybe going to be enough this game. So Leviathan, I feel like in pole position to take this one if Celeste can have a huge game.
I am wondering, ZP, if Drifter is the answer to be able to pursue or kind of cause some chaos with Eternal Night. But at the same time, it feels to me like there's quite a bit of finesse potential to what Leviathan wants to bring here, whereas Abrahams, if they get into what is their normal groove, then this is just a gut punch, and this is a train hitting you.
The Abraham scaling is ridiculous this game. They 100% win late game, especially if it's even or to them being ahead. What's more interesting to me is I think you have to go back very far between both regions to find a game where you don't have either Paradox, Holiday, or Bebop played by one of the two teams. Like, you do sometimes get the Haze proximity pick compositions in lieu of a Paradox or Holiday or Bebop, but usually the other team is running one of the traditional options. Both Bebop and Holiday were available towards the end of this draft. Neither picked up here. It was just Paradox that ate the first ban. So in terms of gameplay flow, this game is actually a little bit of a rarity as everything is on the line for Abraham. So I'm actually really curious to see how this pans out, because it's just not a composition that we've seen realistically.
I mean, that said, I'm terrified of the Rem in their hands, Jake. We've seen it soak up so many souls for them to the point where last week or two, it was just a straight ban for teams going up against Abrahams.
Yeah, I think some of the macro threat from Mirage and Rem is going to be very scary this game. Also, Drifter, if he can find some kills in the side lanes and become this 1v1 threat, I think Drifter is a character that really wants to have a good game where once you become like a hero who can kind of win every 1v1, it just boxes the enemy in. They have to bring numbers. They can't just have a single guy split pushing the side lane and farming, or they risk just getting ganked and giving up a bag to Drifter and making the scenario even worse. So the snowball potential is real. However, Drifter, similar to last game, right, can be a hero that falls off. I also think Abraham's, they're lacking in the team fight, right? Like they don't really have their team fight spell is the Rem ult. And Darkness is not bad in a team fight, but at this level, I think people are really good about counterspelling the Darkness. And I'm kind of a little bit worried for Abrahams in some objective fights. I think they're gonna have a hard time, frankly, when it comes to the Leviathan team fight. There's a lot of powerful AoE tools that are working.
Well, ZP, we have seen Abrahams press the big red button to try and come back in this series. Leviathan leads 1-0.
You know, Jake, as I take a look at this draft, the thing I can't really get away from is the idea that Abrahams just has to run out the clock here. I actually think if this goes super late, the advantage is pretty significant. I mean, look, Celeste isn't bad late game. Mina holds her own more than you'd expect. But I just think when dealing against a Mirage, Silver, Shiv, also Drifter, who does get terrifying as you get into the late game, if he's had, you know, a remotely decent game, it's a bit tough. So Leviathan
Together's getting smoked on this lane, by the way.
Yeah.
Abrams is getting, every time he steps up the creeps, he loses like a third of his health. This is a Rem Abrams lane. This is like the hyper sustain lane. That being said, I don't know that Rem even has skilled tag along yet, but I think you're underestimating Celeste. I think last game, Celeste just got crushed by combo a million times and just didn't scale into the late game. I think Celeste can like actually outscale this. And I also think, yes, you have a lot of individual carry scaling on Abrahams, but you're lacking team fight tools. And in the late game, honestly, for me, the team fight tools are more important than like the individual carry damage, right? If you have a bunch of carries who do high damage, you still just can't lock anybody down. You can't step up onto the map. Everybody's waiting for someone else to start the fight and do something. This is like, I guess it's like Together is gonna Phantom Strike somebody is the way you start a fight in the late game, but I don't love those odds.
I think a lot of these team fights, as Celeste just goes to town on Saint, a lot of these team fights I think are a little bit dependent on the farm. Like this is a very farm sensitive game as
it's first kill.
Saint just gets double teamed, the kick to the old behind coming in from Fremok.
Nice sleep from Sai. It came in on the rotate, just picked up an easy one there. And that's the Haze value, right? Very early roam, pre 3 minutes on that first box run where it's hard to know if she's actually roaming or just going for boxes. Drifter maybe looking to match, though. A nice kill from Drifter into the side lane would be a great equalizing force. Stalker's Mark connection is good, but the mobility from Celeste just doesn't even really take much damage at all from that. So rotation comes in from Taz, but what does he really have to show for it? Not much.
Also, Rem is just going off to mid here. It's just Abrams left on his lonesome on the left-hand side, so perhaps a little bit of a swap up coming here. This is the lane situation in this game and how active both teams gotten. This is actually wild how this is going down here so far.
I think he's just full boxing the vents right now in Ram. I think he's just running through the entire lower part of the map. Taz taking a potential trade with Haze, but Haze not too scared about this one. She got most of the boxes out of that little roam, so it's a very wild early game on the mini map with players just running all over the place. I'm curious how Abrams fares solo in this lane, but it seems like there won't be too much of a punish. A Saint back towards the lane right now, maybe looking for a bit of a backflank, but not necessarily the easiest place to be, as great moves there from Irazumi. Evades the melee hit from Taz, who's a lot of roaming in this early game, but so far no profit.
Well, the fact that's Taz on the Drifter kind of betrays like how they're going to go about it playstyle-wise. Risky heavy melee, I think, for Together to go for there. Easily could have been paired. Instead, looking for Fremok. Advancing back over towards his Guardian. Not going to be picked off here just yet. Instead, Saint overextends, gets punished by Rayek. And now let's see if Together can get a piece of anything here as you get the roam in back from Taz. Shining Wonder, though, already onto the field and spread away for your teammate, or Doom approaches.
That's so nice because it forces you to split and to run away from the Celeste, who could have been in trouble there. So not only do some big damage to Together and Taz, force him to think about a reset, but also you stay alive into this one. Although a deep dive under tower, risky move now from Together, wants his way back into this game one way or the other. Rayek with just a sliver of HP. Surely the dive is going to be good. And yes, Taz able to finish it off, finding a crucial kill, some blood for the Drift.
Yeah, a little bit of an isolation stack coming in there too. And, okay, so what we've learned from Taz is that Taz now has Drifter in his pool and is playing it pretty active to roam. Rem is gone almost entirely to the tunnels, and that is so much damage on the Fremont, who just gets back to lane and pays a massive tax here, Jake.
Yeah, Taz, a lot of confidence here. Has to go back and buy that life strike, but if he goes down now, this would be pretty painful. You'd love to get a little bit of a reset with the life strike. It's a huge buy to have this early in the game. It's kind of a ridiculous amount of sustain, allowing Taz to, go for these really risky potential trades. Nice catch here. The pin lockdown is very good on Derek. Needs to play his way perfectly out of this one, but the evasion may be good enough. Hazelty, though, on this side of the map is continuing to push things in. So Sai off the Mokrill on to the Haze and finds that kill onto Dimov. The bloodletting's good enough for the kill, and even Taz, the life strike, not good enough to sustain. Fremont and Rake turn that one around all across the map. Leviathan up to a 4K lead at 5 minutes. They're really building on the momentum of game 1, ZP.
Together, deciding to double down. Seismic Slam coming out, going in after Rake, who's 100 HP, but it's a Celeste. I mean, Together doesn't care. Together on the chase down, blast after blast. One more shotgun shot's gonna do it. Rake dancing in the air, finally taken down. Together, able to chase it down as Abrams, and now we'll see if he gets away. And that flawless advance hitting the wall. I spot a few flaws there, Jake. But
yeah, Mina's here
to clean it up.
Yeah, getting that punish kill is very nice. OC's continuing to farm up here. 5.6k on the Mina, doing super well. By the way, Sai off to a fantastic start. 5k is a great place to be. Speculative Nox Nostra knows there's players here, is blinded by the Drifter ulti. Still puts a bit of damage down and maybe assists in this Walker defense. So really well played despite the blind list. Reads the scenario perfectly and holds on to most of the HP on that mid Guardian.
Taz continuing to play, which is probably the most fitting term for it, the homeless drifter. Like, we've had homeless Viper before, but like if a more accurate drifter, actually, like just roaming from side to side, living up to the name.
And this Mina roam is crazy. She's just in the side lane.
You got Sai coming in for the backup here. Sai more than willing to turn this into a fight. We'll see how this works out on the left-hand side. Right-hand side, it's getting fast and furious too. OC's able to take down Dimov with the aid of the rallying charge.
Yeah, Dimov just got absolutely deleted there. Sai even lives into this one. Lead still relatively stable for Abrahams. They able to find any more kills, hold some of these key towers. Very tanky build up from Together. He's kind of all in on being able to hold on in the early game fights, but these two players are both low. He goes in for the really risky step up forward with the life strike. That's not even close to enough sustain. Massive spirit nukes punishing Taz. An overextension on the Drifter. Tower being parried, and Celeste over the top of Abrams. So hard for him to find this pin. He waits it out, but there's just not enough to actually go for any kind of counter pressure, and that's going to be tower down. Kalaris throws $100 in the prize pool, which Leviathan in very strong position to maybe claim a piece of now in what feels like the first time in months here on DLNS Europe.
Off to the other side, Overseas able to just run down Dimov. Abraham's getting manhandled here as Sinner Sacrifice is about to spawn him. Oh, and Overseas gets hooped off on the other end, and all across the map, Leviathan is feasting a nearly 10k lead. Jake, could this be the game where Abrahams is actually doing the advantage earn for the first turn?
They are looking in dire straits. This is earn advantage territory. A counter kill into Fremont is nice. Celeste steps up here and also maybe has to run away. So Together, showing real prowess on the Abrams would be a key part of any kind of a comeback attempt into this match. But with the wave crashing against his Walker, he has to just take that long road home just to keep this wave somewhat sustained. But it's all over the map where Leviathan are putting on the pressure. Every single player getting into these fights, they're playing with a full head of steam with total confidence. Historically, Abrahams has been very good at continuing to bring numbers to these fights and just never backing down. But this game, they feel a lot weaker than we traditionally expect.
Jake, OC's economy, that's illegal. That was insider trading on some level. 9.6k pre 10 minutes.
He's found a lot of these like roam and punish, find a quick kill on somebody, back to the farm. It's been a relatively quiet game for him, but every time he has gotten active, I think there's been a reward for it. So really well played economy wise. 4-0-0. Irizumi also 4 assists, has that knockdown up on Page. It's a big buy to have 9 minutes into the game. No one's really going to have any tools to deal with knockdown. Here comes a big dive in. Shining Wonder, it's good. It connects here. Taz holding the orb, but it's still continuing to bounce around. Massive damage from this orb onto the triple frontliner from Abraham. They're getting absolutely destroyed here as they do find that kill onto Fremont, but with Silver coming in, this should be maybe a bit of a back off now. But Celeste hasn't had enough of this just yet. Still just barely can't find the kill onto Abraham.
Like and Curse about to fade, but not before Irizumi gets her face ripped right off. Hoot, though, looking for a little bit of seconds here into the lane, chasing down a pretty wounded Mirage. Sanya looking for a bit of anything to help out here. Drops a tornado, and do you still commit here if you're Rayek, knowing that others are still around? The answer right now appears to be no, but also in the same note, Sanya comes back to the fight. Hoot comes back over, takes down Psy, and it turns a bit of burger boxing here on the left that's very much in Abraham's favor.
Yeah, textbook Abraham's brawl. They're bringing numbers back into this, but here comes Billy. That could be just too much to deal with. He's farmed up and overseas looking to brawl into this one, and the earn control still going to go to Leviathan. So they take a couple of rough deaths there, but Billy coming in, bails that one out. Still going to be able to grab the buffs. It's not for free, though. Trade comes in together, picks up that mid Guardian, and already rushing Phantom Strike. Ridiculously early buy of Phantom Strike this game, but I think it's warranted given the lack of pick that you have in the comp.
Also, I think when you're looking for the ability to get in onto Celeste a little bit more, and, you know, for how Abraham's positioning, they don't really care about the earn, it seems. They have other priorities, as Tass might be getting double-teamed instead, able to get to the teleporter in time, but nothing's going to stop Billy from the easy dunk, which is going to extend the lead for Leviathan. Abraham's done a pretty good job of evening things out, but they don't even turn this one into a trade here, Jake. As the run by Sleep in from Psy, now rotation over in from Leviathan, and it's together in a world of hurt. Goes in, gets hit by the charge, but no wall to connect with us together. Is desperately looking for any way out. Mina on the assault, gonna finish him off.
A lot of damage coming in, but with the spell magic just being held right now, I don't think Mina's under any kind of serious threat. Continued dive forward, though. The spell magic was used, but this is a very risky step up now from Mirage. OC's brawling this one out, but hold on. Taz is here with the follow-up damage. The rallying charge forced to be used essentially purely defensively there, just to keep Overseas alive. Still, you're glad Irizumi was there for that one. A deep dive under the Walker gets punished. I believe Overseas got parried diving the Walker there. So well played by Abrahams. That's definitely some over-aggression out of Leviathan.
Abrahams still looking for pickoffs here. This time turn their attention to Freemock, who was off in the secret shop. Now getting swarmed up near the buff. Eats a little bit of damage here from Together, who doesn't like the situation. Drops off the bridge, and now, again, a little bit of Magic Wonder in from Rayek. A full HP Celeste. Once more, looking for Abrams. Shining Wonder dropped, bouncing to and fro, and Together, again, is just pummeled from all sides and taken down by the advance, courtesy of Freemock, with some help from Psy.
Yeah, and maybe finding more out of this play as well. Lockdown onto Silver. It's going to force that ult out, but I think with the Toxic continuing to proc, the Sleep coming in, Psy in perfect position once again to catch off these stragglers. He's been so active on the haze this game, and it really feels like he's almost always been successful here. Feeds OCs yet more, up to 15k souls. And this Mina, I mean, still picking up kind of the core items of the build, but soon you're going to start to see those like scary, the tank busters, the spirit burns, like those raw luxury damage items that can start to come in once your base build is filled out. So very nice start for OCs. He's also having a huge series so far on the Mina.
I mean, this has been one of the most active games we've ever seen in Night Shift, especially for EU. I mean, this feels like some of the more chaotic NA games, but there's been a little bit of rhyme and reason to some of these rotations. But while we have a moment of lull here, just gotta give another shout out to Claris, dropping $900 to the prize pool. Exclamation point donate. That all goes to the winning teams in North America and EU respectively here today, split between the two regions. Thank you so much to those who have donated to the prize pool, and you know, we'll work through the donation messages as we get time. But Jake, this game has just been so active that we just had to talk about the action to and fro. Finally, this is the first lull in the game after what was basically 10 minutes of nonstop action.
Very active build here for Psy. Drifter building a lot of melee damage, though. I mean, that's going to really hurt when he hits those claws. The knockdown hits, but Together already made it up to the high ground. Goes for a pin now, but the Toxic is taking away on him. Being maintained by the Mina, who just runs this one down. Abrams goes for that ulti slam, but just a couple more Toxic ticks are maybe going to be enough still. Passive from Abrams, giving him that tankiness. I mean, this is the downside. You go for the Phantom Strike, you lack the fighting power that you would typically have at this soul value. Still, OCs thinks better of it. There's a big support push coming in for Abrahams to bail out Together. But if you don't find the kill on OCs, it's going to be a costly rotation for not much reward.
And OCs was able to just barely clear out, got some support from Rayek, who came in on the rotation, stopped the pursuers in their tracks. Now, note, if OCs does die, even at 14 minutes, that's going to be a long death timer. Like, OCs dying would be a good 45, 50 seconds off the map. So it's a super high priority kill if you're able to get it. But take a look here. Freemock on the Apollo, a little bit of flawless advance.
He parries the Walker.
Quicker
I
retreat.
didn't even know you could do that. All right.
You can.
Little nice play there. Ultimate comes in, you get some connection, but Italian not only putting some damage down, but also getting him potentially out of trouble still. Big rotation here from Abraham, should be able to punish this Fremont stepping up. Still, that takes 4 players coming in to get that gank. What's going to be the cost elsewhere on the map? Silver in massive trouble, really needs to get this Lycan form popped. Might be able to get it done and hold on in the small room. Still, not enough. Rayek brings the spirit damage and just not a hero you want to be fighting in that kind of close quarter engagement.
Also, in terms of trades, while souls-wise, it makes a little bit more sense for Abraham's, I think it's way more punishing to lose your silver of the two. Like, I'm not ultra convinced that they fall in the late game, whereas one of the keys to victory for Abraham is that who needs to get online. So the more you can do the kick silver when she's down, in this instance, the better. And okay, speaking of kicking people, what about charging people into the wall? As Rayek losing most of their HP, courtesy of Together, right place, right time on the charge, but it's Celeste.
And
she gets to the air and likely gone here.
Yeah, I mean, Together had to use the Phantom Strike just to connect. I feel like you almost need to save the Phantom Strike there for the aerial knockdown it can provide. But Celeste is standing back up into this. Some aggression here coming out from Silver with the Lycan Curse, but chasing onto the Apollo, it just doesn't seem to be likely to work here. Big ult from Mina sends this aggression packing. A little bit of counter damage there, but not much value being found by Hoot in this game. I think it's a really hard game for Silver. Like, he doesn't have that much lockdown on his team to actually ensure the Lycan Curse gets value. And I mean, Taz in a world of hurt in the close range just ticks out to the toxic Moses. Support's right behind him, ensuring that he can continue to fight aggressively despite this low HP total.
Also, Jake, I mean, that was another urn that just went towards Leviathan. They were extending the lead, 13,000 over Abraham's. The streak is at stake, where we haven't been in this situation in a very, very long time. To see Abraham's vulnerable, but Leviathan, they're adding on to their advantage. They're not missing a beat. They're going to add the extra walker here in just a moment. And Ray may not have to give up their life. Like, yeah, you got Hoot over there, but you're Celeste.
She's just playing a different game than the rest of us, ZP. Like, Silver's like looking up above. Oh, my walker's dead, I guess. Same for Fremont potentially, although some nice damage from Taz makes him think a little bit twice. Italian tries to just get out, but the execute, he's good on Demov, not even needing to deploy the ult for that one. Just the damage from Slice and Dice enough to clean up the kill. So, Fremont, you're not playing Celeste. You gotta think about your positioning.
You know, Jake, well, I want to be the hype man for Leviathan finally taking the throne. I also just saw an image of death, which was Demov on Shiv. The amount of times that Demov, even in a game like this, it's been a little bit, you know, of a slower start. 1 in 3 right now could easily be a Demov at 9 in 3, 15 minutes from now, as Shiv gets online. So, you know, as you're looking at this going, is this the time?
Max to execute.
Yeah.
That is interesting. Goes for the max execute pretty early. So he's focused on tankiness and spirit damage in this game. But Hoot, once again, just caught and bursted. Sai has been just the absolute master of these punishing kills. It's not the Mo and Krell, it's the pilot himself. Sai finds one. Apollo easily clearing this wave off. And you got to run for the hills, Abrahams. This is the enemy side of the map. Bit of a mid siege being postured here. 3 players around the mid, but do you really want to fight Billy Page, who've just been joined at the hip for the most part in this game? Tornado out from Mirage, has to evade the captivating read. Just Travelers away. Is there any stun to lock him down? The damage is just enough. Overwhelming onto Sonya. Tried to TP out of that one. It just gets beamed down with headshots. And is this okay, a mid boss is a wild move at this moment in the game, but Leviathan, ZP, they're feeling themselves.
We'll see. I mean, this is one of those moments where Abrahams has punished teams severely for trying to do early mid boss when they're ahead. I mean, if you feel confident to get it, it's huge, but it could come at a huge risk. Still, they go up the outside. It's more of a fake. They punish Taz for just peeking his head in, and now there's more of an opportunity, perhaps, to go in.
Together? Where's Together? Look at him on the Abrams. What is he doing? Is he in like a veil or something? He's waiting this one out. I think he might be in position to look for a cheeky steal. They get the actual roar, but it looks like they want to go for that decay put on the Billy. Shiv wants to get players low for an execute. Wants to contest the mids. They have Ramsey. They have a lot of powerful tools for this. Leviathan taking a massive risk with the series, but they're playing with full confidence right now. Here comes Itali. Abrams stepping up, silence, lockdown, parried as well, gets absolutely nothing out of this one. The rallying charge is good from Irizumi. All 3 rejuves go to Leviathan. The Shining Wonder just bouncing around in the pit, dominating, still healthy on the entire cast of Leviathan. Abrams happy to only lose maybe a couple players, but there's more to fall into this one. They cannot back out now.
And the tides are turning against Abrahams even more so. The cleanup all going towards Leviathan after they snatch up all 3 rejuvenators. And that was a gutsy call. I mean, to go for that against things like Naptime, that faith that OCs is going to land a really good Nox Nostra, the slowdown, some of the contest. I mean, that is not an easy call to make. And now you got Leviathan up 20,000, 3 rejuves ready to go. 2 walkers for Abrahams that aren't even the healthiest right now, likely to be going down sooner rather than later. Abrahams has never been in more danger here in Night Shift than they are right here, right now, as Leviathan very well could be on the verge of a bit of Deadlock history.
It's been a long time since we've crowned a new champion, and I feel like Leviathan are clamoring for it to be them here in Europe. Still, we've seen Abrahams make more ridiculous comebacks than this. I don't think that's a stretch at all to say. I don't think that's even copium. We talked about the scaling potential of this lineup. A couple bad fights with a draft that, frankly, is a little bit more suited to brawling in the middle of the map. You know, things could go a little bit out of control here, but a movement buff for Celeste seems like a pretty good thing to have.
Urn gonna be picked up by Overseas. Leviathan, the last thing they would want here, Jake, is to give up a comeback Urn and give Abrahams room to get back into the game. They're still roaming, or big looming threats in regards to both the Mirage and the Shiv if it goes too late. Together, though, goes for the charge here. On to Fremont. It's more of a tickle at this point. You're really feeling the difference in stats between the two teams. And on the other side, here comes Hoot. This time, looking for Irizumi. Brings out the Wolf, but the target is long gone. And Abrahams doesn't quite pan out as the Urn gets turned in yet again.
Yeah, not only do they get the Urn turned in, but they also protect Fremont. They make sure that he doesn't go down. Irizumi with a great save. Danny slays thanks to the 25 bucks to the prize pool. Demov in big trouble, potentially getting caught. Italian it's good enough. The connection is good. The curse onto the Shiv is going to slow him down on this exit, and he's already dead on his screen to the bloodletting. OC's going to pick up that kill, adding insult to injury. An 8 streak for the carry of Leviathan. Still a lot of time to work with on this rejuve, and Billy is not done yet. Steps up, takes down Sane. Happy to brawl with Taz and Hoot here with the free life, essentially, of that rejuve. They're not even necessarily committing on this fight. They're splitting across the map and getting it all done at once. I believe also fighting with Rayek on the opposite side, not giving any room to breathe to Abrahams right now.
Jake, starting to get a little bit of chills at the streak being broken, which is more than actually probably the fact that I've been very sick today and just covering up on broadcast. But either way, the body is reacting to what we're seeing right now as Abrahams, you know, this is where Jake normally would talk about win conditions like, it's a little bit, it's not looking great. It's not the same right now when this is at stake, when all Leviathan now has to do is stay the course, and they will break the longest streak in EU Deadlock history.
Sai expends a rejuve on the other side of the map, but Together lost all of his HP for that, and a knockdown seems to have sealed his fate already. OCs comes in as always. OCs finding these kill finishes, adding to the streak now, and building ahead of steam as the carrier for Leviathan. Not too much time left on the rejuves here, so a bit of an interesting decision as OCs is not scared. He is stepping up into the small room, running it down now on Mirage, who tries to keep it. I don't think you're out of this one, man. The beam is good. OCs just railing in headshots. 75 euros from Emmy Flake, further buffing up this prize pool. Leviathan are going to be happy to hear about it. They can taste it already. Feels like it's their game to throw at this point, ZP.
This is unbelievable. Leviathan doing everything properly. And again, normally we'd be looking at this and be like, yeah, this is just, you know, normal what you do in the climb. Nearly gets the hyperline on the Demov. This time around, Demov able to get off just in the nick of time. But for Abrahams, who have come back from a 70,000 soul deficit at one point, if you go back to the Trolley tournament, this somehow feels like it would be a bigger comeback, Jake, given the nature of which they would have to play to bring it back, and the fact that they have to lock down and kill a 28,000 Celeste, a 32k Mina, and frankly, you know, the unsung hero for me here, I mean, you talk a lot about Sai and the pickoffs to make things happen, but Overseas has been an insurmountable barrier, both in the Urn fights and in some of the team engagements that we've seen from Leviathan. And the question is right now, Jake, can they stay the course? Can they play out the rest of the game without making a mistake? And on the same note, if you're a fan of Abrahams, how deep does their champion blood go? As they have dug themselves out of bad situations before.
I mean, this feels so dire, though. This whole game has just been wall-to-wall Leviathan. There's been 1 or 2 decent moments for Abrahams, but they have not found, I think, a single moment where it really feels like they're in control of the game, which is, I don't know that we've ever felt that from them, right? It feels like they're a team that always has something going for them in every single game they play. And this draft, although, yes, in theory, there's some late game scaling. If you find yourself this far behind, a lot of these heroes just aren't online. They just don't have the damage. Leviathan are going to play this one patient. I mean, to have this kind of lead at 25 minutes, you definitely cannot siege the base against especially somebody like a Mirage. But at the same time, you have to, just play patient, wait for these buffs and wait for these urns to spawn these next mid bosses. There's a real question for Abrahams to solve of how the hell do we actually take a team fight? I mean, pickoffs have been going against you. The team fights have been going against you. It's like, where is your advantage in this game?
I mean, the advantage historically is that Abrahams has been the best team at turning around mid-boss. Leviathan, because they don't want to do a raw siege of the base, wants to wait until mid-boss. So if you're not able to get a raw pick on the map, where right now they're looking for Rayek, they got 3 people here. This actually could be the moment that Abrahams gets back into the game. It's a clean kit onto Rayek. Shining Wonder, not going to do too much damage in the end. If they're able to get out cleanly, that is Rayek down for 67 seconds. But the rotation now, Jake, is in. Leviathan looking to get their pound of flesh towards the end.
Yeah, they brought big numbers into this one. They need to find the counter kills with Rayek already down. Sonya, though, dropping low. Who? Getting into the front line, kind of mauling this Billy, but taking a lot of damage. OCs is behind, layering in this toxic Billy, just kiting away, waiting for the Silver to eventually drop. Her tankiness is absolutely absurd. I think the toxic could be enough to get that kill, but hold on, a second death for Leviathan. You've only found that one counter kill onto Hoot. So a nice positive trade, but will it stay that way? OCs is strong right now, willing to continue this brawl, stepping up here onto Taz, who has that Stalker's mark in the back. But it seems like with Sai here, it's just a matter of time. Leviathan patiently cleaning this one up. Whoa, way too close for comfort for Sonya. He manages to take down OCs. The brawl is absolutely wild here, but as the dust starts to settle, it seems that it's going to go the way of Leviathan. That's saying, oh, Sonya's healthy. He's kind of looking for a 1v3 here.
Also, that's a Mirage getting some of the better end of the cleanup here and kills, getting him a little bit more competitive on the overall game.
Sleep.
Wait, why are you still here? Why are you still here? This is terrible. You cannot die as Mirage here at this moment. 500 HP, no way out, smothered by Apollo and Hayes on both ends. Sanya tried to actually takes out Sai. That is unreal. Yes, you still might be going down, but the movement out of Sanya to make something out of nothing there, Jake. I mean, if Abraham's going to stay in the game, this is the sort of thing they need to do to keep any hope of coming back alive.
I like that play from Sai, man. He was on a sliver of HP, and he just made the call to be patient, not go for the reset. Like, if I was Sonya, I would have been convinced that those players all went for the reset, and I can safely come out and push a wave and get a little bit of extra farm up. But in this case, Sai read that play coming, stayed in on low HP, and I think the trade is actually good considering how crucial Mirage is to this draft. Even though you do lose your Haze with a soul advantage, I feel like you've got to take that Spell Slinger being bought up as well now by Fremont on the Apollo. I mean, he is going to be devious with the amount of damage he can put through.
They just crunched your Azumi. Abraham's got the proximity gank in the middle of the tunnel. Now they're at the advantage. Leviathan's going to be down one for a while. Now they're looking for Fremont up on the top. Hunter's Mark not going to hit. This is Decay chasing around and wait. This Abraham's going for mid-boss.
They're going for it. They're going to flip it. I mean, they should, right? They're down in this game. They need to find the way back in. OC's, though, he's here early. He's already going to start that harassment in. Stalker's Mark has been used. Reju's dropping, and Abraham's still relatively healthy. How are they going to fight this one out? Abrams ult over the top. Billy Chain is going to make it awkward. Pulling players off the reach of the who's going to find these last. It's 2-1 now. Abraham slight advantage into that one. Remember, they're already having the player advantage, but they've instantly lost both Rejus. Leviathan consuming the one of their own. Sai comes in here with the bullet dance. Is it doing enough? Yes, it's enough to drop down Sonya. That's the 2 key damage carries now out of the fight up to Dimov and together essentially to hold this one down. Are they going to be able to snatch this one back? Dimov still has those executes available, but Sai is getting active now, stepping up here on the Haze, has reached a real peak of power on his own, willing to step up and take the battles of these frontliners. And maybe it's not done just yet. Charge being used by Together. Needs to escape out of this one, a crucial player, but Billy wisely just goes for the easier kill now, trying to lock down Shiv. Outfire as well, adding on to that extra damage, slowing Hex knockdown. He's getting every single item in the game thrown at him, and for good reason. That's a Dimov Shiv you're seeing on your screen, but this time he's dropping Leviathan. 30k soul lead, 4 enemy players on the deck. What are they going to do with this advantage?
The interesting thing is that's not as big of an advantage as they would want here. All the rejuves got expended. So for Abrahams, you've bought yourself more time in the game. You've bought another 5 minutes before Leviathan could theoretically get a game-ending mid-boss. You also killed OCs at the tail end of that fight, who has an incredibly long spawn timer. So while you might be able to get Earn off this, it's not at the point where you could put Abrahams away. Like Abrahams, while that fight could have went better for them, they bought themselves actually a significant amount of time here, Jake, which is a little bit scary as they have been able to manufacture some picks. If they're able to do that again, where they were able to pick off their Azumi at a later part in the game, that's actually a bit scary. And hang on, who just comes in, steals the Urn, drops here once more, and Abraham's making this Urn a little bit more of a question.
Yeah, they want to contest this. I mean, if you get urn control for Abrahams, remember, it's favored to your side. So if they're going to get control, it should be a relatively easy dunk. For Leviathan to contest it would be risky, but this Billy chain now just came off cooldown. It's one of the key catching tools in the draft. I'm also curious how Psy ends up playing this portion of the game, because with no walkers left for Abrahams, there's really nowhere safe for them to actually play and farm up. Every time they come out on the map, you can see Psy is not playing on waves. He's staying off vision. There's always a threat of a gank coming in. And so Abraham's responding to that, having a lot of numbers close together as they farm these waves, but putting them in a very passive position. Like, Leviathan can kind of farm it up right now, and as long as they don't give up any easy picks, they're going to just build the soul advantage. Double buff easily going the way of Leviathan for now.
I'm going to advocate the other way. When you look at the advantage in the game, it was at 1.40K for Leviathan, now brought in around a little over 25. Abrahams has cut the gap significantly, and also just by raw percentage of souls. I mean, this is something very fightable for Abrahams. Their actual team fight power is a lot more than it used to be, and you have a 36K Mirage, which means he's about online.
Well, are they going to beat the Celeste?
Really good.
She's just running it. I feel like she's there
first. Want picks. Jake, they want picks. I don't think they care about the urn. They want to catch someone off. They're going to sack the urn and try and get a pick, but they're not able to get anyone, so it ends up being nothing.
I think they just didn't realize how fast Celeste could run that urn. I don't blame them. I didn't realize that either, man. This is the power of this hero, right? Beating them on the timing. I think they would have maybe been interested in finding something, but honestly, I see your point, ZV. I think they are powerful if they get a team fight, but they're forced to just perma group right now. Leviathan can kind of split and farm a lot more efficiently on the map. That being said, splitting, it makes you vulnerable. If Abrams find the timing to step up, if they can kind of punish somebody, look at them threatening on a Sinner here. Billy, really good read from OCs not to go for that farm. I mean, it would have been a very easy camp to think, oh, I can maybe snatch this one away, and almost certainly would have been his death.
Hood right now maybe looking towards Psy. Not sure if Psy's
scout. I think Psy scouting this one out. Smoke bomb calling the play. Don't know that Abrahams wants it. They're 6 stack though. They are ready for the team fight. If it comes their way, I feel like this could be actually the scenario they want, letting the enemy attack into their defensive position. But Dimov teleported away. He's not here in this fight. Psy looking to catch off a straggler. Where's Taz?
Is Taz caught? No, Taz got the teleporter just in the nick of time. That was
okay.
Jake, that was actually really close. So you look at the mini map there, Taz maybe clutched a little bit while taking the teleporter to the other side. That was a bit unreal. And you're still like, Dimov is so split from the team. There is a window for Leviathan, and they actually want to go for Dimov. Shiv is on the menu. Billy comes in, chain gang, but it breaks. Comes back in, looking for it. Nap time. In from Saint to buy a little bit more cover here for Dimov, but he's still down to half HP. Dimov's still the target. He's completely melted down. And Abrahams, they're not in a good spot to punish at all after that. A clean pickoff this time around for Leviathan with mid-boss about a minute 10 away, so it doesn't give a big mid-boss advantage, Jake.
Yeah, and I mean, nap time is just an easy counterspell for players at this level. To overseas, it's nothing, right? You just kind of throw that spell away for no real value. You got to try a Saint, but there's just nothing you can do. And for me, ZB, I think what I'm most worried about is this is where Hayes is actually one of the best heroes in the game. Once you have a huge advantage and the enemy has no walkers left on the map, and Hayes is particularly strong, you just can't go alone anymore, right? It's honestly even scarier than Mo and Krill because of that near permanent invis the character can bring. Like, she can always be there. You never know if Hayes is hovering a player. As we're seeing, like, look, we're seeing Rayek on the side wave pushing that wave up, but Hayes is right behind. If you come and trying to make a gank on this Celeste, you could find yourself in a whole team fight that you weren't ready for. Meanwhile, they're just continuing to efficiently farm, split all over the rest of the map. And for Abrahams to be trapped in their own base in a moment like this it's painful, right? This is where the advantage can grow.
You know, we wouldn't have one of the most edge of your seat EU finals ever without a quick little moment of EU pause lock. That's all we need to get there. Just a little bit of pausing.
Just a reminder, we're still here. We're still in Europe. An interesting gun pivot. Apollo in the late game goes crippling toxic spell slinger. So some very potent debuffs on Apollo as going straight for the mid buff. They want to just be ready to instant burst it. Hayes isn't here though.
I don't love this. This is actually risky. Abrahams can evenly fight.
Is fake though. I think they're gonna roar it. Are they really gonna full send this? That would be a little wild.
We'll see. The roar is about to come out. Do they leave?
He's sticking. I don't think they're really doing this.
Some people left. Apollo didn't get the memo. Freebox is in there kicking. Meanwhile, you take a look. Hayes maybe caught here in the middle. Bolt dance gonna get interrupted as Tass all over it. Clean pick on the side. Abrahams. They save Saint. Saint nearly goes down. Tass in a good spot right now. Leviathan a little bit caught off guard at the beginning of this fight. Abraham's their best opportunity we've seen here so far. Eternal Night now coming in from Taz. Hits 3, no counter spells used. And now are they able to get a little bit more together on the charge, a little bit back out. It's a disengage from Abraham's here from the looks of it and into the sewers. Take a look at Mina point of view, maybe able to get one. Oh, who got free lock off the side here? And Mina may have just ran into a blunder here, into the Shiv, into the Abrams. Still able to take down Dimov, and together mistimes a little bit as Osis goes to the ceiling and maybe out.
Yeah, it seems to get out of that one. And meanwhile, in the rest of the fight, Leviathan continuing to fight this one out. Despite the player disadvantage, OC slipping that net is massive. It keeps Leviathan into this game and into that team fight. An ill-fated gank attempt from Psy gets brutally punished, but Leviathan navigating that one incredibly well. And massive credit to OCs for the outplay. I think he was on the rope when he got Phantom struck there, and I believe it doesn't knock you down in that situation. Stepping into the room, though, is a little bit risky, but he's just playing with full confidence. Echo Shard already deployed. Celeste is here as well. A lot of players following this one up, and even the Abrams doesn't have the tankiness in this particular game to deal with this kind of a full team gank. Mirage, low HP, Silence as well. Mina piling on the pressure, and Abraham's throwing good money after bad. Only 3 players alive. They have to run for the hills right here and now, ZP. OC's on the chase, wants to find some of these exits.
And for Abrahams, you're down Saint for 28 seconds. You're down Dimov for 15. You have an opportunity for Leviathan now to go into mid-boss. Contest-wise, you have Sanya, who, by the way, is not full HP, doesn't have Traveler up. Don't think we'll have Traveler up to get into the middle. This would be a dangerous fight to go into, and instead, they're looking for Urn, but I don't even know if they get away with Urn.
Psy's ganking it.
Yeah, Psy's on top of Hoot right now, and at the very least is going to make the Urn drop on the right-hand side.
They're going to kill Psy, though. They're all swarming him. So while Psy does drop the Urn, he's ulting. Wait, is Psy going to kill on the Hoot here? No, he's going to run for it. And to get back to his team, I think he's just close enough to the team. They're just too scared to chase down this Haze. The Warp Stone, actually, such great value for Haze. Like, she's able to go for these gank attempts and actually get out without too much trouble. Great tempo Haze build here, being showcased by Psy. And now you hold the Urn, but I don't think you can dunk this one, man. Not against the way Leviathan are playing right now. Waves crashing on your base.
Jake, at 36 minutes, we got to restate the stakes. Leviathan are in position to potentially, with one more good team fight, take the throne of EU, finally break the Abraham streak. 3 rejuves and a pretty big soul lead. You could not be in a better position to put the champions away. But the Abrahams, they have come back from worse. And now it's just a matter, can they stand up to what's their biggest test yet, as Freemock eats a big ol' bunch of damage here on the poke.
I mean, they're happy to take base guardians, right? Slow and steady here. You have a lot of time on this rejuve. You can kind of go around, slow siege each wave one by one. Meanwhile, they're still having some players back on the map, getting the efficient farming in. So Leviathan are doing everything right to just freeze this game out. Put Abrahams in the position of going for something desperate that ends up throwing the game away. They know how good Abrams are in the base defense, especially with a full kit of Mirage. I mean, he might be far behind this game, but a 43k Mirage is always a chance to win the game if he's able to just free fire and debuff you down with that ricochet. Got to keep that juggle, though. Can never let it come out of the base.
I think the late game of Abraham's, like, yes, Celeste is scary, Mina can be scary, but, you know, the X factor to me in some of these fights. Well, hey, hold the phone. We got Chain Gang out here. What do you grab on in? Celeste falling up the Chain Gang immediately. Dimov poke in from the top, and Sanya goes down first. It was Sanya that they caught. The best person you could hit went on the attack. Leviathan being relentless, now diving in towards the fountain. Can they pick up any more? Getting Sanya alone means the Shrines are absolutely about to go down, Jake.
That was the key piece of the defense, and you still have 3 rejuves to work with. Half timer. Big dive forward curse from the Rem, but Celeste is just moving her way out of that. Here comes Silver diving forward in that Lycan form, but I think she even recognizes no way she can fight into this triple rejuve on the cards. Toxic ticking her down. Ram giving her absolutely everything to try to save her out of this one, but she's being hunted still. They're continuing on the chase. If they can find this Silver on the Rem as well, it would be a huge prize for the fight, and Hoot does go down. So 2 of the key damage dealers now on the deck for Abrahams. Second Shrine about to fall. Easily going to be a first stage patron drop, and that could be more. I mean, the advantage is huge. You still have a lot of rejuve timer left. Taz now it's caught. Drifter lockdown. Billy with another sick catch, and OC's knocks it in.
We are in the midst of history. First stage patron about to go down. The streak at risk. Sanya will be back up. Hoot, Tass will not. Leviathan showing no signs of leaving the base. Knocks Nostra in for the back. Nearly takes down together. And second stage patron, the Hidden King, on his last legs. Leviathan, can they put this one away? There's no retreat. They're going in the finish here and now. No nap time available for Saint. And it is all in on the pit for Abrahams. And wait,
You go for it.
Leviathan, they're
thinking
backing out
about
for
it.
a little bit. They're thinking about it. They still got 2 rejuves, Jake, but they're showing immense respect to Abrahams here on the pip. And now they decide to go back in. OC's in over the top. No Nox Nostra. No
Sonya.
problem laying in the damage over the top. And now back onto the Hin King they go. Still invulnerable.
Sonya down! In the throne, Billy continues to dive and side binds together. Meanwhile, the frontliners starting to drop. There's nobody left to stand and deliver into the patron hoot. Last man standing here on the silver has to find some damage. D-Mob has to run for it now, but he's already ticking out to the blood right. And the Leviathan are gonna find this win. It's only Hoot now. Has to hold against the world, just cannot get it done. Still a rejuve less in the tank here. And Leviathan, an incredible performance from them so far. Just Taz and Saint healing, sustaining, making this one incredibly difficult. But now that OC's consumes that rejuve, he's going to be back at full strength. Even the parry onto Billy is not going to be good enough. And this is a world of difference. A new Leviathan rises to take home the title here in Night Shift EU. A massive upset, ending a disgusting streak from Abrahams. I'm sure they're going to be back for an attempt to retake, but this is a momentous time here in EU Deadlock.
CP, they've done it. The walls have been breached. The Empire has fallen. That is insane stuff. Leviathan is now the EU champions of Night Shift. What did we just watch? I was on the edge of my seat the whole time, ZP. They have been defeated. Abrahams has been defeated.
It's unbelievable. We never, we knew this day would come at some point, but we never expected it to happen today. And to happen in the way it went down, I mean, you go back to map 1, it was Mo and Krill setting the tone, Sai shutting down Celeste to the point that Abrahams didn't even want to pick it. And then you go to the next game, and Leviathan says, yeah, guess what? Give us that Celeste. We'll show you how it's done. No Mo and Krill, no problem. And what I saw more than anything else for Leviathan, this was a team that played scrappier than they've ever played before, more aggressive, not letting go of opportunities, punishing Abrahams the way that usually Abrahams would punish them in turn. I mean, they were on top of everything today, and they brought what you kind of have to do to beat Abrahams, not only really well thought out drafts, but impeccable execution to bring it all together.
Jake, let the record show. Nobody beats Leviathan 11 times in a row in the final of the Night Shift, all right? Nobody. They've done it. I'm a little bit in shock. I think everyone in the chat as well was on the edge of their seat, a bit of anxiety about was Abraham's going to pull the miracle comeback in all of this. But Leviathan just showed just wall-to-wall class in the second game. Never mind the first game. It's brilliant to watch.
Yeah, I feel like the first game they came super prepared with a strategy to deal with what has looked like the most unbeatable hero in Deadlock in Celeste. And then in game 2, they get their hands on it and they show it's not so easy to be able to execute on that counter play. I really want to give huge credit to Sai. Obviously, disgusting performance on the Mo and Krill in game 1, a key part of the team's success. But game 2 on the Haze was incredibly active. We have seen the pick Haze fall flat much more often than we've seen it succeed. There's a reason it doesn't get picked that often. But Sai absolutely justified the performance this game. Great play from Irizumi. I mean, this first risky rejuve from Leviathan, this is where the advantage really got going, right? A lot of teams would not have gone for that rejuve, but you know a team that would have absolutely attempted it? It's Abrahams, right? It's the team that's won this many night shifts. They've won it by being fearless, by being aggressive, and that's the Leviathan that we saw come to play today.
Yeah, some of these mid bosses as well. Jeez Louise, but OCs were playing an insane meter across the 2 games, ZP. And as you say, with Sai having the Mo and Krill in the first game, to then transition that into the Haze and constantly be that lurking presence, almost ominously, right, when all the walkers have gone down and pose that kind of threat along the way. It was well, what has the kids say? Cinema.
Also, in terms of strategy, I think one thing to really note, because she didn't really work like this in map 1, and you didn't have anything in this category in map 2, you didn't have a traditional M1 carry for Leviathan. There was no Warden, there was no Mirage, of course, because it was picked by Abrahams. You know, none of the characters that you would expect to be more of a, yeah, we are relying on this character into the late game. It was more so, yeah, our late game is Mina, deal with it, and, you know, a dash of Celeste. Also, again, I can't really say enough about Overseas and how Overseas set the tone in a lot of these fights. I mean, he was an iron wall that was giving together fits in some of the frontline versus frontline battles that we saw take place here. I mean, look, to beat Abrahams, everyone has to be playing out of their minds, and that's what Leviathan brought to bear today. And again, I can't say enough. It was the execution. It was the draft strategy. I mean, they came in with a plan to neutralize Celeste, a hero that had the title of being an atomic bomb, and they made it look like, just something with very little payload. It was great from top to bottom from Leviathan.
And I think listening, just hearing at the very end there, obviously the GG World players coming out from Abrahams as well. I think that there is a lot of respect for the performance Leviathan just put up from Abrahams. Because Abrahams, they ain't washed. This is just one defeat. But Leviathan has shown that they can go toe-to-toe with them. I even outthink them in some of that, right? With the draft, the way it all went down, the execution of it, Jake. This is a magical moment for sure.
Yeah, it's so well deserved from them, because think about it. They've been losing week in, week out. They've been coming here to the night shift every time they go. Yeah, they dominate the challenger match, and then they go to the finals and get crushed by Abrahams. It's a tired story. They did it so many times, but they kept getting back up. They kept coming back and competing. They didn't, they stayed consistent. They brought the same team. They found those advantages. Like, they were willing to put the work in to get here. Like, there's no easy way to this victory. This is a hard fought, hard won championship for them. And I think one that they're going to remember for a long time. So it's an amazing story here for the Leviathan guys. I'm really excited to see them come back next week and go for the title defense.
Yeah, will they be able to defend? That is an exciting one as well. What a story we have seen throughout what is effectively 14 weeks of the Abrahams dominance. But who is the MVP of this series? It's not an Abrahams player, that's for sure. Who's it gonna be?
There's just one choice. You have to give it to Sai. Mo and Krill Nation, rise up. Your time is now. Mo and Krill, critical to toppling the kings of Europe, doing it by taking down, often seen as the best hero in the game in this current version. And what more can you say? I mean, it wasn't just game one. Sai also bringing a ridiculous haze in game two. But we just got to reflect on the beauty of Mo and Krill
out here, man. He's running it down, lumbering in. It's like the least mobile character in the game versus the most, and Mo just drags her down to earth. Job's done. But also game two on the haze, man. That is not a pick that we see often successful, and Sai showed that there's more potential here than I think meets the eye. Like, that Paradox Band opened the door, because not only is Haze setting up a lot of these fights, she's bringing the damage herself too. It's sort of unique for this role, the amount of single target burst she can bring. And the frontliners from Abrahams were struggling under the weight of this Haze pressure. Like, a fight like this shows she's like not only getting a lot of the starts in this fight, she's also getting the finishes, finding those key kills.
TP?
Yeah, I mean, look, again, to beat Abrahams, everyone needs to be having a banner day, but Sai, who's been, a player in the top end of EU competition for quite a while, this is something you love to have on your resume, where you just made great plays, where, making good plays in the Haze 2 at a comp level, it's very different from your average pub game. Like, some people are like, oh yeah, I've seen, Haze in my emissary games, she's a late game carry, right? It's like, no, you have to be super active on a Haze to make her worthwhile. You're basically paying her as proximity paradox, and how you're setting up ganks, how you're rotating around the map to create opportunities for your team. And Sai just showed impeccable judgment on the Haze too. That was a really big part of Leviathan keeping the momentum in the second game and making this a win over Abrahams in a 2-0 fashion.
The chat erupts with Mo Krill. There it is. They know. They all know. What a day. What a day. Not only to be able to beat Abrahams, but in the fashion in which they did it as well, Jake. So it's a special one for sure. And as you said, I think the one thing that you bring up that's very exciting as well is, will they be able to do it again? Will they be able to defend that kind of position that they've put themselves in? Because we've not gone into a week for a long time in Europe where this has been the case.
Yeah, it's been a while since it's been in contest. Defending is another beast, right? When now you're the team with the target on your back. So I do want to give Abrahams their flowers for being able to put on a streak as long as they've done. Is a feat that is not easily repeated here in Deadlock Esports. Leviathan are going to have their chance at getting a streak of titles here, but hey, even winning next week could be a tall order with how good Abrahams are at adapting and finding the adjustments. Still, though, I can't help but feel that this is a big statement, right? To be able to, like, you've won some maps in the past, but honestly, for the most part, those series have felt fully in control for Abrahams when it comes to the end. And this was one that actually felt completely the opposite, that the game snowballed out of control quickly for Abrahams. Like, game two, they didn't seem like themselves, frankly. They've had a couple key moments in the mid and late game, but they fell behind early, and Leviathan just kept that pressure on. So I feel like this is a watershed moment for them, one that they proved not only to us, but also to themselves that they can hang, they can be among the best. So an incredible show today here in Night Shift EU. And we're only halfway through the show, man. We got a whole other region to see.
Yes.
And I wonder if Melee Creeps are starting to sweat a little after this one.
Maybe, but we do actually have our interview ready because, of course, Sai is joining us from Leviathan. Hello, Sai. How are you feeling? How are you doing? Oh, look at the smile as well.
Hello,
Amazing
guys.
stuff.
Welcome.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll ask the first question. Overall, you and OCs have just come into the team more lately than anything, right? So how has it been gelling with the team again? Clearly things are going very well after this victory.
Yeah, so like we joined with us like a couple of weeks ago, but I think like the main changes was like within the coach. I think like coach gave us very like many new information that we didn't think of at the start. So yeah, and he gave us the motivation. I think that's the key to this victory today. But I'm not really happy about how I played. So yeah, there's a lot to improve because two maps were really close. Like we threw a couple of times, no, not clean.
You're not happy?
Yeah.
I mean, good to see that competitive spirit. Like that's like the attitude you need to stay on top. So I love to hear it, that you're continuing to like push and improve even more. I'm curious about the heroes you played today, right? The Mo and Krill, the Haze. Honestly, two characters that we haven't seen be generally successful on Night Shift, right? We've seen a lot of Mo and Krill that doesn't seem to work that well. We've seen a lot of the times the Haze pick, it's okay, and then maybe it falls off. When you came in to play today, is this the kind of heroes you sort of knew you'd play? And how did you come to approach that sort of role that we don't see so much historically in Night Shift?
Yeah, so like initially I played like mixed role or fill role. So like I played the hero that my team needed or was left out, right? But then like we decided to change my role to the cage. So yeah, I played like all the cage heroes. And the reason why I played like this off-meta cage heroes because like the only meta one is Paradox, and we first banned it, right, in 2 maps. So there's no like room left for meta heroes now because like all the metas are like front lane tank heroes.
So I need to ask, you're crediting your coach for the change-ups here that allowed you to get one over Abraham's. What was the most important change that the new coach made? And also the name of the new coach, because I don't think I've heard that yet. So name of the new coach, and what was the biggest change that was instructed to you guys that helped today?
So his name is Saf. He played for Abraham's in like Prevision, I think, and a lot of teams. Like you know him, I think. All right, and the main change is that I cannot say like there was like a lot of moments that he said like a lot of situations, but I think he made us like. More like analyze the situations and think for ourselves. So like not because like earlier it was like 1 or 2 like people think about the game, like about the macros, and other just like shooting the like performing, right? And he like made us 6 people to really like think deeply about the game, about the macros, so everybody like understands what others want. So it's like the like team play was like really improved from this point. So yeah, I think that's the main like idea that he gave us. He made like us to think really about the deadlock, each of one of us.
Fantastic. Any other questions, Jake, ZP?
No, I mean, just
good.
huge congrats, man. This is a massive upset for you guys. Like, no one has been able to do it in months over the Abraham. So I feel like, yeah, maybe there's places you want to like improve and be even better, but I think you should still celebrate. This is a huge achievement, and you defeated one of the greatest all-time teams so far in Deadlock.
Yeah, thanks, I guess.
Absolutely. I've got 2 things. One, I specifically donated because you guys were on the way to the victory. It was brilliant to watch. So thank you for that, Sai. Secondly, do you have anything to say to your fans watching, to the fans that you guys have garnered from this as well? Before we let you go.
I think that's the first victory I got like in the Deadlock career, like my for like half a year, I think. Like for the fans, I don't really have much fans, but I think like
You do now.
well, what can I say?
You have a lot of Mo and Krill fans.
That's actually your fan base now, just to be clear, which is a big fan base, I might add. Like, go back and look, Mo Krill's fan.
Like Minecraft is really like not fun to play against like 6 reactive barriers, because like everybody like in matchmaking you can buy like claim a career, but it's like competitive and they all buy reactive barriers and you cannot like really catch someone and kill like solo kills. It's not possible, so it's not really fun. But yeah, like if somebody loves my career, I'm with them. What can I say?
There it is. Well, thank you very much, Sai, for joining us. Congratulations to Leviathan for the victory, and we'll let you go for now. Go and enjoy your victory. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, bye guys. Thanks.
Bye. Oh, fantastic stuff. What a fantastic interview from Sai, joining us here, giving us the breakdown, and Saf as well. I didn't realize, actually, ZP, that was kind of the brains behind what they were able to pull off here. So it's not just the 6 on the field as well. They've also got a brilliant coach behind them to help them to this victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to hear the back end of how a team is doing well. I think it was previously they had Xenon in as coaching, and I remember hearing it step back. I just didn't hear who had stepped in. And look, when you come into a game and you clearly have a really good draft and better in-game decisions, I think, it's not to say previous coaching was bad, but something Saf brought out of Leviathan was something new for them that certainly caught Abraham's off guard. And I will say this though, Abraham's of all teams, they're a team to bounce back, especially given the fact that you look at statements that we may be on the eve of a balance patch. So next week could be absolutely wild as Abraham's looks to go on their revenge tour.
Yes, it could be. Jake, final thoughts before we wrap things up here for Europe? I guess we can look at the bracket as well. What's you?
Yeah, Jazz, we can take a look at what we've got coming up here in NA. Massive upset here, though, in EU. And not only do they win, but they do it in a 2-0 in a relatively dominant fashion. Game 1, super close. Game 2, less so. So for Leviathan, it's a massive momentum builder for them, something they can really take to the bank confidence-wise. And also, I'm really happy because honestly, I think Deadlock's at its best when that finals match is hotly contested, and we really are like looking for who's going to win in any given week. We don't know who that's going to be. So this week, Leviathan taking crown, kind of reviving some of that Buff Enjoyers, Abraham's rivalry days of now there's a proper team to challenge the champs, and I think it's maybe going to go back and forth from here on out. So really exciting stuff here in EU Deadlock, and I'm just excited. I'm sure all the fans are loving this one, and excited to see more of what happens in NA up next.
Yeah. Oh, I feel blessed to have been here to have the best seats in the house to watch it as well, ZP. How about you? Because this was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, look, you never know what was going to happen, but we knew the streak would end someday. I mean, look, we even opened the show talking philosophically about how it could end on any given day, which is why you got to tune in. And that today ended up being that day. And also, I mean, look, I'm going to hype him up a little bit. We talked with AVG on the graveyard shift before things started out today. And, AVG actually pretty pumped about Floormen's possibilities of going after melee creeps. So we'll see if Floormen can rise to the occasion, but they're still going to have to get through Bird with Clock first. Not Bunny. They've rebranded.
Yes, the Bird, the Rem. Nobody in chat apparently likes the Rem. I love the Rem. But anyway, Jake, ZP, thank you very much for having me on the night shift once again. If you want to check out what I do, you can go head over to the Hyperline on YouTube. It's our podcast, which we showed off some clips of before, and drop us a little subscribe there. But once again, thank you for having me, and a huge congratulations to the throne breakers that is Leviathan here in Europe. Stay tuned, though. There's plenty more Deadlock to come after the break. We've got North America. But before that, check out some cool stuff from good old Jason Kaplan.
Welcome back to Locked In. I know it's been an extremely long time, but we're finally back with what you guys love. It's Name That Thing with 3 very special guests. I've been able to wrangle in Uber from his busy schedule to be here today. We got Jake as well coming in for the night shift, but we have a special guest there on the end coming over from Dota, a big fan of Deadlock. Sir Action Slacks, how are you doing today?
Hello everybody. It is so good to be here. I came here just to talk to people that thought I was toxic in my Deadlock games. I was not toxic. F you. I am not toxic. Go die. No, I'm kidding. It's pleasure to be here. So good to see you guys. Welcome to the show. I love Deadlock. I love you guys. I love everything you guys do. Let's play.
Don't even worry. I don't think it'd be possible to be more toxic than Vegas was, as people are saying over in the chat. All right, so again, this is Name That Thing. We have 4 categories. We're starting off with heroes, moving on to hero abilities, moving on to items, and from there into map locations. We'll go one by one across the board here until people get their answers in. So kicking things off, we got heroes, and we're starting off with you, Uber.
No, okay, all right.
It's gonna be you.
I
Do your
never,
best to
dude.
answer
Jake
this.
always wins these competitions, but whenever we do them on shows, Jake like, bro,
I mean,
he's
I probably have
hard
the
in
most
paint,
hours.
man. Okay, all right, all right.
What the
I'm
hell's
playing
wrong
most
with you
hours,
guys?
right? I'm at like 1,000 hours, so that gives me an edge. It means I gotta, I'm odds on to win, but there's always a chance for an upset.
I'm not a top Deadlock player, so I'll do my best.
What was that reaction? The guy says, name this hero. No, no.
dude,
No,
I'm just saying
not
something
anything
now.
bad.
You know what I mean? I just want to feed everybody to what they should truly. Nothing crazy, all right? Let's just.
This is the most basic part, right? This is the beginning, Mitch. Like, this is the easy part.
Oh, my God, okay.
Name a single Deadlock hero. Oh, God.
All right, here we go, Mitch. You're first up here, and here's your hero.
Okay. Oh yes, thank you.
Come
Thank you so
on.
much, Paige.
Paige. It is
Nice.
indeed Paige. Okay, so Mitch has 1 point. Moving on to Jake. Who's
All
this?
right. Viscous. Come on now.
Why do all these look
Okay.
like penises? Is that...
I don't know how the first one could be construed as being phallic, Slacks. That might be.
It's just
What do you
so
mean, dude? You see that
Stackable.
curve? You see that curve? That was
Right,
grotesque.
You're in way too deep, Slacks.
I'm-
You're in way too deep.
I don't know about you guys. I'm more straight edge, like the edge of a book, to be honest. Slacks, coming up to you. Who's this hero?
That's definitely... What the hell? That's not a at all. Or actually...
Actually,
Hold up now.
If you squint really hard.
That's definitely gonna be Venditator. Mm-hmm.
is that your final answer?
Of course, I don't know what the hell that. That's an ink blot. You give these guys the two easiest things in the
Bro,
world.
got
to
a
give me an
Rorschach
ink
test, bro.
goddamn Rorschach. Yeah.
I don't know. I think this one's kind of easy, to be honest.
What
You
the
were
hell are you
Venator.
talking about? No.
The answer is Sinclair, bro.
Oh
Just
my
Sinclair.
god.
You guys brought me on here to make yourselves feel good about yourselves? Well,
This is like the most
congratulations.
scuffed model in the game, too. It's
Look at
like-
that. What's even going on there? That's not even accurate. Is that his arm?
Yeah,
it was his arm.
bro's got mad Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. He's turning himself into a pretzel.
God damn, homie got the elephantitis. All right, move on.
Okay, moving on. We got hero abilities. So it's 1 point for Uber, 1 point for Jake, and 0 for Sirac and Slack.
Yeah,
so
bring it
far.
up
So
again.
Uber, you're up here for abilities.
Okay. Yo!
Ah, fuck you guys. This show sucks. Go ahead.
Frozen shelter. Kelvin's frozen
That is
shelter.
indeed Frozen Shelter. Nice, congratulations. 2 points for Mitch. Moving on to Jake.
I'm scared I'm not going to get this one. Oh, it's Alchemical Flask.
Good job, Jake. 2 points for you. That is Alchemical Flask from Warden. Now,
Easy.
Slack,
God,
here's
it's so
yours.
bad.
Easy.
And a bunch of assholes. Okay. However, hilariously, I know this one. Okay.
What?
Yeah. That's the Shiv's kill icon right there. That's the skull.
The Killing Blow.
Yeah, that's
Is it the
killing blow
ultimate?
right there. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, it is Like and Curse.
Okay,
himself.
well, that's close. What's wrong with her hand? These aren't even the official images. That's not her hand, bro. These are goddamn fan arts. That's not
It's
real.
the transformation. I
Dude,
think.
look at her hand. You think Valve would release that? This is fake shit. This is not even real.
Oh yeah, it's like
Okay.
AI hands, you know? They always mess up the hands, bro.
That's the
bro.
goddamn AI hand. This is okay, great. Cool show.
It's okay. You have a chance to come back. Don't worry.
good,
the
dude.
last round is worth a lot of points, but we have to move on to items. All right, Uber, going over to you.
Items.
What item is this?
Okay. Oh, I never buy this. Is it unstoppable?
It is indeed unstoppable.
Wow.
Congratulations, 3 points for Uber. Now,
If
Jake.
you didn't get that one, Mitch.
Bro, I never buy that. Bro, I don't worry
That's
about
like-
them late game defensive
No,
items.
never
Come on,
buying
man.
Unstoppable is like a classic noob test. Like, you never buy Unstoppable.
Hey, I ain't buying that.
This,
Carpet
like,
matches
it's
the
fine.
Drake,
They
Jake,
wanted
in
the
this
stuns.
case.
I don't need this.
All right, Jake, up to you for your item.
Glass cannon. Wow.
It is indeed
I'm very good
glass
at the game
cannon.
to identify that.
Okay, 3 points for Uber, 3 points for Jake.
3 points.
Slacks,
I
here's
just want to
yours.
see if I can get one of the Slacks ones.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
All right, can I ask the audience here? What do you two jamokes think?
There is one lifeline.
Okay.
And it's to get good. So
Get good. Great.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's.
Can I submit a guess to you, Jason?
After you can text directly DM me it.
Oh, so you guys are talking in
Answer.
text right now. Okay. That's cool. This is a great show. Yeah, that's Boundless. That's
Boundless
Boundless
Spirit? That could be good.
Boundless Spirit.
Surge Power? I say Surge Power.
That's
I'll
Boundless
have
Spirit.
you know, Slacks.
Yeah.
Jake also said Boundless Spirit.
Based.
I also guessed that. That's what I thought.
Fantastic.
But the answer is Arcane Surge.
Oh my god. Wait, is this like zoomed in on the freaking base of the unicorn?
Yeah, it is.
This is diabolical.
I would think, you guys, big Deadlock gamers would know that was Arcane Surge. Right, Slacks?
Yeah. You would think. You would think. But no,
It's
you
fine.
know what? Gotta bow down to the good guys. You guys
I'm
are
ready.
pros.
I'm ready for my hard question. I'm ready. I know it's
This is the last round, and Slacks, if
Okay.
you get this right, you'll get 5 points, so you can still win.
Oh, that's crazy.
Okay.
Okay?
This is a well-structured
Uber, up to you
competition.
first.
Wait, do I get
High
5
integrity.
Yeah, you're first, Uber.
Okay. It's the Hidden King, baby.
It is indeed
Yeah,
the
buddy.
Hidden King. Move on to Jake, though.
Right, I won't lie.
This is an Archmother Shrine.
Wow, he even got the right side name, too. All right. Very good, very good. All right, Slacks, 5 points.
5 points.
You can come back. Here's your place on the map.
Clutch it. That is good. That is good. I know exactly where this is. All right. I met a beautiful young woman there. I put my hand on it. This is the wall of the Baroness Hotel. All right. Next to the Sinner Sacrifice.
There's no way that's right.
That's right.
Right?
It is the Baroness Hotel wall next to Sinner Sacrifice. To a 45-degree angle from the creep.
Whoa.
Wait. You, if you guess the angle I rotated the image, that's unfair.
I know the
Okay.
integer of this.
It does look like it is internal. It does. Yeah, it does look like.
Can I make a guess now that Slacks has his
You
in?
can make a guess. You can make a guess.
My guess is in the Hidden King doubles, the Sinner's doubles.
The Hidden King double.
yeah.
I want to say it's.
I think
it's
because I think
right
that room has
lane-
some wooden walls,
I want to say it's right lane Sinner, like close by the
Right lane
by
Sinner.
right lane.
like that new library that's been added.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a
well,
good
Slacks, you
guess.
said this was the Baroness Hotel. You had to find lay there and you put your hand on it.
That's right.
It's actually the bridge buff.
Bridge Bob.
That's unfortunate. It was a very
weird,
rough
huh?
night. So
That's crazy. That's so crazy.
it was a rough night. That is the bridge buff. You are correct.
That's the
just
pole
got
she was dancing
yanked,
on, I
man.
guess.
What a cool game.
Okay.
That's
All right, so we finished off with Uber at 4 points, Jake at 4 points, and Sir Action Slacks at 0. Slacks, I'd give you, a chance here to go first in something. How do you feel about how this game show played out today?
I think I really like it. It's very reminiscent of the Deadlock community. New player on your game. You put me in a Turnus lobby and you f me for no reason. So thank you so much. You guys are just like the devs. Love it. Cool game.
Okay, well, Jake, I mean, you're kind of like undefeated, if I'm not mistaken, here in these game shows, right?
I don't feel so good about this, Jason.
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good.
I don't know about you. I feel fantastic. Mitch, how about you?
Oh, listen, I've hit a few softballs in my time. Like when I come onto the night shift and I get some softballs, yeah, this is next level, bro. I'm feeling like King Slugger today. Thank you. Yeah. King Slugger.
All right, well,
Babe Ruth.
thank you all so much for participating and being involved with this, Slacks. It's fine. We'll see you next time for a chance to improve on your 0-point score. And Uber and Jake, you can come out with your heads held high, extremely happy, beating the master of Dota.
It only goes up from here, Slacks. It only goes up from here.
Got him.
You won't
got
see
him.
me again. You won't see me again. There won't be a next
All right.
time.
He's our song Deadlock. Well done, Jason.
Well, we'll see some of these people next time and some others, unfortunately, not. Make sure you guys like and subscribe here to Locked In, and we'll see you next time.
Hello.
Hi.
I thought you would take this. You're I think,
okay.
a little bit busy in oh my god, I cannot remember the name of the map in the modern world of Quake.
Yeah.
But you look like you're having a good time there. About to rocket launch and get some middies during this.
There we go. Yeah, this was one of my best maps. A fun map. I know I have to put something in the background.
Because your camera even looks different. Your face is much brighter. Maybe
it's because
the
my
reign of
DSLR
Abrahams
broke.
is over.
My DSLR broke. There's like the shutter is stuck. The shutter's stuck. It's broken. It's
tried
buggered.
just opening it.
Yeah, I tried. This happened on my last camera. That was the same DSLR and exact same thing. And to fix it, I have to spend the amount of money it costs to buy a new one. So
That's really
so I'm just
seem
using
productive.
my webcam instead.
But anyways, you are hosting, so I'm going to shut up now and let you control the flow of the show. We probably should have discussed all this ahead of time, but
we didn't.
Here live.
Yeah.
I'm still enjoying the time with Sir Action Slacks, and you know how he scored 0 points. You know, not all Dota 2 pros talent can be good at Deadlock. He did give it his best shot.
That's true. Yeah, he's been pretty fun. I've enjoyed his featuring on some of Deathy's content too. It's cool to see Slacks just hanging out and joking around in Deadlock. Speaking of which, welcome back to the show, guys. Obviously, we saw the EU segment of the show. If you guys missed it, I mean, it's kind of a legendary, historic moment because Abrahams they died. Their streak, their months-long winning streak, is now over, defeated by Leviathan, and honestly, in pretty amazing fashion as well, Jason.
Don't spoil it for me. I try to not watch it too much because every Thursday I always go back and watch the games I didn't cast on stream. But I can see here, spoilers. I should have been told this probably before looking at the bracket. That Leviathan did win. Very interesting to see. I think the funniest thing about it though was that chat. I don't know how Abrahams just became the villain in this one, but everyone was rooting for them to lose. Everyone wanted them to lose, and then they finally did. And Leviathan able to take the throne for the first time here in the night shift. The question is, how long is that reign of supremacy going to last for them? Because they did show off they can kind of counterpick and kind of create a new idea of how they want to go around the drafting phase with the Bow and Krill to counter Celeste. But can they do it in more of a normal match next week?
It's pretty insane. I mean, 14 back-to-back victories, and most of them 2-0s after 14. That's over 3 months of victory. It's really crazy. But there you go. For North America, we've had similar storylines sort of developing, with Melee Creeps being the most dominant team in Night Shift history. And so, maybe we'll get one of the NA teams who are stepping up to them today, being able to perform a similar feat. Maybe there's a special kind of, wasn't there like a blood moon or something the other night? There's some kind of like lunar celestial thing going on. Maybe it's this time of month where upsets are possible.
My father did send me a picture, and he said, "Look at the moon from last night." And it was a very small picture of the moon. I was really concerned it was just his testicle on the other side of a paper towel roll, so I didn't look too closely at it. But I'll trust that there was a blood moon yesterday. But anything can happen. What I want to know is, where the hell is Hydronation? I was told by ZP, and I know he's still around here. I don't know if he's at his PC right now, that once all the heroes are released, we're going to see Hydronation come back into the mix. I still haven't seen him. It's been like 2-3 weeks since we've had all the heroes, man, and there's still nowhere to be seen. But it gives them opportunities for Bird with Clock now. I don't know why they rebranded from Bunny with Clock to show what they can do, as I believe they did play against Melee Creeps last week as they took down Floormen.
Yeah. And quick shout out to Chrisana for the tip. That we appreciate the donations for all the players. And speaking of which, we are also here because of you guys. Week in and week out, we can rely on you. Might not be able to rely on Hydronation, but you guys are here for us. The Patreons. Obviously, if you are a supporter, you will be gaining access to some of the extra content that we do. We get a lot of interviews with the players. We do the post shows where we get intimate. We ask questions to the guests, and you guys can ask questions to the guests or to us as well. So we're still doing that for you, and because of this beautiful support that you're offering to us. But with that said, Jason,
no, don't do it, Dan. We got to do our thing here. It's a little bit I started. Okay. A special shout out to one person, because we always talk about the night shift board members. We love every night shift board member. We love every night shift executive. The others we don't love as much. No, I'm just kidding. We love you all, but you got to pick one in particular. We don't normally say here on stream or on the show.
I have to pick one person.
One person
from any part of
any tier.
Board. Any tier. Okay.
Okay.
Pretty easy, Dan. There's quite a few of them. You could just literally close your eyes and point at one and then say that name.
There's some good names. I saw Anabolic Gecko, which I think is a fantastic name. So I'm going to go with Anabolic Gecko. Big ups to you, the night shift resident. What about you?
I'm going to broaden my horizons here and really go with the umlauts because I lived in Germany for so long, and I'm absolutely going to butcher this because I can tell by the name it is not German. Vugot Schoberg. Schurberg.
Sounds like a composer.
SJO with umlausberg. Maybe one of our Europeans or Dutchies, Lotu, could help me out with that, since you do have weird characters in your names. Maybe. I don't know. I'm waiting for him to come into my ear here. But I'm really excited what's going to happen in North America, man. We've had one big upset in EU. I think the question is, could it happen again in NA? Could Melee Creeps potentially drop a series, though I know they are gunning for another victory to put on the longest streak we've ever seen a night shift. But it's going to be a tough time because they have to go up against the winner of this match coming up. And it's going to be Floormen initially taking a look at. And this team, I mean, Chickpea has been the newest addition into the roster. I think he's slotted in relatively well, though he's taken over the role of what Rocker originally was supposed to be on the team because Rocker wanted to play support for the team. Though I don't know if Rocker's still calling or not, or if Chickpea's picked that up. But it's a star-studded lineup. And to me, it's kind of insane to see that they've not been able to take a night shift title yet.
I think that's a really good call out for sure. I totally agree. Really, really great lineup of players. And I think they've been getting better, week in and week out. I think one of the cool things about Deadlock is that there's a lot. There's 6 players, so obviously team play, chemistry. We heard it from Sai in the post-match interview. He basically credited their victory against Abrahams largely to some of the work the coach was able to do with them that helped everybody essentially get on the same page with decision making, and so that you kind of know what your teammates are trying to do almost before they do it. You can just kind of see where they are, what their status is, and you don't even almost need the communication. And that level of synergy is something that makes a team. And I think Floormen have been working on that sort of thing for quite some time. So I think we're ripe for these upsets. So I'm excited. Is it Chickpea or Sickpea?
I think I heard Jake call him that, and I was like, that's pretty good.
It is pretty good.
I would probably call him like Sickup.
True.
I think Chickpea just has a better ring to it, I like it. I don't know. I think it's also been cool to see just not a new name come into the competitive scene. We've seen the same name so many times in North America and in EU. And it's not very often we get someone brought in from the higher echelons of Eternus 6 to play in a team, especially a relatively well-known team, and do a fairly good job. And I do have confirmation from Lotu, one of our production lovely people, that says the player told us it was Chickpea.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yes. So very exciting. There's so much to say about that roster, but let's check out the next team that will be playing against them. Yes, the bird with clock is going to be another star-studded lineup, to be honest. And insofar as the North American lineup is concerned, a lot of really good players. I think Matt is being subbed. I think it was a last-minute sub. I think we'll be getting Geo in for Matt, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know where you saw that, but I will trust you that that's actually happening. That is true.
It was dropped in the casters channel. I copy pasted from Arctic, but yeah, Matt apparently just had something come up. Is the explicit reasoning?
Okay, well, not a great sign for the team who was able to take down Floormen last week and advance on through to play against Melee Creeps. But they did focus a lot on taking away Celeste, taking away Rem, putting Floormen on the back foot here. And they actually ran with it was an Abrams, a Billy, Ivy, a Lash, Mirage, and Bebop. So they had a very beefy, tanky team and had the initiates out of the Bebop, with Paradox being taken by Goober on the other side. But looking at this roster again, one thing that I always focus on is that Arctic and Aiden have taken over the kind of quote unquote carry roles for the team. And I feel bad for saying this because I like Aiden a lot, but I feel like he hasn't really slotted in as well on other heroes like he's been able to do on Vindicta, like we've seen in the past. Arctic's been fairly solid, but Matt's also been a pretty good playmaker for the team. So having Geo sub in for that is going to be a bit tough, I would say, to fill the shoes of Matt.
And what's up, Mookins? Thanks for the $10. Yeah, it's interesting because there are the occasions when we actually do see a team be able to play as well with a stand-in, and I guess that can be for all sorts of reasons. But we'll just have to kind of wait and see.
So Chickpea is actually Xeno. That's what I'm seeing in chat. Is that true? Is it actually Xeno? Because why is he slotted as an Ivy when he should be slotted as a Yamato? Okay, well, that's interesting. So Chickpea coming in. Maybe I have to completely scrap everything I said about bringing a new player from the higher echelons of E6 and bringing in Xeno. A name change again for him. I'm not sure why. But very interesting to see how this one's going to play out here. And I don't really know where the focus of picks is going to go. Seeing Mo and Krill heavily prioritized to deal with Celeste, letting her get through it to kind of counter her out was interesting to see in Europe. I don't know if we're going to see any sort of last second adaptation out of a team go into NA.
Yeah, because we're going to have to wait and find out. We've got the Mo and Krill coming up. It's good to see Mo and Krill's back in his little spotlight. You know, he was being threatened by Apollo, and then before that we had the werewolf showdown as well. We can't see the names. Oh, actually, AVG's in the orange.
And Tanner, a high school bully from ZP, is bullying AVG right now in this one-on-one. I think when we get to like the Deadlock Night Shift International LAN, instead of Mo and Krill 1v1s, we actually have one player from each team just go into a boxing match.
Yes.
IRL, and they just box it out. You can't knock out the opponent when you're about to go play a match. I don't know how you go about how do you decide who wins that one, but I think that'd be really funny to see.
That would be pretty cool. We could definitely do that. Like do something like chess boxing type setup. Why not? So here we go. We are into the bans now for Floormen and Bird with Clock. And I'm curious if we're going to see a departure from the meta that's developed in Europe or not. But Silver will be banned by Floormen immediately.
You know, if we have one of the whenever Silver gets picked, I think when she gets banned, we need to have like a very sad version of an Oh. No, I don't know if that would work. I can't really do sounds. And then Celeste with the response out of Bird with Clock. I think this is kind of generally standard, but for Floormen, I mean, again, you have Abrams open, you have Billy open, you have Shiv open, though I don't think Shiv's as highly prioritized when it comes to North America. There's still like a lot of choices to go about initially what you want to play. And I think it's more also about like protecting what they want. And they do in fact go for the Shiv. Okay, so potentially to be seeing Shiv on AVG or potentially even League.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I mean, Abrams as well. I think the stocks are super high. Abrams is I've been playing Abrams mostly myself lately, and it is awesome how good he is at every stage of the game. And there we go. Abrams comes on through. So that's not too surprising. Paradox, I think, still, I think the Paradox stocks have gone up a little bit. In Europe, we're getting a lot of bans on Paradox to kind of remove that pick character as an option. We'll see if Bird with Clock will decide to go pick or just to get the Billy out or something like that. Yeah, so we get the Billy. That makes a lot of sense. Another super high priority frontliner.
And I almost wouldn't be surprised to see like a support picked up here in top 3 from either of these teams. Like you've got Paige, you've got Rem open, 2 very highly sought after picks when it comes to a high level competitive play. I think Paige and Rem would both go well on Bird with Clock side for sure if they do end up going that route. But we're also seeing Venator, and ZP talks a lot about how he likes John's build, which is just very M1 oriented. I'm not gonna lie, I really like the melee abuse is what I want to call it, the true damage, because it's such a hard thing to properly balance in a game when it comes to true damage, because you're really not going to be tanky enough to deal with him, considering you can do an easy heavy melee for 1200 damage. If you go Echo Shard, you're looking at like 2.4k, and you're probably looking at being dead, even if you're a tank on the other side. And I think one thing Floormen need to do if they go that route, which we've seen teams get punished on, is fighting in very good positions where that can be effective, when you can get those gut shots into easy hits.
Yeah, that's a great point. I was going to mention too that if you're against a heavy frontline comp that's trying to run at you, it's the gut shot's such a nice ability to be able to kind of turn the fight on them because Billy's going to be charging you down. You can kind of maneuver in a way that you can probably get a gut shot off that's going to stun them. So yeah, I think it's a nice way to deal with the heavy frontline. Pocket is also sometimes quite often one of the potential answers, but we get Holiday, who is definitely higher priority in NA, I think, still than we see in Europe.
Sorry, they went go for. I thought they were gonna ban either Mina or Rem, and then pick the other going into this. But I guess because Bird with Clock get the next pick, they leave both supports open, so that means that Floormen will guarantee get one of those 2. But I didn't really expect Mina to be picked up when they had a Mirage already secured for the team, and going for the Lash. Okay, so I don't know exactly what role Gio's gonna fill for the team. I wonder if he will be going over to the Lash, which I believe Matt plays with Bird with Clock in the last weeks. If he can slot into that role, that'd be perfect for them, but it is still really big shoes to fill.
Yeah, Lash is really good. And I don't know. I mean, we might not see Paradox now at this point because Holiday is already on board. Lash can kind of count as a pick. And Abrams also becomes a really good kind of pick hero as well, like once Phantom Strike's online later on. But Paige comes on through, which is nice because you definitely want to deny that from the Billy and Abrams, and they'll fill out with the Drifter. So we're seeing a lot more Drifter. Drifter seems to be perceived by both regions to be a lot higher tier than before.
I still don't know fully why, too. I want to say it's mostly oriented around the ultimate. The fact that you can pop down the Eternal Darkness and make it very difficult for a team who needs to kind of stay together or use their initiates with Lasher Paradox to be effective. It does kind of give you a decent counter to that. But is it going to be like Page Drifter paired together? I mean, they still don't really have a beefy front line at the moment.
Yeah, I would expect Page to go with the shift, but I suppose it depends on. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see how it works, how it shakes out. But I think Drifter can be kind of a nice, annoying damage, like gun damage hero, and especially if the teams feel like that there are heroes to isolate on the other team, then obviously that's where he shines a bit more. In addition to the ult, so we'll see. Geist comes in last, and she's definitely still very good.
So it seems like they're more than fine going for this close quarter skirmish that you set out with the Billy Abrams. One thing I do see quite different, though, is that Mirage is going to have a lot of freedom. There's no one really to jump onto him unless Goober's just going to pull out some sick movement, which, I mean, to be fair, he's very well known for, but he's going to be able to sit in the back line and just get like tons of damage down, especially get to Rico and Hib as well. You providing support and damage for your team. Whereas on the other side, you don't really have someone who can kind of sit back. You kind of have to all go forward together. So I don't know. I think for Floormen, they have their work cut out for them. They have to somehow deal with Mirage on the backhand side of this fight. Also while dodging a Death Slam, a Chain Gang, and not to mention Abrams going for a potential Echo Shard charge. So it's honestly, if I look at these drafts, I'm kind of leaning towards Bird with Clock.
Yeah, I feel like their draft is also quite strong. You know what? I'm not entirely sure here. I can see the vision for Floormen too. Floormen, I think if they can get going, would also be very, very strong. Both teams have good damage carries. I suppose Venator has the ability to come online a bit sooner than maybe Mirage does in terms of when they can be impactful as that M1 carry. And I think Geist also activates into the late game timing with Mirage really effectively as well. So I actually kind of like the damage output from Floormen a little bit more. I think I'm actually going to lean towards Floormen. The Drifter thing for me is similar to you. I'm not entirely sure where all of the value is going to be seen in terms of the whole macro picture, but we'll be tracking that in the match and we're going to find out.
I'd imagine it has to be the melee build for Venator as well, because you have so much, I think, gun damage on your side with Drifter, Venator, Geist. You have a little bit of Spirit with Shiv and with Holiday, but they're definitely leaning towards like a gun damage heavy side. Makes it relatively easy to itemize against with Bird with Clock. But honestly, looking at these two, I think there's big snowball potential out of either of them. I think Floormen are going to be more likely to try to get the snowball potential going and then run with that one just because of how experienced they are as a team and in general when it comes to competitive side of Deadlock. But Bird with Clock going with a sub as well. They still have a good composition. I don't know, man. I think chat's going to be a little bit worried about this one after what happened in EU because I know people had some insane generational wealth created off of that series. I saw I was like 800,000 channel points rewarded after map 1. I didn't see what happened in map 2, but I don't know, man. I mean, I still think by name I'll lean towards Floormen, but I'm definitely leaning towards Bird with Clock based off comp alone, ignoring the fact that you have, the names. Okay, so isn't Chickpea, bro? I'm so confused.
Who do you like for the team fights more? There's definitely some good pick and so on from Bird with Clock, and they got the Chain Gang and so on, and Lash Death Slam. But outside of that, and I suppose the Abrams ult as well to an extent. That's kind of their team ults, right? That's for the most part what they have.
Yeah, for me, it's both teams want to fight in close quarters to make maximum effectiveness of Chain Gang, of charges, of Death Slam. Kutsu Bomb as well, but honestly, I think if Floormen could force fights in close proximities, you have the Slice Nice resets off of Dash, you have the barrel knockups, you have the Captivating Read at a Page, you have guys who can do a lot of damage with her one as well, the Essence Bomb, and the Venator who can just gut shot you back into a wall, plus the grenade as well that he has. So I think both teams want to fight in like close quarters, clumpy, scrappy fights, but if we get into those situations, I would lean towards Floormen. I think Bird with Clock need to fight maybe slightly out towards more of an open area to allow Lash to get a Death Slam off, then to chain it with Chain Gang and everything that was behind that one. So I think it depends on mostly where you fight and how this game's gonna go.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I think again, I feel like Floormen are gonna. Again, I have my Floormen stocks rising. I feel like there's a good trajectory for that team, and so it is a shame that we have to sub in, but I'm excited to see what Geo can provide. I'm trying to think what team it was in Europe that had a sub and it actually went super well for them. I'm like struggling to remember.
For Leviathan,
right?
He played in for them, and
that's it.
Did really well against Abrahams.
That is correct. That's exactly what I was thinking of, Rick. Yeah. Well, here we go. We're going to kick things off.
I got confirmation. I'm so sorry to interrupt you there. So Zeno is playing. It's not Chickpea playing. Chickpea is a separate person. Chickpea is not on the team anymore. He got dropped. And Zeno said he would try playing support. So Xena's gonna be on the page. So our little like roster sheet we had was not correct at the time. So that's where like confusion happened. It wasn't updated internally in the document. So everything's fixed. We now know what's happening. I don't look like a dumbass anymore. And we're into that first game.
Oh. Okay, cool. Well, let's check out the lineups then. What each team is running with. So Drifter's paired up with Shiv, which is that's definitely a potentially oppressive lane, depending on what they're up against here. So they're up against the Billy Ivy. I'd imagine we see somewhat of a support hybrid Ivy. That tends to be like a pretty strong build at the moment, I think. You talked about the Vortex Web. He's definitely a good Ivy's definitely a good candidate for that.
Yeah, I think Gun Ivy's dead. With the changes to like the gun scaling per boon, I think unfortunately she's gone. But you do a lot of zone control. You can do a lot of damage as well with the Kutsu bombs. You throw down all over the force of the fight. And again, close quarter combat, it kind of works out really well for you, especially if you can hit a nice wombo combo with this one. But yeah, I mean, beyond that, Billy and Ivy paired together against the Shiv and Drifter. I think that's a lot of like damage you take over time for them with these serrated knives that get thrown at you, and then Drifters too, which I think it's called Stalker's Mark. I can never remember his.
I think that's right.
Honestly,
it's something Mark.
Yes, you just take a lot of damage from range, so it's really hard to fight close quarters. It's really hard to fight, even far away for them. So I think it's actually a pretty favorable lane for Floormen.
Yeah, the best lane probably for Blood Clock might be that. I would want to say the mid lane is fairly strong, but I mean they're against Holiday and Venator, so that's a pretty challenging one to be up against. There's a lot of really good damage output there between Holiday and Venator as well. So I don't think there's any like super clear favorite lanes, but I definitely like where Floormen are a little bit more than Blood Clock here. And let's punish the box running.
Oh, now, so actually I was wondering when we would ever see this, if we'd ever have teams adapt to how people are doing this box running. They actually go aggressive themselves on the left-hand side with Goober rotating from middle. They catch out Gibbs, and they get themselves a nice, even, I guess, stronger lead in this lane, even though they're technically down in souls. But I was going to say, I'm surprised that Bird Clock was able to get a kill on that right-hand side. It's like Abrams and Lash together. I wouldn't imagine you can have much kill potential, but that charge into the Walker or into the Guardian was definitely enough.
How do you feel about the early game in Deadlock right now, Jason? Because like you say, the 2 minutes 2 minute mark happens, you get the tier 1 camps, and you get the boxes, and getting the boxes, and you get the next thing is the bridge buff at 5 minutes. So there's a few objectives to kind of try to get small edges on your opponents for some movement around the map. Are you kind of satisfied with kind of where the early game is at?
Honest answer, not really. I think it's a bit boring. I think box running for me is just kind of anti-fun, though I understand as a pro player you want to min-max as much as you possibly can. But I still feel like there's too much healing in lane. I still feel like it's really hard to confirm any kills without having a third or fourth person rotate into the lane to look for a push or a gank. So I don't know. I don't know the intention, the way the devs want the early game to play out. For me, it's a little bit boring. But I could see it as, it's a little bit of a testing ground to see how you're playing in this lane. And it mostly comes down to the team play with rotations. What about you?
Yeah, I can feel that. Like sometimes I do feel like, this is just kind of boring because there's not as much skill expression as I'd want, and yeah, because you don't have many tools to work with either in abilities or itemization and stuff like that. So it just feels like your options of what you can do is fairly limited, and it's kind of like a scripted. I just have to hit all these easy shots, go over here, go over there. It's all kind of solved, I guess, is another way to put it. But what do I know? What do I know?
It's not very often you see like domination in lane anymore, which I mean, it could be a representation of just everyone getting better in general. But you remember the early days back, like when we were doing Fight Night, it was fairly often you would see just one lane duo just dominate their lane and then take early guardians and then use that as a jumping off point into the game. And nowadays it's just very stable until I would say like the 6-7 minute mark when we actually see guardians start to go down.
Yeah, that definitely is a clear design decision. Drifter getting caught by himself though. Let's see if Rocker can escape this one. Being chased by Tanner on the Billy. Tanner's being quite irritating. He's going to get the chain gang on. Will it get broken? Okay, well, goodbye, Rocker. Good pursuit there from Tanner. The bully. He is the bully.
It's just kind of oh no. And also AVG gets stunned up trying to go across. trying to defend this this buff here. Really good job by Tanner. But just kind of counterproductive for Floormen, because they got the initial, dive into Gibbs, farming up boxes on the left-hand side. Then they lose themselves with Rocker getting too aggressive. So a little bit unfortunate for them. And Verve Clock keep this one close, still sporting only a 1K lead, but a lead nonetheless. And the mid lane, we haven't really touched on actually, as a lane in general, but also with Goober constantly rotating around, heading back towards his left-hand side of the map, leaving Poshpop to defend himself in middle, which, it's fairly doable. Has some decent wave clear.
And Tanner's really causing problems here. Yeah, Goober's trying to escape. Yeah, Goober is a great player, and it's also really cool to see Holiday, because Holiday has so much roam potential. It's very irritating to deal with. If you ever have had a good Holiday player in your games, you know exactly what it feels like.
Well, there's good Holiday players and there's Goober level of Holiday players, I would say. There's definitely a difference between the two. They're not created the same and equally. But yeah, it's if you guys ever watch his stream or watch his like shorts that he has, it is crazy what he can do with the movement tech alone. That you really never feel safe if you're a carry.
Yes, yeah. It's a nice X factor to have in the game for Floormen's favor. So this tower's going down relatively quickly, I would say. Like you said, Jason, again, by design, I'm sure by, this is how Yoshi wants it to be. Just don't really get to see too much action until the 7-8 minute mark when it becomes possible to take the Guardians down.
Yeah, I think the not surprising part of this lane too actually ends up just being, Geist just isn't that strong early on. You need a little bit to get online. You need the regen items like Mystic Regen fairly early, so you can have the sustain when it comes to lane. You should just have decent wave clear, but there's not much a Geist can do with a Page up against an Abrams and a Lash if they're able to play confidently and aggressive like they are, because they have Death Slam and Seismic Impact. They can just close that distance so easily with Shoulder Charge as well. They can pull you out of position. Very difficult to fight that lane anymore.
That's a lot of gun damage.
I see Holiday.
Guardian down there. That's the right side Guardian, the Hidden King Guardian for Floormen going down. Floormen need... oh, go ahead.
You look at that lane, and it's who do they want to put there? I feel like they need to rotate Aiden out. So go for gank mid, then allow Aiden to go solo, hold that right-hand lane, which I think they might be going for here. Geo is setting up for a Death Slam. He's going to be coming on in from behind them on the middle lane. Support's not there necessarily from the rest of the team. They're trying to get a slam at least onto one. They get the catch and the throw, but Rocker's not going too far. It's just a little bit too heavy to get thrown into that Guardian. And here goes the follow-up from thereafter if they can get this kill. And there's the engagement here out of Goober to counter-engage onto Aiden. Gets the lasso back onto him. Pulls him almost back into the Guardian himself. But now Aiden's overextended. He's going to fall. The counter-gank working out well here for Floormen. Turn this around.
Yeah, the aggression going all the way up to the tower. Really good work indeed. And there's that movement from Goober as they disengage from it. Not actually going to take down the tower, leaving that one up for now. And now Goober finding Tanner, who's been so irritating. Tanner's got 8.5k souls actually at the moment. He's really far ahead of everyone, especially Cool Cheese, who's sitting at 5k.
Yeah, he's been left alone now in the lane. You can see that Gibbs rotated over towards middle, so he's getting a lot of solo farm here. Has some decent sustain. I also just want to really quick go back to that middle fight. I think like Burbeth Clock did everything right there. They set up perfectly for that engagement. I think the Death Slam was just a little bit short, which is unfortunate. But it was such a great counter gank by Goober to catch out Aiden to turn that into then a fight that they can win. I think they picked up like 3 kills off of that. Like I said, they didn't take the Guardian down. That helps close the gap a little bit more and helps get some extra souls onto some very crucial targets on their side.
AVG's in trouble. In a lot of trouble there. In the middle lane again, where all the action is. So worth noting the bridge buffs are coming up in about 30 seconds. The chain gang comes into completion, and Tanner is having a great start to this game so far. And well, there's a mid tower that goes down, and that's in favor of Bird with Clock. And again, it can't forget about the urn and the bridge buffs that are about to spawn. So that's going to be on the minds of both teams now.
I need to be careful too, because now you pulled Tanner out of lane, which it worked out, right? You got kills, you got the Guardian down, but you need to keep him, maintain this momentum because they're sitting at a 5k lead, man. Like they're gonna get at least one of the buffs. They technically could get both buffs here, but they've heavily committed to the earn side, which is, I think, very usual. Though I think Melee Creeps is one of the few teams who doesn't necessarily do that. Like to take both buffs at the same time. You can see Tanner going in towards the subway here, looking for a fight. They're actually trying to get the engagement onto them right away. Goober gets caught out in a bad position. He gets slowed down by Kinetic Carbine, and Cool Cheese finishes him off while they pick up earn at the same time. This is a good play so far. I mean, they did lose their mid guardian here, Dan. That's not the end of the world if they can get this earn dunk as well.
And gets dropped for the moment. But it's still in control by Badu Clock. As Floormen are looking to do what they can here. And this is a very nasty catch onto League. He's trying to escape with the guys. Guys can be very tricky to deal with. Swap is available, and it's a great time to use it if there's the ability to do it. Yep, swap. Delivery for the swap. You love to see that.
I think we need like a pizza delivery man skin for Goober on his holiday. He just came up with, hey, anyone order a large pepperoni pizza with a side of ranch? And I think Lee was like, yeah, that was me. He gets a health swap. And they completely get that kill too. A really good turn on Goobers. I mean, he's playing out of his mind so far. The mid counter gank he pulled off, the gank here as well. Doing a fantastic job, and not just glazing him because I like him as a player, but he's really reading the game well, which I think is important to have as a utility player slash like engager like him.
I approve of the glaze. I think it's very reasonable. I would like to join in.
Feel free.
Goober is the one. Well, we've got an unturned in finally by Badu Clock. So the game's evened up now. It was a 4k difference, and it's now relatively even. And if we just take stock of which Guardians are up, that's going to give us a sense as to what some of the next targets are going to be. So it's just one. It's just the Floormen Guardian on the left lane that is currently available. And we're a few minutes away from the British Boss and the next urn. So it becomes a clear point of focus, I think. We currently have the farm there. That's been taken by Aiden. He's solely farming that. But now he's going to get some assistance.
It's been scary, though, because Poshubop hasn't been involved with these fights. Oh, SK coming with a 1200 raid. Thank you so much, SK. Appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the NA matches. But for Poshi, he hasn't had to be involved in these fights, Dan. And Aiden kind of has been. And he's been punished a bit. He's been manhandled by Goober with the lasso. Poshubop's been continuing to build up farm. He's 4k ahead of the counterpart in that lane. So honestly, if you're Aiden, you shouldn't be able to stay in that lane up against Poshi, who can be aggressive, especially if you have anyone sticking around him at a Floorman to keep him safe if there is a gank. Poshi is going to completely snowball this game for him and his team and prevent Aiden from being effective. And I feel like you honestly need Aiden. You need him to hit a spike at some point with like Rico, Toxic, and Inhibitor.
Yeah, and it comes online so late for Mirage. I agree, it's definitely a pretty challenging moment, but ABG is going to be executing his way to success with the killing blow. Trying to stay alive. He's going to get the support that he needs, and there it is, the pizza delivery again. Billy in the mix of all of it to get stampeded on and taken down, and the fight turned in favor of Floormen, as ABG is sitting pretty right now. Despite being the initial person that got ganked, the whole squad has turned up.
Yeah, I think if Floormen win this, I'm gonna tell production now, you're giving it to Goober 100%. That's like the third, fourth time he's been at the right place at the right time. And he's back to left lane yet again here, making sure he can protect Poshupop. Like this is some crazy play, and Floormen are really doing well. Considering I think they were like 5k behind when we saw that urn actually being initially picked up.
Yeah, I agree. It's quite the turnaround, quite the resurgence for the Floormen side. And we're getting closer to the that boiling point of setting up for urn, and because it's a 15-minute it's going to be more of a team fight, most likely to try to take control of that. Both teams are going to want to ensure that they capture that one.
You know, on that note, I think it's hard for Floormen to contest the pickup because you always have to be careful of the Death Slam and always have to be careful of the chain gang, which it is currently on cooldown, but it will be up in time.
Let's go to Broadway.
I don't think you want to necessarily contest the pickups. You saw before, Bird with Clock, they got an initial kill and they got the urn and ran across the map and turned it in. I think if anything, you're looking for a contest on the rotate around the map or a contest on the turn in itself. But even then, if you're going for the contest on the turn in, you're gonna get Death Slam most likely this early on in the game. So they might not even necessarily worry too much about the urn and may even look for like a walker push, because Poshupop on the left hand side is still there. And he still has the guard to back up to, and he still has a 4k lead up against Aiden. So he should be able to draw attention to that position, or just use the urn to buy time for him to push.
It's a good point, and we also can see that the left side Guardian is still up for now. It's actually going to get focused on. So focusing on some objectives whilst the Urn is spawning. This will give the edge to Floormen if they decide to go for it. They do have the numbers advantage on that right side. Although the Death Slam is an ever-present threat. Flash is in position. Geo is there around the Urn currently. Ooh, and the drop-off is coming through as well. The airdrop. Going in on the fight. And Cuba's going to try to escape this, but he's going to get jumped. There's a knockdown, but doesn't come in on time to prevent the Death Slam. It is crazy team fight strength on display here from Bird with Clock, and Goober somehow gets out. That's crazy.
I'm gonna need to replay of that fight for sure. Don't tell me they turn this one around after getting Death Slam. Goober escapes. They're still pushing the left-hand side while all this is happening, and they're getting kills. AVG with the resets. He went straight for the Killing Blow Max ultimate, and he picks himself up 2 quick kills. And a swap under the Walker. Poor Walker's having a tough game here as Cool Cheese comes up with a big kill, and they have been able to pick up the Urn too. I almost thought he just hyperlined for some reason. Mirage there. So it's a 2-for-2 trade, but it should have been way more with Bunny with Clock.
It does feel like Floormen is in a dangerously good position, I suppose. The Urn is going to be deposited, or at least attempted to be deposited, but there is almost a full team ready to respond from Floormen to block this. This is going to be challenging. There's no ultimates online at all for Bird with Clock. There's many online for Floormen, including the Drifter ult that could really be very disruptive.
Yeah, I don't think you can go for this turn in. Gooper with movement buff is going to be deadly because he's got Lasso once again. Maybe looking for a catch. They're buying time for League to farm up on the right-hand side. And looks like it might be go time here, but you can still see Bird Clock. They don't really have any ultimates to go for this one, so if he's going to go straight for the dunk, it could be very deadly, and that's going to be Tanner looking to create some space.
Picks it up, but the engagement is going to be happening. Is there a disengagement? Well, there's a quick catch there. Nice Abrams charge. That's going to stun Rocker, and he's going to get deleted. And at this point, AVG, he's so strong. He's going to be pushing the issue, the front line, but the focus fire is crazy strong, and AVG bit off far more than he could chew. His teammates were not with him for the support, and he gets isolated, taken out, and the rest of his team now, Floormen, trying to disengage from this fight, but they're getting chased down at the moment. Now, are they able to escape? It looks like it's hell to pay for Poshy Pop, who is still getting charged down here by multiple players, and he is solo, and he will get executed by the Mirage. So Poshy, now that he falls, the whole map is up for grabs, and not just that, it is the mid-boss. What a perfect opportunity for Bird with Clock.
Yeah, that was 4 kills. They lost a Walker for it, because League did push on the right-hand side, and I'm going to turn this into a mid-boss here. Rocker, you cannot afford to stay in here, man. You got to get away from this one. I mean, maybe wants to go for a contest. Your Captivating Reed comes in as well, but it's just more to harass them than to do anything. And Bird with Clock taking a very advantageous position, man. Like, that was such a godsend of a fight, because not only did they get those kills, they also got an Urn turn in. So 4 kills and Urn and mid-boss. It's all turning Millhouse here for Bird with Clock.
Oh, that's so painful. That's so painful because it felt like there was, I don't know if there's like a miscommunication or something, but sometimes the awareness in fights, it can be a struggle. Or if it's just a great job from Bird with Clock to just create isolated fights. But AVG going down, very separate from his teammates there. Very difficult scenario. And giving up 3 rejues. This is going to be very hard now because I think the initiative on the map was fully with Floormen. They were kind of running over everything. But now with 3 rejues, this is going to be very challenging for them. They have to take a back seat in this one now, Jason, and play a lot more passive, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they're going to accomplish with this. It's more, I feel like it was an opportunistic take because they could go for, I mean, a potential push on the Walkers. I don't think they take a head-on-head 6v6 fight, though they do have a lot of ultimates coming up. Like, Death Slam should be up in just a few moments here. We even Stand Master for Geo to find a way to get into these fights. You see Aiden's gotten towards Toxic Bullets now. Tanner, I mean, Point Blank, Life Strike, some Torment DP, I like to call it, Torment Pulse with Hunter's Aura. He's very deadly at 19k souls, man. And Arctic with Superior Duration and Arcane Surge. Looking for the big sucks on his one. It's going to be tough, but I still feel like Floormen, they can still defend this. I don't think Bird with Clock are strong enough yet to just go for a brute force Walker here. So if anything, they need to pull Floormen away to allow Aiden to push a lane and look for some Walker damage. Because they do have like a lot of global presence with Gibbs and with Gibbs on Ivy, sorry, and Aiden on Mirage.
I think Arctic is not going to be too far away from the Phantom Strike as well, and I think that is Abrams gets very dangerous at that point, but Gonna get the Eternal Knight coming on through to try to get some damage on this Billy. Definitely chunking Billy down, but the assistance is there. Good presence of mind from Rocket, not to overextend. Ooh, gotta be super careful. Great swap coming through. And there we go. The delivery once again, Goober. Here you go, Walker. The stun from the Walker. The tag team rolling some barrels in as well. Billy, though, is going to get saved with the airdrop.
Oh, they airdropped him during a chain gang, too. So he actually had every chain. I mean, he only had one chain up, but it got broken. 2 Reju's now down here. Floormen doing a phenomenal job of dealing with a Reju'd up bird with clock. Nothing has been gained out of BWC from this Reju. Though Floormen haven't been able to, confirm these into kills. They do get Earn on Tanner, and I mean, they can still turn this fight around. They still have 1 Reju left to go here. Rocker falls yet again, this time to Cool Cheese. With the Earn in the hands of Tanner, they do back away and look for the dunk on the other side. And I think this is definitely the most ideal play you can go for after getting a Reju is let's just use it to take more control and create more of a lead instead of looking for those objectives like walkers.
And there's not many ults available for Bird Clock. They've got the swap. That's basically it. Traveler as well, but it's not really a team ult. I guess a teleport into a teammate if you want, but Floormen not looking like they may have enough people in position just yet to fully challenge this. I guess it depends on what Bird Clock decides to invest in. It might be a 2 or no. In fact, actually, yes, we get multiple players coming now from Floormen to try to stop this Urn from getting taken. Knockdown will drop it momentarily. In the meantime, fight breaks out on the left side of the map that will be favorable for Bird with Clock, and they'll be able to protect their Walker, pressure the left side Walker. But in the meantime, the Urn is going to have to do a runner. There's no way it can get turned in.
No, this is smart. You had 3 players commit in the left-hand side for that kill. You were trying to pull Floormen to the right-hand side so you can pull off the kill like that. Now Aiden's getting some free farm and push them to the Walker. A very smart play by Cool Cheese and BWC here to just back off right after that one. We're not looking for anything more than that. And maybe you can do a dunk thereafter if you do pull Floormen away, or if you get some more kills. And you can see the chase down is trying to come through. Tanner leading the charge once again, looking for Xeno, and he does take him out here. Tanner is so damn strong, and the rest of the team's going to be here as well. The Earn back in the hand of Cool Cheese, while Aiden's been continuing to push point Rocker in that direction. He now teleports over with the Traveler, and they're going to get a free Earn turning off of this. Not to mention the 2 kills they had before. This is
great work.
It's such a growth, I think, out of macro play for Bird with Clock that you have to really respect it and really respect the growth they've had in the team, because the macro decisions they're making right now are perfect.
I totally agree, and especially with the Reju situation, they didn't get too much out of it, and so I was like, oh, actually, does the Reju even matter at that point? And crippling comes through from Cool Cheese, which that's going to be very helpful to help deal with AVG. To just make his resistances go, down significantly, or really any target. But I think AVG is the one where you're going to find the most value from that crippling.
I'd buy crippling more often if I could hit my shots. I've had a bad stint of Infernus today on my stream, and let's just say it really made me come to terms with myself as a player, and that just made me play Deadlock isn't it for me? Maybe I'm just not good enough.
Just play Abrams, it's easy mode.
Yeah, I still managed to make Abrams look bad, so I don't know what's going on. Gibbs getting potentially caught out here. Some good movement to get himself away as a barrel's going to connect onto him, and a lasso.
No.
Goober's like 100% accuracy so far on these. Pulls him out of the captivating read, but it doesn't matter. They still get the kill, and they had a big commitment of a dive for this one. It's going to cost him a Walker here, Dan.
Is it worth it? 20k deficit now. It's really ballooned in favor of Bird with Clock. And a minute and a half for the next objectives, the Urn. Very forward pressure on this mid part of the map, actually, from Floormen. Despite the deficit, it almost looks like they are the team that has more souls there, given the presence they have.
I think you still always have to respect Floormen and how well they can fight as a team. Though I do need to give a lot of credit. Yeah, I think I've been kind of harsh on like specific players on Bird with Clock or Bunny with Clock back then. I think Tanner has really seen some massive improvements. I think his Billy play so far in this game has been able to create these opportunities quite well with the chain gang and how far he got ahead. But also Arctic, man, 31,000 souls. This Abrams is chunky. He is a chungus here. That is going to be hard to deal with. I didn't see what else he's picked up for himself in terms of items, but I would not want to be anyone charged by him. And I mean, he's got 3 prime targets to hit to. Rocker's low, Xeno's low, and Goober are all low when it comes to souls. He's got pretty much double the value of each of them. Close enough.
I mean, even though the soul deficit overall is not looking great for Floormen, the Floormen have the souls on all the players that you would want them to have the souls on. You know, the Venator, and the Shiv are definitely two of the absolutely most important ones. And now the mid-boss has spawned. So this is dangerous territory because Bird with Clock have better teamfight ults. They could even just try to bait the mid-boss or just try to go for it, force a fight, but AVG is going to get caught in mid and the chain gang and then into the charge. There's nothing you can do about that. And yes, mid-boss surely on the cards soon.
I mean, Floormen were setting up for a contest on the right-hand side buff. And the bluff was called, and Bird with Clock's like, you know, we're just going to go fight you. And they take down AVG, and they go back to base. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just to heal up here. Also, big shout out to my boy Calculator in chat. I'm not sure if you remember him, Dan.
I see the drifter.
Remember Young Calc?
Young Calc, yeah, of course, Young Calc, yeah.
He's still around.
Yeah,
His
Young
wrist
Calc,
still-
no doubt.
His wrist still hasn't. He says his wrist is healed now, and the pain's gone, but he's in
that's
rehab to
great.
strengthen it even more. So maybe we'll see some Young Calc coming back in here into Deadlock. That'd be amazing to see.
Hell
As
yeah.
the fight break out here towards mid, this could turn into a mid boss, and with missing Shiv here, it's not looking good for Floormen, but a great ultimate here out of Page. Does set things up for initial kill, but Goober's gonna fall in the midst of this as well. And Pasha Poppy's below half HP. He does have swap, but they have to be so careful. They managed to pick up the urn while this was happening, but this could be a mid boss take for Bird with the Clock if they quickly transition.
Yeah, it does look like a good spot, but it's actually a good spot to challenge it potentially for Floormen as well, because, you know, they're in a spot right now where there's no Death Slam. Lash is down, so Urn's collected, and the mid-boss is not being targeted, really. So this is actually a decent moment. Floormen, you know, they've actually, I think, weakened the deficit or managed to get a little bit closer than they were, because it was previously a 20k deficit, and now it's about 12k deficit. So they're doing a great job coming back into this game so far, and they're looking to take a forward fight. And we'll have to see if this is going to work out for them. AVG once again is getting... He can't move. He's stun locked for days. And that is really, really a big problem for Floormen. Every time they want to go forwards, AVG gets targeted like that. And then that changes the dynamic of the fight, because look at Bird with Clock go. They're just completely converting this now. And mid-boss surely is the prize.
Bro, shout out to Tanner, though, with that counterspell. He counterspelled the killing blow of AVG, so he didn't die, and he got away, and it pulled AVG in a bad position without allowing him to pick up the kill. An amazing play here at Bird with Clock as they now transition themselves into taking mid-boss with a 30k lead here. It's going to be such a hard contest, as 4 players of Floormen are going to be here, and they almost just have to go for it here. They have to take away these Reju's and not allow Bird with Clock to take them and push for free. And here we go. Reju dropping down to the floor. No one's in the pit just yet. The transition coming on through. Goober leads the charge as well with this barrel, but gets charged into a wall here, allowing Cool Cheese, Geo, and Gibbs to pick up one Reju of each. Goober's going to fall, and Bird with Clock are going to completely run over this fight.
Yeah, great moves there. The charge really sealed the deal. And now Tanner is on the chase down. Poshy Pop is going to get obliterated. No support. Nowhere else to go. And AVG respawned up and is just like, ah, man, what can I do? AVG's getting chased down as well. But Tether Walker's more important. Yeah, really well done right now by Bird with Clock. Eternal Darkness will send people back, though. It is being respected. Rocker is in the middle of 4 players. I don't know about this. This is very scary. He's going to get focus fired.
Damn.
I respect it. I respect it. I respect it.
6k for Geo. I low-key just, I mean, he's probably going to go Spirit Burn, but I would just love to see a refresher. Just pulled out of your pocket. They get themselves mid-walker. They get themselves left-walker as well. Bird with Clock are building up a huge lead that I mean, I realistically don't know if Floormen could come back from here, because you have to take into account like individual players across the board. Now, AVG having a strong start, going for the killing blow investment right off the bat in this game. Did pick up quite a few kills early, but he's been controlled quite a bit. He hasn't really been effective in these fights. He's been counterspelled on his ultimate. He's been locked down out of position time and time again here. It's been tough. And in Poshy Pop, I mean, I guess League is at 36k, so I mean, great, they do have a Geist, but I don't feel like a Geist can single-handedly carry a game right now.
Oh my god. Phantom Strikes time. Oh. As if it wasn't bad enough. It's going to be impossible for AVG to do anything in these fights. I'm trying to see how many knockdowns Bird with Clock have, because I feel like they've got... Do they have any knockdowns? I don't think I saw any.
For Floormen?
No, for Bird with Clock.
Oh, I did not check. I know Xeno has one. If anyone, it's probably going to be Gibbs that would have it on BWC's side.
Yeah,
maybe.
I don't think I saw it.
But we could take a look again.
We'll get to look
and
again.
I don't see any knockdowns. No.
Yeah.
See a slow and hex for the cool
Interesting.
cheese and a curse now.
Oh, that's basically knockdown plus.
Oh my god, Rico, Inhibitor, Toxic Bullets, and Mercurial Magnum for Aiden. So for someone who was quite far behind Poshipop, I mentioned quite a few times he was like 4K behind quite consistently. He's now 6K ahead because of the success of the team. And he is going to be very hard to kill now because of how far he is ahead of everyone on the other side, except League, of course.
Man, free and must be nice. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, he's almost got 5k HP. The Abrams Arctic is a meat popsicle.
What flavor?
Meat.
Meat popsicle. Just meat?
Steak.
Okay. Steak?
Steak. Wagyu.
I get behind that. Oh, okay.
Oh, we're wrapping around the back.
One. Just helping Arctic get in better position, I guess. I mean, that's seismic impact. He's got it maxed as well, so he's unstoppable during it.
Yeah, the plated is really nice on the Abrams, deflecting the bullets. Dude, Abrams shotgun is nasty.
It's more of a machine shotgun, it seems, especially with Watcher's Covenant popped onto it with the fire rate.
Yeah.
Just craziness. I mean, he has K dash and he has A dash.
Yep.
Well, I guess you don't call it A dash. But A surge. Okay, another lasso. It did connect, but I'm not sure what happened to it. If there was like a divine barrier to cleanse it away, and Goober now maybe get out of position. The fight is going to break out here, and I think Floormen realized, okay, this is the time to go for it. There's no rejuve left. Maybe they can take this fight here.
What? Death slam? What is happening? I don't know what happened with that death slam. ABG is going to be a slice and dashing on through. Slice and dicing on through. This is a very chaotic perspective.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like just as confused as probably Gio is trying to watch this fight.
Yeah.
They do pick up 2 kills. But again, Aiden, he's not being punished. He's not being pushed. Maybe with the rallying cry, that could be exactly what they need. They're going to look to lock down Aiden. They don't quite catch the captivating read. They have to be respectful of him as they do run in towards these corridors where that Ricochet is just going to put in some serious work. Not to mention Tanner going to be coming in from the side. He is still relatively healthy, about half HP. And they're running into the Kutsu bomb, which is going to slow them up here to maybe look for the re-engage and charge. The Abrams coming in from downtown, catching Poshipop. And now Xeno's trying to get on the run.
Good movement there. Very good movement. Pixel perfect. Okay, Goober back to his usual things. Get captivating, get meleeed by the towers. Although the Abrams has 5k HP, let's not forget. So it's going to take a lot more to kill him.
Still not a bad like fight considering the soul difference. I mean, we're looking at 50k, and they still were able to take down 2.
And yeah, Gibbs almost died early on in the fight too. So definitely had there was a prospect for it to be even better too. But yeah, 40k. Well, more than that now. 50k difference. It's out of hand.
Yeah, it is definitely a bit out of hand. I think the upside is that League's doing just good damage. ABG, I mean, he's at 35,000 souls. He's still quite far up there, but they also just have the reset mechanic, which is always going to be important and always is something you have to respect no matter how far you are ahead. But with mid-boss spawning back in and 2 players still down, I mean, this is an easy rejuve take here for Bro with Clock, and if Floormen contest it, you're looking at least a phase 1 or stage 1 patron.
It's gonna blow.
Setting the barrel down. Yeah, I mean, you can just force this.
Oh my god, I see how fast it just zipped by because of the time wall.
Death slam just in case anyone jumps in.
Yeah, big commitment there to guarantee it. And, you know, I respect it too because it's not that long of a cooldown for Death Slam. 100 seconds. They're just going to clean up some waves, maybe farm some jungle, buy up a couple of items here. So he actually didn't go Spirit Burn. I thought Gio would have gone for that. Instead, he went for the Greater Expansion and Boundless, even a Warp Stone. Still gonna have a hell of a lot of damage here, Dan, out this lash.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, that's the least of the problems on the team too. I think, you know, Arctic on the Abrams, Tanner on the Billy, and Aiden right now on the Mirage are all absolute units. almost at 50k souls each. I just don't know how you kill any of them.
Oh, I mean, AVG, right? You just got to get them low. You got to keep AVG alive. I mean, Goober's had some really good losses. I don't think he's missed like a single one this whole game. But the problem is, like, he likes playing low eco heroes, but his effectiveness is going to fall by the wayside here, especially with Cool Cheese, with Curse, with how tanky Birdclock are getting. It's definitely doable, but it's going to be tough. And again, I feel like you have to fight in a really advantageous position where Posh Puff can get a good knockback, maybe get some slice through a couple of targets, a good captivating read. It's possible, just not very likely. You know, I'm trying to be a little bit more of an optimist than a pessimist. It's hard right now to be an optimist, but there is always this chance, because you can't forget that Floormen, I would still say, are the more tried and tested team.
Yeah, I totally agree. Makes a lot of sense. And, you know, just like you say, they're just doing all of the things before Rejuve runs out, where we will see an eventual base push. But they get the urn, and like, you can't challenge this if you're Floormen, because you want the base fight instead. And it's not really going to make a difference for you at this point, that urn.
Yeah, I mean, it's more beneficial for you to get than necessarily for them to get. But we are hitting a point. I mean, 200,000 souls then. The lack of walkers, lack of flex slots for Floormen is going to become painful. And I haven't really taken a look at their items or if they're like slot locked right now, but they should be. You can see here.
Yeah.
It's gonna hurt. I mean, only Xeno has a slot open, and the rest of them are sitting on max items. And I feel like this is one of the hardest positions to come back from, because you're really forced to choose what items do you sell to pick up what items will give you the most benefit in the moment or the next coming fights. It's very hard, and it's very difficult to think about and to react on the fly.
Yeah, and there's got to be a moment that gets chosen now for this engagement. Shrine's going to go down very quickly. You see the left side Shrine, the focus for now. But when's the moment the Floormen decide to go in? They managed to deal with one of the rejuice, but Aaron's getting taken, just like the knockback in the chest from the crossbow is pretty huge from the Iradomini. And there we go, the Death Slam playing his part in this fight as Geo dances around, and AVG again just completely locked out of action. Captivating read to try to control some of the space, but they just don't have really much to deal with this.
And I saw Refresher being used. I thought that was a rallying charge, but I'm not sure which ultimate actually was used for. But either way, and they're going to lose 5 players. They're going to lose the Stage 1 Patron. And honestly, I think, Dan, this is going to be the game as well. I think they're going to have more than enough time to finish this one off here. And Bird with Clock, they looked good, man. They looked really good. I mean, even Floormen looked really good too. I think Goober had great rotations to punish like counter ganks and stuff. But, man, BWC really hammered it home. And they look like a completely different team than last week. No offense, Matt, but maybe Gio should play full time for this team.
Well, there you go. Locked it in, the victory, and then now on to melee creeps. Definitely not a bad game from Floormen, but just a few key moments there. I think they set them back a little bit too far, and they just couldn't keep up. And that comp was played really well by Bird O'Clock. And I'm looking forward to the battle now against melee creeps.
I saw some people in chat talking about like, why did the casters say Floormen have the better comp or favor their comp? I feel like we both said BWC probably had the better composition. I mean, they had like a ton of damage. They had good space creation for Aiden to play with on the Mirage. Gio looked like he's been in this team for a while here with the Lash. But I feel like when you're playing Lash, it's such a pivotal role too, that you have to know how the team plays. You have to know where they want to fight, where they don't want to fight. But he did such a great job of subbing in and open up opportunities for them. I think they had almost every single Urn -1. That was the defensive turning on their side of the map for Floormen, and they looked pretty good the entire time. And they had smart macro play. Even in the beginning when they got counter ganked by Goober, it was still a very smart transition point to send Gio towards mid to look for an opportunity.
Yeah, and I think it might have been because of my comment, because I was talking about the potential for what Floormen could do with the lineup. Like, I could see the vision, but yeah, the balance from Bird O'Clock with what they had was great. And Tana, you know, we can see here, got off to such a great start in this game. We saw a lot of harassment trying to intercept some of the box runs and catch the Drifter. And, you know, usually it should be the other way around, that the Drifter is kind of catching you in these isolated scenarios. But they got off to a really solid start between those two. And I think, as you mentioned also, Goober was a large part of the reason why I think this was made a little bit more difficult despite the good start, because some of those lassos were just absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I don't think he missed a single one. He was hitting great lassos. He had great movement. He was around the map as often as possible. He was even supporting like Poshy Pop, who was getting solo farm with a 4K lead up against 8 on the left-hand side. I could glaze him all day with what we saw in this last match. And for BWC, I can't think of anyone individual except maybe Tanner, as you pointed out before. I think him and Gibbs, even like the loss of Gibbs in the beginning, keep in mind, Gibbs was box running and he got ganked. He died. But then when they came back into this one, Tanner's able to keep Rocker under control. I don't even know how many deaths Rocker had, but the Drifter just could not be drifting at all in this game. He just couldn't do anything. I think most of our highlight reels him dying at the moment because he was so controlled. I mean, yeah, you have a good ultimate, but they lacked a good amount of damage that he could do because of how far behind he got.
Yeah, it was a sad story for the Floormen. Was there anyone in particular with regards to Bird with Clock that you really enjoyed here, or you feel like was an unsung hero maybe actually?
Excuse me. I wrote in our little chat. I put like kind of Tanner in there. I think he did a great job on the Billy controlling the game. I think also Arctic and Geo. If I'm gonna look at like three, even Cool Cheese. Honestly, I think the only one I wouldn't get MVP to here in this game is Aiden and Gibbs. I think the other 4 are all MVP worthy performances. Like Cool Cheese had some great picks. He had some great swaps. Invested in Crippling early to help his team have even more damage in these fights. Yeah, there's really, it's hard to choose for BWC who was the individual MVP.
And Gio gets bonus points for being the sub, being the good guy sub coming in, helping the victory happen as well.
Who would you give it to though? Was it Tanner for you in your eyes?
I'm gonna choose Arctic. I love Abrams right now, so I'm on my Abrams arc, so I feel very biased, but I'm gonna be transparent.
It's fun. It's respectable. I mean, so Tanner, I just realized he's the one that had refresher. So he refreshed a chain gang at the very end of those fights.
Oh,
yeah,
disgusting.
I mean, BWC, they look better now than I've seen them in any single week during the night shift. And I think that's
the macro.
Yeah, I think macro is definitely where they would lack. I think Floormen definitely had better macro early, but BWC were making like so many good decisions later on in the game. They're creating so many opportunities. Aiden was so far behind compared to his counterpart. He was able to just catapult himself forward with the earn control that they were going for, and him trusting his team to go for the earn control. Yeah, up against melee creeps, it's still an entirely different beast for them to play against, but looking much better, and that really gets me excited for North America.
Yeah, it is very exciting. I'm trying to figure out also, what was what are all of the builds that we're looking at here? Like, if there's anything unusual, because sometimes I feel like you see something that's a bit more unusual or something that's a bit off meta, but everything looks kind of normal to me. I don't know if you spotted anything from a builds perspective that you wanted to highlight in this game, but for me, it looks kind of straightforward.
I was thinking maybe crippling out of league, but they didn't have a crippling carrier, so I can kind of understand why you went for it.
Yeah.
For Rocker, I mean, I think it's pretty just standard build, to be honest. I think they needed to go into counterspell. You can see they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 counterspells. Makes perfect sense when you have to deal with like swaps, you have to deal with chain gangs, and you have to deal with death slams. I think it was a very smart investment across the board, but nothing really stands out too much to me, to be honest.
Well, that said, then let's go to the MVP. Who did we get for our MVP here today? It's gonna be Tanner. Tanner, the bully on the Billy. We'll see.
Can they rename to like Goat with Clock? Is that possible? And it's just Billy holding a clock, like a little stopwatch. Even though, the funny thing about that REM stopwatch though is like that's like a normal stopwatch, but it looks like a giant clock next to his head.
True, that's true. Yeah, I could be a fan of the goat's clock. But yeah, Tanner, great performance. We saw it in some of the highlights already, like right from the get-go on the Billy. I think that's kind of your job with Billy, is to be as oppressive as possible. It's extremely frustrating to play against a Billy because he can continually run at you, shoot at you, like to slam his bat down at you, can chain gang you, rising ram you, like you can't get away from him.
Yeah, I think he did a great job. I think it took maybe a little bit of time to figure his role a little bit better within the team, because he was normally be like the Abrams player in Arctic. He's supposed to be like one of the carry players. I think he's basically like the AVG of the team, and I don't really know what to call that role. It's kind of like a brawler carry, I think is maybe what you go with. But he's also played a couple of like other M1 hero carries for the team in the past. As you can see here, I mean, they advance once again. They're playing against melee creeps here for 2 weeks in the running. Melee creeps, I feel like they walked over them last week, though I don't think it's gonna be that easy this time, man. I really have some respect and hopes for BWC.
There we go. Well, we'll see what happens with BWC against melee creeps, which is going to be the money match coming up after the break. What is up, everybody? We're back. We're back here at Night Shift, and we have a money match just for you. Just for you. We've got Melee Creeps up against Bird with Clock. And Jason, you said the Bird with Clock are looking better, so you've got to be excited about this, surely.
Of course. I'm always excited about NA's finals, man. I'm always excited about NA now, which is something I didn't think I'd be saying 3 months ago, something like that, 6-7 months ago, maybe. NA has proven to be the most exciting region to watch now, though maybe things are changing in EU with Leviathan taking down Abrahams. Though with us losing low-key W, it's like, okay, well now, who's going to be our new challenger team? And No Mercy kind of, well, they got walked over a little bit in that match earlier on today. So, man, come on, we need some EU teams. Maybe we fly over like the Hydronation squad, which we haven't seen play still. Maybe we fly them over to EU. They'll play as an EU team instead, and then we got like a balance of EU and NA crazy teams. But this is gonna be an exciting one, though. I think Melee Creeps, after seeing Abrahams fall, they're like, okay, we can't do it. We can't let NA fall as well.
Very true, very true. Melee Creeps, they're gonna keep that streak alive. God, you just made me think about having a Deadlock LAN. I want it so bad. We've been doing this for almost 2 years. We're getting there. We're getting there. I think the game's been playable for 2 years.
I think in April, it'll be, wait, no. In April, it'll be the game's out for has been playable for 2 years, though it wasn't public back then.
Right.
And we started in October, ZP, if you're still here. I can't remember when like Fight Night started.
Yeah, that's not right.
Yes, it was October 2024 was the first weekly tournaments we were a part of.
Damn. So we'll be going on 2 years in October. That's going to be crazy. And to not have international LAN event yet. We only had one LAN, and that was over in Toronto. Come on, we need something.
Also, between generations, we are 2 more shows away from surpassing the old Fight Night record, where Fight Night died at 30.
Was it 30?
Yes.
So we have 2 more weeks before Night Shift dies. I'm kidding. It's a joke. It's a joke, guys. Anyways, let's move on to our roster. I think this is what we need to talk about here, Dan, because we've now seen Bird with Clock, with Geo now subbing in for Matt, looking like a team who can who can contest the best of the best in North America, and they're truly going up against the best here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super curious about how this will look when we get into the draft, because how much of that, like, what's the depth on the comps here for Bird with Clock against Melee Creeps? Because that's always going to be one of the challenges when you play the best team in the region, is that they can usually go a little bit deeper on the comps and kind of gain advantages on the draft. Because I felt like, the draft did look pretty solid for Bird with Clock. They got what they wanted. They got the 2 kind of like meta frontliners, like immediately Abrams and Billy, really huge pickups. They got one of the better M1 carries as well, and like Mirage to kind of lock in their late game. The support was a pretty flexible pick, but just like overall, I feel like they got what they wanted, I guess is my point here, Jason. And Geo is another one of those factors we need to consider is, how does he fit? Like, what can he play in the scope of this team? So these are questions that will be answered when we get into the draft, but we now have to go to our next roster to remind you of the GOATs.
Bro, flexing hard. With a 25, I don't know where I got an accent from, $25 glaze is what I'll call it. And he says, what's it like when you have 6 D-Mobs on one team? What's that like, Dan? What's that like, chat? What do you think the answer to that is?
Pretty awesome. I feel like there's that's a thought that every player has at some point where they're like, man, I wish I could just clone myself and I just be a team of me, because then it'd be the best.
Oh yeah, I've totally thought that. I'm gonna clone myself. I'll be the best team ever. Hell no. The answer, by the way, was Melee Creeps. So you have 6 D-Mobs on one team. It's Melee Creeps. You also have a $5 donation that came in from Step Frank. Says, I hope this game blows up like it deserves. Don't we all? And one team looking to benefit off that explosion is this team here on your screen. MVP, best player on the team. I think there's been talks of like Sai. There's been talks of Ido. I don't think I've ever heard you talk about who you think the best player on the team is. Or maybe you haven't. I've just forgotten.
Well, I haven't done NA in a while, so it's possible that I haven't. But it's a tough one. I mean, I
think Ido even said it, like Johnny Heat. Like Ido thinks John's the best player on the team.
Yeah, I mean, John and Sire are the 2 that I look at specifically. I mean, Ido's always going to be in the conversation, but I think John has been the most impactful player, just the guy that's been targeted by bans the most, and the person who is like has hero picks that I think are fairly defining in how people end up playing in matchmaking and elsewhere, because you'll see him like pick up a Bebop and he'll play it in a specific way that you're not going to see the European teams like build it that way, and he has insane carry potential on it, doing that with the gun doorman as well. There's just like a lot of iconic John stuff and it wins games for them, like the John Geist as well, and he can do it on so many different heroes. Warden, Geist, Doorman.
Dynamo.
Has he done Dynamo?
He played a Dynamo.
Oh my god.
Back.
Ridiculous. So yeah, I'll go John.
Okay. I mean, it's funny because you talk about him being a person who's normally targeted with bans. And the weird thing was, I think like back then he was playing some really strong heroes like Bebop. When we saw the rise of John made sense because Bebop was seen as like a really strong gun carry. Warden as well was seen as really strong gun carry, and that was one of the heroes he would play. But he does draw some bans, and he's gotten to the point where you can't ban him out anymore. I think he's extended his pool far enough that he can play quite a few different things. He's even been able to play, I believe it was 7 in one of the scrims I watched from Melee Creeps not too far back. But we're going into the draft, and we're going to see now what is actually going to break down here. I would kind of expect Celeste to not get through, but Bird with Clock having 2 picks in a row, I don't think they're going to get Abrams Billy. I think there's no way that should be happening. But also, you see what just happened here, Dan?
We got 10 gifted from Jonas.
10 gifted from Average Jonas. He was talking some mad smack to me this morning, but I'll let it slide because he gifted 10 here, okay?
Sick. There we go. He's paying you off. He's got the briefcase. Say, here, Jason, take this briefcase full of money. Okay, so let's ban Abrams ban.
Yeah, so I think they banned Abrams, so that means Bird with Clock can't get both Billy and an Abrams. And I think you would just take Billy here, no? I think that'd be one of the smartest plays you could do for Melee Creeps, even though you have Silver and other heroes to open. And so for the Shiv instead, okay.
Shiving stead. Fish cake Shiv. Yeah, I think it's now this no-brainer Billy. I don't know if teams. It used to be the case that sometimes you get teams that will kind of lock in the page pretty soon after, but I don't think that's coming here. Oh, okay. We get the silver picked up there, and so it's gonna be Silver Billy. Surely, I mean, Billy has to make an appearance.
Well, kind of makes sense. Again, you eat away at the front lines that could be chosen by Melee Creep side. Thing is, was it an interview with Idol last week? He did say they still value Kelvin pretty highly, and they still think Kelvin is still a really strong support. So even if you try taking away what Melee Creeps could play, Sai can pick up that, he can pick up Ivy, he can pick up Rem, I mean, he can pick up Paige, he can play any of those 4 supports. So I think Melee Creeps are one of the few teams out there that you have to also worry about a Kelvin being picked, because they're one of the few teams, if only team out there, who's playing Kelvin still.
I mean, Kelvin, the domes are always going to be extremely valuable, potentially. Like, they're obviously just so situational, but it has a lot of utility. So I can definitely see that. And there we go, you get the Kelvin too. And this is cool because we'll get to maybe talk about some of the applications that Kelvin has, because Kelvin is, I think he's kind of unique, like with the Ice Path and the Ice Beam and so on. There's like a lot of unique interactions you can have off of Kelvin. So definitely still a very good hero. And looks like we'll be rounding things out with the Mirage again. This is picked, I think, in the same position it was in the previous match by Bird Clock. So now the bans become of interest, because you could ban some pick, you could ban some support here. Actually, maybe you just want to ban pick.
Oh, okay, Jonas, calm down. Kelvin's good, but is he 3rd pick good? I think that's what I'm kind of like, I don't know how I feel about that one, because it doesn't really make sense to me to see Kelvin chosen that early unless you were at threat of it being banned away. But you still have so many different pieces to the puzzle that you could play. But also, interesting enough, pretty sure you can gut shot someone in the frozen shelter if you're inside of it. You can create terrain that you can gut shot into. So another thing you have to worry about when you're fighting Venator and Kelvin together, which could be the lane combo. I'm not 100% sure it's gonna be a Shiv Kelvin together. But they take away Ivy, so you got Rem and Paige as the only choices, and it's probably gonna be Paige for Bird the Clock here.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, it comes on through. Yeah, I can see that. The Ivy's an interesting ban. Obviously, they played it in the previous matchup. I do think they got a lot of really cool value with it, especially with the positional value with the airdrop, which is always good to see. But yeah, obviously, Paige goes pretty hard with the Billy. And John Geist, question mark?
No. Maybe. Because he would be the Venator player for them. So I'm not sure if it's going to be him or if it's going to be Fishkake.
Fish kake.
Also known as fish cake.
Reminds me of another type of kake. Jason.
What, some pound kake?
You know exactly what I'm talking about. I know your game.
I have no idea. But Scout going to be on the Bebop. Yeah, it's kind of sad to see John. If you ever have Bebop now play for Melee Crews, you used to be like, oh, it's going to be John on Bebop. But no, it's going to be Scout now, who's done a fairly good job. And, you know, keeping the depth of the pools for everyone across the board. But who's Ido on right now for Melee Crews is what I'm kind of eyeing at the moment. Can't play Shiv. It also could be Do on Shiv.
Had to finish the chapter.
Also could be Fish Cake on Shiv.
All right. Inspired by Goober, perhaps. The holiday gets picked up. Paradox band, it makes a lot of sense. Bebop, so the Bebop guys, with the Venator, we've got three. Is there three Johns? Is, what do we do? What do we do, Jason?
Oh, okay. All right, Ido. Okay, Ido. Okay. Chill. He thinks Calico is still top tier, and he fights anyone that disagrees. He played Calico last week, and it worked. I mean, of course, it worked. It's Ido. But the last pick, Ido, I mean, it is a really good assassination hero. If you're mean on your Mirage, you can just be blown up so fast. And you can see Calico picked twice in Night Shift last week. It was picked by Psy from Leviathan. Absolutely slaughtered. I think it was like 0-10 or 0-11. And then Ido played an NA and made it look like a god. So it was kind of funny to see the dichotomy between the two different plays of Calico, though. I mean, Psy just didn't really have a chance. He had no farm. But interesting enough, picking up Calico here, I think he's really trying to make a statement. I think he's getting eagled on.
Okay, so Fish Cake on Shiv. That makes sense. That makes sense. So that's a Fish Cake classic. So here we go. We're going to be into the money match here for the North American Night Shift. Melee Creeps looking to extend their streak of wins week in and week out. Bird with Clock with Geo subbing in. Looked really good in the first matchup today. See if they can put a challenge to the best to ever do it in NA.
I saw someone in chat talking about if you're as good as Psy is on Kelvin, you pick him third. And I was asking, like, is Kelvin good enough as a third pick? I think that's appropriate response, if I'm honest. But let's see who's gonna be on him. So he's gonna be Fish Cake over on the Shiv, and of course Ido gonna be on the Calico, and Do gonna be on the guys. John, of course, on the Venator. On the other side, pretty understandable as well. I think the interesting part is that you're putting Geo in such high playmaking and high intensity roles, like going from last to now silver. You have a lot of faith in him as a player, man, to be able to pull this off, to be able to get wins here, because you're I mean, you could put him on something like a little bit easier. You put him on like maybe the Billy in this game, and stuff you don't necessarily need as much. But to go on the silver, if silver doesn't have a good game, it feels like a dead hero.
Do whatever it takes.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, I love that. I love to see that. I mean, obviously, hopefully it works out for them. But yeah, that was their first pick, which does tell you the story. Maybe Geo is a sleeper agent.
Who would look better as a silver cosplay? We've already seen Deathy do it. But do you think Ida would look better than Deathy in a silver cosplay?
Nah. I mean, Deathy's been shaping the cosplay meta of like for a long time, right? He was the first one in the cat suit, you know.
Cloud9 Sneaky. Ready to start a riot. I don't know if you followed Sneaky from League.
No, I don't know anything about League, Jason.
That's true. There's no cosplay.
They follow children's games. Child game.
Calm down.
Child cartoon game. Anyways, a lot of action here around the tier 1 camp, as expected. Obviously, the box running might start to begin as well, especially with the Calico. You know, we've got Mina. There's a lot of like good box runners around. To be honest, speaking of which, you know, I was watching some replays ages ago of Graves, maybe like a couple weeks ago, and I was like, oh, I just played some Graves. I'll check out some of that. And I see how he was box running, you know, with the 2 stamina bars on Graves. I'm like, I thought this hero couldn't move, and he's like doing the full box run routes. I'm like, what? He's making it look so clean. So I guess if you're good enough with the movement in this game, you can really do anything.
Pros in this game play a different version of Deadlock than we play, I would say. Us casuals. I think there's a big difference between like Eterna 6 and top 100. I think I actually was saying this because of the amount of people playing. Eterna 6 has kind of grown in the amount of players that's in it, and it must feel really bad for the people who are like higher up in Eterna 6, because you're getting such a wide field of players because even within a turn of 6 alone, there's already a big like discrepancy between like a low at turn of 6 and a high at turn of 6, and then a top 100 player. I'm kind of just glad I don't play at that rank, because it would do my head in.
Yeah, I'm really curious to hear that. Oh, okay, hang on. We got a nice hook coming through for some harass. Good parry though.
Oh my
That's created some
God.
problems.
He just styled on him, Aiden. Holy crap. I mean, he tried poking him into the trap out of Venator, so it was actually like a good play. But Aiden air dashed away from the trap and then just turned it around on him with the parry. Really
That's
cool
crazy.
to see.
Aiden's got the moves. I forget what I was talking about now, but that's fine, because there's plenty of things to talk about as we get some of the pressure here. We haven't really talked about the lanes themselves too much. I think because we've had so much action here, and I am curious about the play with Calico. Maybe, I don't know, something that we don't. I'd imagine we would see probably like a Spirit Lean a build where, because that brings Calico online pretty much immediately.
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing the gun Calico that it was Wander was trying to start. And I've seen the couple games back then. Apparently
I've played it a few times.
Shot.
It goes pretty hard like late game, but it's like you're not nearly as good as the Spirit build like early to mid game.
Yeah.
In my crappy games.
I mean, we did see a little bit of a gank coming out of Scout towards the left-hand side. Was spotted, though. So, Early Clock just backed away. Started trying to go for the contest and probably get back to being aggressive once they spawn him back in middle. The cool cheese on the holiday.
Protect Ido.
Distracted. I was like, I was just watching this fight break out here. I forgot I had to actually talk about the fight. As you see, the early skirmish, buff's gonna be spawning as well. And again, remember I said before, Melee Creeps are one of the few teams that actively take double buffs. They get both buffs here at the start of the game by timing their waves and shoving them accordingly. And when we get to that first turn, I wouldn't be surprised to see them do it again.
Yeah, it's something that I've tried to do a lot more in my own games as well. Is try to think about, okay, we're at like the 330 mark. Where's my HP? How much HP am I going to be trading? And then how much can I push the lane to make sure that I can either take control of the cab, tier 1 cab when it respawns, or have position for bridge buff, etc. Makes a huge difference. And we got the Bebop Scout coming into this right side lane, but he's actually being followed, I think, by Cool Cheese on the holiday. So this right lane might start to get kind of interesting here, Jason.
Well, kill potential. I still going to lead towards BWC here on this one. Here comes the Holiday with Cool Cheese. Hits a barrel and a lasso, and Scout gets blown up. The counter gang coming in with BWC this time. Cool Cheese showed us he can do exactly what Goober can do before. Almost even dead. A second kill. Side just barely escapes around the corner, just shy of his ultimate, and a good timing window for them to go for that fight.
Yeah, really nice timing. Yeah, really abusing the power spikes of the ultimates coming online for Bird with Clock. Small edges taken early on in this game from Bird with Clock. There we go. We get the hyper beam pressure down this mid guardian.
Aiden like dashed in to look for a fight because he had Cool Cheese coming back, and then he saw the hyper beam. He's like, okay, I'm just gonna dash back out and get out of this one. That's not worth it. But there's a big skirmish breaking out towards the middle too. Arctic's gonna be here. There's 4 players on Bird with Clock here for this fight. Such a heavy investment of players in this position. It would be ideal if they could net themselves kills, but they're being mirrored on the other side by melee creeps.
Yeah, I'm liking the movement from Bird with Clock at the moment. Maybe I should just call them BWC.
Yeah, but I think too many of our viewers are Fiki that I don't want to call them that, you know?
Okay. I will respect preferences. Oh, come on. Give me a mid-air connection there. Mid-air flick hook. Defense here from Cool Cheese. Really important. They did deny the hyper beam pressure earlier. The hyper beam did get some damage, but you get the ice beam coming in on top of Mina. She can't escape. Beautiful timing on the ultimate there. The Kelvin Dome to trap the Mina before she was able to teleport away.
A good early investment out of slowing Hex too. Gonna shut down Aiden, gonna shut down Tanner, Geo, Arctic. Really high value item to be picking up here. And look how aggressive Size being just dancing all over Geo, not allowing any shot to be connected. So, I mean, they still have a 1K lead here, considering I feel like BWC have been winning for the most part, just with the counter ganks. But speaking of ganks, they're going to be coming on through. Aiden just going to tornado up The staircase directly into a big ultimate of Editor. He gets lassoed back in. John is under the pressure. As even, oh my god, the rallying charge comes out, and honestly, Burger Clock are throwing everything they have into this fight, picking up 3 kills.
Yeah, doing a great job so far, but D's in trouble. He's going to get the swap though, and keep himself alive for a moment longer, but just angering the wolf. Dude gets taken out as well, and Burger Clock. I love how active they're being on the map, Jason, and I think the team play is really nice from them.
I think Metro's hit the nail on the head, saying today's scripted double upset before patch. So we're gonna get 2 upsets, one at E, one at NA, and then patch right after. Or patch in the last match of this best of 3. Oh, that would be sick.
Oh, juicy. Press shots goes hard button on Silver. Press the button, deploy the update. This is a great game so far from Burger Clock. I feel like they've turned up the heats even more than they did in the previous match. Okay, they have 3 Guardians up still as we close in towards the 10-minute mark. The right side Guardian is at the most risk at the moment, which is what we're looking at the moment. And it will get taken out finally. And we do have the urns, or the urns, singular actually, the urn and the buffs spawning soon too. So you want to be thinking about that map control.
Exactly, the kill here would be perfect to set you up for some early control. RT gets very low. What a parry onto Geo too. He's gonna fall. Silver taken out back and shot. That didn't not as bad as it actually did. As the fight's gonna continue on the left-hand side now, and Medicus would be perfect to be able to pick up a kill here to turn it around with Geo falling. And they get a great hook, that's Scout onto Gibbs. And the follow-up, well, it won't quite be there as Kelvin's gonna be coming around from the side as Saya speaking of him. And Gibbs is just trying to survive here and get away from this fight.
There's that Deadlock movement coming in handy.
Again.
Oh, the gut shot that leads. Cool cheese. If only there was another gut shot. Let's have a low cooldown.
Even with this happening though, Melee Crews picked up double buffs and they got earned control. I mean, the initial kill to Geo, I guess, opened up, but they lost Ido as well. So it was like a 1-for-1 trade in the end of things. But they're running the Urn over. Well, Burger Clock's like, okay, you guys can take the Urn. We're going to take your Guardian. And they take a kill on the Fish Cake. So that's going to be the trade-off they're going to give. They have to be careful to not lose a Guardian themselves. And they're not really rotating anyone over there. So if anything, they're looking for a push on the mid to look for double Guardians. And all those Guardians you're talking about being up and available in this game, I think like, what, 1.5 minutes later, they're all gone.
Yeah, they're literally almost all of them. There's one left on the left side that is barely standing. It's wobbling at the moment. Doing the wobble. With that said, though, Medicrease only a couple, well, about 3,000 souls ahead overall now, so extremely marginal difference at this point in the game. So now things get interesting now that we enter the fully exit the early laning phase, and we are going to be thinking about picks. We're going to be thinking about farming, sinners, and hooking people through the shop exit. Okay, well, you hook me, I will lasso you. And in comes Ido, though, with the ult, and that's going to blow up Cool Cheese. So actually, but okay, yeah, Cool Cheese will go down in the end. And looks like for Cool Cheese's life, the Bebop will die as well. But be careful. John ripping Iridomini. It does some damage, I hear.
Well, what if they connect?
Ooh, parry!
Parry! John, and then the gut shot into the wall. Oh my, and another parry! Tanner can't catch a break, getting bullied like ZP was by him in high school.
Crazy. And that with that, it's still about a 3k difference, so super close game still. And right now, John's going back to trying to work on that left lane, just maybe take down that final Guardian. And it feels like Medicrease are kind of threatening on the map at the moment. They could easily start attacking into the opponent's jungle, especially with Bebop. That's always a threat. And then you got Ido, who's on the Calico.
Oh, he just got out in time. I was waiting to see if he gets stuck in there.
That would be amazing.
Well, the left lane Guardian does go down here. John and Saya pushing that one together. So all Guardians have been disposed of here finally. And Ido just seems to be really content at just taking these boxes. There's a fight breaking out on the left-hand side. Secret shot. And there's the frozen shelter coming on through here. Try to focus down John, but honestly, I don't know what Tanner can really do about this in this 1-on-2. He has his teammate locked out. There's going to be Aiden joining the party, try to focus down John. He goes into the closet and back out again to the open arms of Saya. Eventually will be cleaned up. The rotations out of Ido is going to be here in time. They need to turn this one around as Gibbs is looking to escape here on the page. Here's the enter the shadows, return to shadows here out of Ido. And they will get the confirm on to Aiden. So only netting themselves 1 kill. After all that was thrown into it, only 1 kill apiece. Seems to be unfortunate.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy close. Guys, does she have a swap? Yes. Do has a swap, but... Oh, Nox Nostra comes on through. Wow, Duo can escape this. Swap is still available. Chasing Dew down is going to be difficult. Looking for the swap still. Can't quite get it. Of course, he's baited into it. Arctic on the other side will shut down the kill and prevent the swap shenanigans. And right now, melee creeps again. They have the ability to really pressure the map more. And I think there's a fight breaking out. Geo gets caught. That does not look very good. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Gets popped.
He just got yeeted across the map too. Like, did you see the view model just disappear?
Yeah. Sent into space.
Well, with that kill, okay, so again, we've had 4 buffs so far in this game, right? 2 on each side of the map. Melee creeps have gotten all 4. We're about to hit the 15-minute mark, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him do it yet again and get every single buff this game has provided. You see Scout on the right-hand side. Left is completely open. You take a look at some of these... Oh, my...
No.
Scout is him.
Oh. That's kind of gross. Going for the buffs again. Might be more of a challenge on this one. Again, I'm looking to see if your statement rings true. Did they get every buff? Oh. It will fight up on the roof here. It's going to attract all the attention. There's scouts on that. Bebop is a big presence. And I'm not sure who got the buff there. I can only assume that it was, in fact, indeed, melee creeps.
Trust me. The longer this goes on, the worse it's gonna get.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the fight broke out. And everyone just kind of left it up as Arctic. Okay, he gets a parry on the fish cake. Saya's still here. I mean, there's no real threat of dying, to be fair. And eventually he will be cleaned up. That was at least 1 kill returned on with Dew falling. He's on the left-hand side of the map as he's trying to push in towards that walker. And the urn has been picked up once again here in the hands of Ido. Sporting a comfortable 7k lead so far, but the urn could easily go up to 10k.
Yeah, there's now starting to be a bit of a separation
shelter here, Dan. And I think that's where it's really difficult to deal with here if you do go for that contest on the urn.
That's a great call out, yeah. Yeah, what do we really have to deal with that? I mean, I suppose you need to maybe try to lasso isolate Saya somehow. Like, Saya would have to make a positional mistake, but on Kelvin, I think positioning is one of the strengths with the hero's kit. Having the ice path really allows you to kind of do whatever you want positionally. Well, there's a lasso. That's what we're looking for. And there we go. Into the dome here, looking for the save with the ice beam getting ripped as well. And this is very awkward indeed for Fishcake. It's still up for now, though. And eventually Fishcake is going to get taken out. So the effort was there. But is this going to turn around now? Were they out there for too long? Did the Frozen Dome buy all the time they needed? 1 kill apiece so far. With Geo going down in the silver. But Tanner falls finally. Ikorchi is very weak also. And the urn is trying to be turned in.
It's like a little back and forth here between these two. The fight's still continuing though. Zato cleans up another kill. Yeah, he just has to wait now. I mean, he doesn't have to dunk the urn yet because he knows they have an overwhelming presence. Yeah, a little bit of Kovacs out of Saya there. And now we're over 10k. We're 15k up. They were just 7k up and they over doubled it. And the last time I brought it up.
Yeah, and plus the team fight victory there. It seems like the team fight dynamics are just beginning to really favor melee creeps quite significantly. I think the Kelvin's ultimate is a large part of that. We saw that really created a huge difference. It saved like Fishcake ended up dying, but it took so long for Fishcake to die. That's I think that just created a massive advantage for melee creeps.
It's gonna be tough for Geo to escape the slowing hexes galore, preventing it from getting away. And I think we've seen melee creeps stabilize. Like BWC had a good early game, some really good ganks coming through off the get-go. But melee creeps have kind of settled back into what they know and what they normally do in these matches, putting BWC on the back foot. 16k difference now. And John's at 22,000 souls. This is going to be tough. I honestly think for BWC to come back, it's going to be very difficult to do so. Scout's been hitting some crazy hooks this whole game.
Rising Ram coming on through. Taking down Sire. Revenge time. It is revenge time. Take down Sire. Screw that guy. Hook. Oh, hello. He pulled in a wolf, a werewolf. Did you want that? I don't know. The uppercut, though, is going to slow things down, but back into the fight. Geo doesn't know which way to go. He's going to be dodging the hook, but disengage is the play there. Don't get hyperline. Don't get hyperlines.
I say Aiden's got to be careful. He does teleport out of this, though.
Oh, off-screen Calico, the Ido chased down Geo, I think. So Ido's also, you know, he's doing his things.
Yeah, he's at 19k, so he's not like super far ahead in souls at all, but he's on a kill streak. And he's been kind of just doing his job, right? He's been around the map. He's been a nuisance, being a lot of farm from boxes. I'd actually be really interested to see the soul breakdown, where he got all the souls from after this game's done. It must take a little bit longer than expected. Changing's up for Tanner, so he could buy some time. There's no one there to really back up except Gibbs. I feel like you almost just have to let this one go. I think it's one. Not horrible.
Yeah, not totally horrendous. There's so much focus fire here. There's no way to get any of these other rejuves out here. It's just a matter of time until now melee creeps will come for these walkers, but they have the ability to also clean up the map. They've got so many options right now as they take down the page. Gibbs goes.
How did Tanner live, Dan, but Gibbs didn't?
I don't know. Not entirely sure. I've got to say, I often see Ido purchasing Silence Wave on heroes that other people don't tend to buy. I think Ido really rates the item.
I think it's really good, honestly. It's also a really good tool for assassinating, which is what he's doing in Calico, because it reduces their spirit resist too, while also making it hard to run away from you because you can't use any abilities. So it gives an extra leg up when it comes to these fights.
Yeah, he buys it with Silver a lot as well for the same type of style, you know, jump in and Silence Wave, Express Shot.
Yeah, I think Silence Wave is probably a very underrated, or isn't probably, it is a very underrated item. You know, we don't even have focus. I think you would talk to me about this maybe, that maybe there'd be an uptick in focus lens because of Dispel Magic not being taken. Oh my god, he just gets a dunk in enemy territory? How does he do this? This should not be allowed. Saya gets the dunk, gets all the souls as well, and they might get the fight off the back of this too.
Oh my god. John just sniping people.
Headed to Greenwich.
You shouldn't call
it's
it
disjointed.
It should be like a silver bullet when you're shooting.
Yeah.
Transformed. I like incurs silver.
True. I love to see like the projectile, like this massive stake flying at them. Stake gun, painkiller or something.
I for some reason thought you were talking about, you know, the meat. You're talking about meat popsicle, steak flavored. I was just imagining shooting steaks.
Ah, that'd be also pretty cool. So it's looking very difficult right now, to say the least, with Bird O'Clock. The lead is getting kind of crazy now. The rejuves, notwithstanding, is just devastation. You know, they can't seem to stay up Bird O'Clock in any of these fights anymore.
Yeah, I think melee creeps, their macros just it's so solid. It is. Funny enough, I think it's probably some of the most solid out of any team, even in compared to EU. I think individually EU's better players than NA. Like for instance, if you compare melee creeps with Abraham's, but I think melee creeps have really stepped up the macro game. Like, how often do you ever see Abraham's get double buffs? I would say almost never. I don't think they really normally like commit or focus on that as a way to go forward or something to add to their like playbook.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I do always wonder, you know, what does Deadlock in, you know, 2-3 years look like? Even in a game that's you know, straightforward, like in the fundamentals, like Counter-Strike, it took many years for the top teams to really get extremely good at the fundamentals.
There's a lot of fundamentals to learn here in Deadlock too. And I think I can't wait. Yeah, I can't wait to see like these big international lands. I want to see like what Korea will bring to the table when it comes to Deadlock, because they've always been known as being really good, like League of Legends, for instance.
Yeah. That's such a good point. Oh, that's so exciting. I'm now really excited. But we get the Walker going down. Again, not too much to challenge this, really. I mean, it's just a brute force of melee creeps is overpowering. It's an unfair matchup at this point. Yeah, they haven't lost a single one, have they? It's going to expire now, though. Yeah, now it's expired. See if there's any kills to be had. No. This is 6 kill streak, 4 kill streak. That's not cool.
I kind of wonder, do you think Faker has like some sort of contract either with like his team or with Riot that he's not allowed to like stream Deadlock or like a competitor to League of Legends?
What team is he on again? It's T1?
I believe so.
So it is possible that some teams would put something like that in their contracts. A lot of teams have really terrible player contracts that are honestly very much not in the players' interests, but there's very little advocacy for players' rights, and the way that they are, I think, dealt with is just generally like pretty backwards in esports overall. So I couldn't say, and obviously regionally there might be differences there too in how that's perceived. I generally tend to think if it's bad here in the West, it's probably just as bad there. But so it's very possible because I've seen contracts like that.
I see holiday.
But you never know, because also at the same time, if you're a player as big as Faker, you should really be able to kind of demand whatever you want. You have insane leverage. So, but the question is whether that leverage is used or how kind of bad the contract really is. Like,
just imagine Faker quits League, goes over to Deadlock. Oh, that'd be insane. Oh, we do see a good catch here on a scout, but they don't get the kill onto him. At least don't get it right away. And they're going to lose quite a few players, and they eventually take Scat down, but is that really the target you wanted to kill and lose your Silver and your Holiday? Smithy Creeps continuing to go on the charge here. Aiden just trying to back off, potentially get towards, well, there's no Walker there to defend on. He's in basically like a 1v3 here, but he's doing such a really good job of kiting. Maximum effectiveness with his Jin's mark. Though Gibbs is maybe safe. Looks like safe. But another urn picked up here. Saya, he's just on perma urn duty, man.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, Mirage is that element that if Mirage is farmed enough, you can kind of maybe make something happen, but there's still so much to ask for. Another urn, comeback urn collected by Saya, who's basically been a mini game just for Saya. He's running these urns by himself. He's running around. Ice skating.
What is your purpose, Saya? To run urns.
Yeah.
And put frozen shelters down on fish cake. Oh, we see a little bit of a catch though on the left-hand side. I mean, Saya's got frozen shelters, he's got it maxed out too, so he's gonna have a lot of healing on this one. Catches out Billy and Silver once again. Gets a chain gang used on towards him, but again, he has so much health, and he has the reinforcements of his team gonna be here in just a few seconds too. Ido's joined the party, and Burr with Clock, I think they're just going for a last-minute Hail Mary play here, looking for some kills, looking for some catches. I think they even realize this game's over, being 60k plus behind.
11 kill streak
for this all to end.
8 kill streak for John, dude. Jason, the amount of kill streaks for multiple players is ridiculous. What is it? Can we tell how many kills to death are there? Because like I feel like it's gonna be like a 50 kill, 5 kill game or something at this point. It's 34 to 18. That's much better than I expected.
Yeah, you got Do over here feeding with his 5 deaths, Scout feeding with his 5 deaths. How dare you two? Ido feeding with his 1.
It's crazy.
Wait, I think Taylor's gonna try to contest this. He's got nothing to lose.
Oh, nice. Parries, let's go. The Warpstone parry. You love to see it. Dude, it's so worth it. Even if you die, it doesn't matter. That's so sick.
Look away, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to see this brutality on your screen. Oh, man. If he got like all 3 regions there, I would have I would have I screamed. I would have shaved my head. I would have ripped off my eyebrows.
I'm glad that didn't happen. That sounds pretty bad time for you.
I've been thinking about do I want to shave my head? Like, what kind of goal would it be? Like, if we hit a certain amount of subs on the stream, or if there's a certain upset that happens. Shave my head live on Night Shift Air.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Of course you are, because it doesn't affect you. You'd have to shave your head in solidarity. I think that'd be fair.
Oh no, no.
A gut shot into Iradomini, into just a ton of damage here. And Gio's gonna fall, and you're probably out there wondering, why are they not, talking about the game? Well, the game's over. It's over. It's over. There's no coming back from this, unless the creeps intentionally through.
Yeah, that's true. And I can't shave my head because like 90% of the volume of my head is my hair, so I'd be screwed, man.
Yeah, well, my wife very often makes fun of the shape of my head.
Oh no!
And she says I can't shave my head because of that. She also said she would divorce me if I shaved my head. So.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm here? You see what I'm putting at risk here, ladies and gentlemen, for you viewers at home?
No, this sounds. I didn't know there was so much behind this. I don't know how to proceed.
Go down. If Phase 1 patrons taken away, I mean, melee creeps could stay. I think they're just gonna bait, or are they actually gonna back away?
Well, we'll back away. They might re-engage, just trap, get a pick, re-engage.
What did Ido just buy? He specifically went out of his way to go buy before going into his last fight. And the game might even be over before he returns. Now he's really fast with Ava.
Here we go. They're launching themselves into the pit. We're going to finish things off. And it's going to get delayed. There's some fighting spirit left in them as they challenge into the pit. These kill streaks don't seem to be at risk, Jason.
Yeah, I don't think you can really lose this. You're approaching 100,000 souls ahead of your opponents. I'm pretty sure you could just play Gladiator here. I don't know. You're a CS guy. You should know what that is. Or maybe it wasn't a thing in EU.
We had Gladiator. Yeah, Gladiator.
Wait. Yeah. Okay, I don't think you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that when you're playing Gladiator back in CS, at least in the US. You leave one person in spawn, everyone stays in spawn and one person goes out and tries to ace.
Yeah, we had a different name for that. I can't remember what it is right now, but it will come to me. But 1-0. Battle Clock, not the best start in the series for them. Do you feel like there was some good stuff though, Jason? Do you feel like there's some reasons to be confident that there could still be a challenge yet here for melee creeps?
I think they played well in the beginning for sure. I think they outplayed melee creeps in the beginning. They did some really good countering. Remember when Scout rotated to the left-hand side to go for a gank? Cool Cheese joined in, he had Lasso. They turned the fight around on Scout and actually killed him instead. I think they played really well in the beginning. But then once it slipped away, once they had one mistake, that mistake snowballed into more mistakes. And melee creeps just consistently took advantage of that and just ran away with that game. I think that's one of the powers of melee creeps, that they're really good macro and they really know how to take advantage of any mistakes you make on the other side.
Yeah, that definitely checks out. We saw that slow creep as a 5k difference into a 7k difference into the earn victory and team fight victory 15k difference. It's just it was a slow creep, but yeah, the early game did seem quite promising. But like you say, this buff collection that is unhindered for the melee creep side does seem to be a leak that teams might have going up against them, just allowing that to be the case.
It's also earn. They heavily invest in taking earn and turning it in. And the only one way they get punished is if other teams just push Guardians on them, which I think is what happened in this game when they went for the first earn. But they just continue that momentum forward further and further into this game. And you see here, they only had 3k lead 13 minutes in, but that exploded on that. I think it was the second earn is when they, as you mentioned, went from 7k up to 15k up.
Yeah.
Right after that, that was an explosion of income for melee creeps. Not only are they getting the earns, but they're also getting kills off the back of the earn too.
And then I think the next big moment was there was I forget which fight it was, but it was a fight that led into the rejuve take for melee creeps. And then after they got the rejuve, that was kind of wraps. It seemed like that was the start of the end. But otherwise, looking at this game, there was definitely a lot of good stuff to say about Battle Clock, despite what we saw at the end. And it does make me wonder what your take is going to be on what they'll need to do in the draft that follows as an adjustment or series of adjustments that may help them.
Yeah, I don't know right now what they can do to improve on the last game. I think there's a lot of like macro things they have to work on in general. Like again, we talk about buffs, we talk about earns. There's like decisions there that they have to make better calls on and look for smarter contests. I think is like John was just continuing to farm, and yet kills kept coming his way. It seemed like, I mean, he was on one side of the map, he would get farmed, and he would also get these kills on top of it and continue to create a lead. He's 12k ahead of Aiden here, and I know there's like a 70k difference at this point in the game, 27 minutes in. Like, how is Aiden supposed to contest against another carry on the other side who has that many souls? It's just kind of not possible. So I don't know. I think it's a mix of a lot of things. It's Aiden not getting powered up as quickly as John, which I don't think is necessarily his fault. It's really hard to like pinpoint one thing in particular they can improve on going to the next game. But I think to start things off, have another strong early game like you just had. I think that's like a good starting point for you, because it's not easy to have a good early game against melee creeps or a caliber of their team, a team of their caliber. There we go.
Yeah, it's always gonna be a tough one. You can see almost the rainbow there for John, which even we highlighted him. It's always going to be the highlights. John 69 for melee creeps on the Venator, and I don't think that you even want to necessarily target him with a ban. I think it's, I mean, like you said before, you can't really do that. It doesn't really make sense, I think. But looking at about the clock, who do we feel like played the best? What performance do we like the most?
Probably Cool Cheese. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to. It's really hard to say who played the best. I think Cool Cheese was one of the factors to them having a stronger early game, like I mentioned before, with the counter gank he pulled off. He had some good lassos overall. They just didn't. I think they were just too far behind to make those lassos do anything. There was a lasso onto Scout that was like generally towards the end of the game, and they didn't have the damage to kill him right away. And then he gets away, or he like starts to run away. They eventually kill him, but then they lose like 2-3 players right after that. I think he played pretty well. There was also something I want to look at, right? Was Ido and where he got his soul breakdowns. So 22% troopers, 50% neutrals, enemy kills, assists, and breakables. So you get 9% of his income was 38,000 from breakables. And I think the other person close to that's Saya, but of course when you're support, you don't really take farms, so that makes sense. But he also has 13% of his souls from earned turn-ins.
Well, Jason, I think that's a good spot to leave it to wrap up the stats this time. You know, we've got to prep that next matchup, and so we'll be going to a quick break, and then we'll be getting straight into the draft, and we'll see firsthand what are the adjustments to be made to give a run at Melee Creep's title. We'll see after the break.
now. I won't stop until... The Venator shows no mercy.
I see Bebop.
They want to skip them down alive.
A city holiday.
I see Bebop. I see the enemy. Trust me, the longer this goes on, the worse it's gonna get. I see the enemy.
I have my orders. I see me now. I won't stop until... The Venator shows no mercy.
I see Bebop.
They want to skip them down alive.
A city holiday.
Hello, hello. We're back. We're back here. It's night shift. It's good times here in North America. We've got map 2 coming up for you guys, which means a draft is afoot. Jason, what else is afoot?
People making fun of how I blink. That's what's afoot.
Wait, how can
We
they
missed
make
the
fun
show
of how
last
you
week, I
blink? Don't you
think.
blink like everyone else?
People were like, why is he blinking so slow? And I'm like, huh? Am I blinking slow? I feel like I blink normal. I think it's also normal when you have this big light in your face to just blink a little bit slower than usual. Really, wet the eyeballs while they're getting blindingly dry.
The lights make you blink more though. When you like watch people in studio lights, they're like, you can't stop it. Like when you're actually there, you can't like stop yourself from doing it. It sucks. But it looks really dumb.
Camera. I'm staring down the lens of a camera, and it's just very awkward. I need to put someone's face there, just so like I'm talking to a person. But yeah, only back into the game, man. We had a strong start at a BWC, but that strong start quickly faltered into a strong loss as Melee Creeps just kind of caught their footing and eventually snowballed that game from there on. You asked me, going into the break and before, what can Burger Clock do differently? I really don't know. I don't know if anyone chat's come up with an idea. I don't know if you come up with an idea during the break here, but I think it's obviously going to start when it comes to this draft and what they go about.
I would like to see Pocket. Don't really have any reason for saying that, other than I think Affliction's an awesome team ult. I do want to see more team ults. I think there wasn't a lot of super impactful team ults. So I don't know. I would want something that would help Burger Clock deal with melee creeps in a lot of those larger team fights into the mid game. I think they were having a lot of struggle around the objective play, Jason, and I think that's kind of why I'm drawn to thinking about the team ult game. They actually banned Kelvin. That's like, what is this? What is this? A few months ago.
So they get first pick, right? Think about the last draft. Melee Creeps banned Abrams, and Burger Clock responded with Celeste. So they're leaving Celeste open so they can hope to get it, which I think is interesting. But also, you shouldn't have to bank your win off of getting a very specific hero. So now for them, it's like we have Billy, Shiv, and Abrams all up. Melee Creeps banned Abrams and took Shiv. Are Burger Clock going to take Billy or Abrams? Which one? I think they value Abrams higher.
I would probably pick Abrams, but you probably already know that. But it's going to be Shiv instead. It's going to be Shiv instead. It's hard to go wrong. Obviously, I do think Abrams and Billy are above Shiv for raw value, but I mean, obviously, it's probably marginal. It depends on like how good your players are on it. If there's someone that's exceptionally good on the Shiv, then
I also don't know though if Melee Creeps is going to actually Billy Abrams. I mean, they can, but will
they can do it? I would like to see that again, because then the I don't know why I really want Pocket, Jason. Okay, Venator comes through. So yeah, EU were banning Venator a lot, obviously, and so you're not really seeing that same priority or sense of urgency placed on Venator here, and also we were thinking like, what was the problem? John was ridiculous on Venator, but they went for the Sire ban instead. I guess the dome is just really annoying. They probably feel like quite a few of those team fights would have gone differently, or the objective fights. Maybe that was the issue with their objective fights. They feel as maybe it was Kelvin.
I wish I remembered who that said in. I said it in chat before about it's Size Kelvin is that good that it is top of 3 pick. Because I mean now it drew out a ban here.
Yeah,
that's insane to me to see actually done. When do we ever see Kelvin bans anymore? I mean, we had a period where Kelvin was either first pick, first ban every time, but to see a ban drawn from it, that's ridiculous.
It is quite ridiculous. Yes.
In a good way, obviously, right? Not in a bad way.
I love that they got Abrams though. Guys coming back in for Melee Creeps. That was a success for them previously.
Apologies, I'm spoken for today.
Mirage banned, so they're taking away BWC's reliable M1 carry. I wonder what they'll choose instead.
Well, so they took Geist and they also took Mirage away. So what is Aiden gonna play? Don't tell me we're gonna see Warden.
Mina could be an option.
Yeah, but Arctic is their Mina player normally?
Protecting their front line. You don't think Mina makes sense?
No, I'm saying like it's normally Arctic's their Mina player, but they have Abrams. So it would most likely be Arctic on Abrams from what we saw in the first game. And we're not even going to see Mina anyways, as long as he'd be taken away, probably for Ido on Melee Creep side. This is pretty strong for Melee Creeps. They got some pretty strong heroes so far. I mean, to be fair, so does Burger Clock, actually. Both teams have some really good picks so far.
They got Lash in this position before with Geo. Okay, they get Paradox. So you can't argue with Paradox really ever. Paradox always very solid. Still to this day. They actually got Paradox and Lash in these two positions in the Challenger match. So we'll see if Lash is to be the next choice here. Page is still open, by the way, as well. The support's still up for grabs.
Yeah, Page Rem Ivy. Yeah, they value the Ivy quite a bit for BWC. I think if you look over at EU, I don't think we would see Ivy picture. You'd probably see Rem. I think nap time is just so damn good. You see it used so often in these fights to catch out people, to confirm them into kills. Even Page. Well, that's interesting. And also, I don't think possible.
Okay.
Nice
Production
try,
help.
production.
Sinclair.
Wait, I don't know if I trust that either. Production's throwing me for a loop here.
You can only run from the law for so long.
Okay, it is Sinclair. It is confirmed.
Okay.
Sinclair. I was gonna say that's a little trippy. I guess it kind of worked out, showing Ivy first, then transforming back into Sinclair since Sinclair steals ultimates. That's fitting. What would you think about an Abraham Lincoln Sinclair skin?
No one builds an empire without
But
sacrifice.
it's only the assistant that has the beard, like a bearded lady.
That would go pretty hard, I think. That would go pretty hard. I would love to see that. Now, okay, Wraith comes in as the M1 carry, but Wraith's kind of an interesting choice, Jason. I mean, I feel like the Wraith stocks are much lower than they used to be. Wraith comes online quite late. I mean, I guess like similar to Mirage in that sense. But this is going to be tough. I'm also worried about Sinclair because I think the Sinclair stocks I think are going to go up a lot. I think Sinclair does nasty amounts of damage. And obviously the CC that he has is really good. If you can get the right ults, that's always powerful. There's not a lot of crazy ults to steal though.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's not a lot of crazy ults to steal. I'm looking at, I mean, telekinesis isn't an ideal target. Swaps an okay target, but not ideal. Honestly, I think the only thing you're looking at is Silver. I think you're looking for Like and Curse because you can match her cooldown. I think it's actually quicker than her cooldown, if I'm not mistaken. So you can just transform, but then again, you're not really investing into like gun items. So I really don't know why the Sinclair is being picked this early. That's just something I don't understand.
I mean, this is kind of what I'm saying. I think Sinclair's gaining a lot of traction just in terms of damage output. Obviously, he has really good lane poke early game. The Vexing Bolt can be really devastating. It just depends on what build you want to go. I'm sure there's probably a way to build it support. I don't know if I've seen support Sinclair necessarily. I suppose it makes sense though. Guess we'll find out, Jason. We're going to find out if it makes sense.
I want to see if it actually is Psy on Sinclair. Everyone in chat's like, Wraith? Yeah. I mean, right? I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of like that as well.
Yeah.
I think it's a hero pool limitation is what I would guess.
The problem is as well is like, can you get late game enough for Wraith to come online? That's usually the issue. Okay, well, here is Sinclair. Will be played by Sire indeed. So all the expected heroes, I would say, on the melee groups players.
So it's actually it will be Tanner on the Abrams and Arctic on the Shiv. I think that's the one maybe swap up that I wasn't sure about. Considering we saw Arctic play early on with Abrams against Floormen and do really well. I think he was like the most fed on the team. Over like 50,000 souls at that point. We'll see how it plays out. I mean, in terms of lanes, we have Silver and Shiv paired together. So Arctic and Geo on the left-hand side up against the Geist Sinclair with Do and Saya. That's a lot of poke, to be fair. That is a lot of poke you have to deal with here. The Vexing Bolts and the Essence Bombs.
Yeah, it's actually very, very irritating. There's a decent mix of gun damage and spirit damage for melee creeps, so that's kind of hard to itemize against. It's not as much spirit damage really. There's not really all that much spirit damage for Bird of the Clock, thinking about it, in these fights. I mean, serrated knives and Kutsu bombs maybe, but that's cards. That's kind of it really, I suppose.
Oh my god. Fish taking a lot of damage there with the stone form. Yeah, not a ton of spirit, to be honest, but Gibbs will still do a decent amount of spirit damage. Aiden will still do a decent amount. I think they like those three, Arctic, Gibbs, and Aiden, come together to be like, you know, a solid amount of spirit, but there's definitely no like spirit heavy like a Mina or Sinclair on the other side.
Yeah.
I just comment in chat. hero pool limitations, it's M1s, bro. They're all easy. But go play M1 in this match, and you tell me that's easy. There's so much position that's involved, and because your spike's so late in the game, it's really hard to get to that point. You rely a ton on your team, and you look for any opportunity to get additional souls to hit that spike early enough or quicker to kind of get out of that lull of action or that lull of damage you're going to have.
And this left side lane's kind of irritating as well. Silver Shiv against all that. The ranges are not great. But there's actually a battle between Holiday and the Shiv there. A meeting of the minds around the box routes. Holiday looking for a potential barrel gank. Needs the cooldown of the barrels to come back. And here we go. We're jumping down with the barrels. Boom. That's a lot of damage. Two players very low on the tower. They really want these kills. Oh, they're both just wall jumping around by the tower.
Hit a shot, Scout. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I think you missed every bullet there. And that would have turned into a kill for sure.
True. A headshot. They are going to get that tower really quickly here.
Yeah, man, it's a lot of poke, and even had the rotation out of Scout to help out with that one. They eventually do take down Geo2 on the silver. The towers are down below half HP. I mean, Sai, he went for the headshot booster right off the bat, not even going for Vexing Bolt, so I would imagine he's going to be looking for a little bit more M1. I mean, a headshot booster doesn't necessarily say you're going to be going that route, but going for a lot of early harass here. And look at this damage with Watcher's Covenant over onto Tanner. Putting some counter damage down. Even went for rebuttal early, too, with the melee charge to follow up with here.
Yeah, that's really smart. You know, you're up against a Billy. Rebuttal is going to be huge. Can always sell it later. And it looks actually quite nice in the presence that they have on this lane so far. Here for Bird O'Clock. Kind of rooting for them to like make a third map of this. And the bridge buffs now will be contested.
I see Abrams.
Okay, Melee Crews, they lost the right side bridge buff. No, sorry. Melee Crews got the right side bridge buff, but they lost the left side bridge buff.
Oh! Oh, surprise. Oh!
Nice try.
Bro! Tanner parried. Because to do the trick with the bomb, the barrels, you have to melee while in the air. So he parries the mid. Oh my god, that was spicy.
I love it. I love the outplay in this game. Okay. So we've got some moves here from Bird O'Clock. I do think the lanes for them are pretty rough. This one in particular is just god awful.
Is he actually? He's not even leveling his Vexing Bolts. Did he?
Oh, is he going for CC?
Points for ultimate?
Ooh, I mean, would that make sense?
Can we maybe get like a little tabby here? Oh, because he did go for the assistant. Never mind. I was wondering if he wants to go for like a full investment ult as soon as possible, and then use the Lycan Curse to like its full extent, because then you can heal on transform, and you have like a 15-second cooldown.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly. But the assistant does allow like a lot of shenanigans, a lot of damage output. Okay, gut shot there. Okay, John's going to get some attention. A lot of attention. Too much unwanted attention. There's 3 players on him right now. He's trying to move his way, movement out of this, but I don't know if it's going to work. Parkour's not enough. And right now, actually, it's the mid tower down for melee creeps. So this is good work here with from Bird with Clock. And they've done so well, I think, to hold onto their tower on the left lane too, where the Shiv and Silva have been just up against the barrage of the Vexing Bolts and the Geist Bombs.
Yeah, I mean, their tower is like half HP, right? So it's definitely rough for them, but they've been able to maintain, like you mentioned. So I don't think it's going to last much longer, because I think melee keeps going to rotate around for a push onto this lane now. Good chain gang comes in, pulls Tanner under the... Oh my god, he gets the rebuttal, and he gets the kill on a fish cake! Tanner, my man.
That's some sexy plays on the Abrams. Abrams is one of those heroes that you play that you just feel powerful. You just feel like an absolute G just walking around.
Bro, you get
charging people.
Shot, extra regen, you just feel like you can't die in lane.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Yep. Get the close quarters, get the monster rounds as well. And you're a force to be reckoned with. Melee charge.
Oh,
and Tanner. Where's he at? Ivy's gotten slapped down by the Billy. There's Tanner around the corner. He's getting slapped down as well. He needs a good parry here, but he's going to get destroyed.
Oh, did John just get 2? He also got Cool Cheese was there. That was like...
I think so.
Was that like a 2v3?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm so confused. That was such a long, weird fight. But in the end, Melee Creeps have an 8,000 soul lead 8 minutes in. I just
Where did
realized.
that come from?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well, the Arctic is having some trouble here. Sinclair's kind of starting on him. And there we go, the Lycan form to try to finish him off, but he's gonna get locked down here. He's on the chase still. Onto Cool Cheese. Cool Cheese. Can he escape the slashes? The swap there just to delay this a little bit longer. Need that Lycan Cuss to kind of run out here. The damage is so intense at the moment. And then we get the counter Aru coming in. Oh man, this is a crazy fight. And the Hex, the rabbit onto Geo, but that's going to be a wrap. Oh, that's such a crazy fight.
This is some crazy wolf on wolf action, man. I'm actually curious if you max ult, and I know chat will help me on this, with Sinclair, and you steal Silver's ult, and you get a kill while in Silver's ult still, do you get a full duration reset on your ult? I think you do.
I don't know. We need the chat's scientists. The chat scientists on this one. Okay, so it's
10k lead, man.
The positive sign here, Jason, is the unspawning, and if they can get the comeback on, which they'll be able to because it's 10% difference, right? So they get if they can get the comeback on, it's very hard if they can steal it away for Melee Creeps to actually challenge the drop off. Well, and that would get them back in.
They're not going to look for challenging the drop off. They're going to look for challenging the pickup here. As you can see, they grouped up on this left hand side specifically to not allow that to be picked up. And even who's that do getting aggressive here, trying to take some ground for his team and try to zone a bit as well. And the lasso comes in, it connects on to Shiv. Arctic gonna slice and dice his way back towards his team and maybe survive this one, but he's out of the fight now. No, he can re-enter in this one, which gives Lakers even more of a man advantage. And there we go, Saya once again here with the Lycan Curse steal goes back in.
And they are just taking all of the kills here, just all the way down to the Walker, chasing them down. Finally, Scout's going to die, but... Oof. Ida's getting kills, John's getting kills, Saya's getting kills. And it doesn't feel like we've seen just any of these team fights go remotely well. Like, the early laning phase looks fine. But then when you get into these team fights, when you break away from that, some of these objectives are in play. It just, again, much like the previous game, the team fighting from Melee Creeps just seems just generally so much better.
Okay, chat confirmed about the stealing of ultimate and the kill within it. Ah, man,
it does extend.
It does. It resets it. Yeah, so you just stay in the form basically. I don't think he maxed ultimate. As a chain gang comes in here out of Fish Cake, looking for a fight. Gets a catch on the Cool Cheese. Does have backup out of Ido here in just a moment. They are going to be a man down in this fight. And this is going to be an all-out brawl here. I mean, the lead is for Melee Creeps with Clock. They need this fight to get themselves back in the game. Especially just kind of zoning away a couple of players here. Arctic gets caught out and gets finished off here by John. Decisive impact comes in as well, and it's going to lead to Tanner's death. So 2 quick kills coming in for Melee Creeps. Potentially some more. I mean, Geo's low, Cool Cheese is still low, and Aiden in the meantime is pushing a Walker down. But he's not going to be able to get the kill in time. And there's honestly a real world that Melee Creeps could go for the turn-in now.
Yeah, 15k deficit now. We've been here before. We've been here before. It was kind of like this, but this is an accelerated timeline. The charge down comes on through. Is there a kill to be had here? I think, is there a swap available? No. Dude has no swap. Getting really weakened here by the serrated knives. Can this be finished off though? Dude is escaping. Oh, that's that jump pad attack.
And the fight's still kicking off here. Knocks Nostra over the course of the top. I mean, the urn, it wants to be picked up. It wants to be turned in here. You can see Tanner pushing up aggressively, trying to pick it up. And even Sai steals away the size of impact to slam it on back down. forcing Gibbs away from this one. And Melee Creeps don't want to let this one go for free. They feels like they're almost just baiting in kills after kills. As a parry comes in onto Gibbs, he's going to get meleeed out. Stoneform comes in and hits the stun onto Scout. But Scout hits his shots this time. And with the back of a side, they clean up the kills. They lose 2, but I think they net themselves about 5 in total so far.
I can't believe Scout got away.
I don't even know what happened to the urn. I'm assuming it got picked up by Melee Creeps.
It's a good assumption, healthy assumption to make. I didn't see either. There's just so much action happening on screen. But actually, the difference actually has closed a little bit, Jason.
Yep.
It's almost a 10k difference now. It was 15 in climbing, so that's a really good sign for Bird with Clock. I really want to see a third map, so you know I'm rooting for a third map. I'm not rooting for a team. I'm not biased, all right?
People were calling us biased earlier with
Really?
BUI.
With what?
PST.
Headed to green.
I thought someone was just doing a typo. I was like, no, it's like bias, BIASED. And then they're like, no. You guys were bought out to be biased
Crazy.
towards the team.
I see Sinclair.
Yeah, bought out on the Deadlock teams.
How much do you get paid by BWC to root for them?
Yeah. Could you imagine? I'd do it. I would do it. Reach out to my email. Okay. It looks like a bad time here for the Gibbs. He's trying to fly around, dude. This is very, very difficult. Oh, he gets through the hill. Nice maneuvering there. It's like piloting the Millennium Falcon. Oh, yeah, Rusa coming on through. Do in trouble now. Is there enough burst damage to take him down? Yes, there we go. Do will finally be eliminated by Saya here. Oh, not by Saya, sorry. The wolves are confusing me. I'm mixing up my wolves, Jason.
Bro, I am just as confused. He's going back into the fight. He's got rebuttal. We can't forget about that. And he still punches well on the bunny. The bunny's got hands.
What?
Because he casted the heavy melee or whatever before he was hacked.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's so mind bending. Well, the Walker's going to go down in mid there for Bird with Clock. They're going to lose that one, but they are evening up the scoreline. I mean, it's 3k difference now. The 15-minute urn spawned. Closest player is actually Aiden on the Wraith at the moment. And speaking of Aiden, he's been trying to do his best to farm up in amongst all the action. He's on par with John's farm right now. So maybe there's a world here where, you know, Aiden can get to the magical power spike. I don't know, what is that, like 30 to 40k souls? Is that what we're looking at? Wraith becoming
40 plus,
yeah, 40 plus, like a big threat in these fights. Where you going, Fish Cake? Fish Cake trying to steal the centers. He's looking to be punished here by Bird with Clock. They will gang up on him. So, all right, Jason, it's on again.
I mean, I won't take the lead off of this. But a dunk here would be perfect for them to close this gap even further. I mean, it's still back up to 5k. John's in a fight up against Aiden on the right-hand side of the map, and we can see how it's going to go between the two M1s. And look at this, urn should be secure. Nice little charge as well. Opens up the easy turn with no contest. And a parry comes in. It connects. Even a lasso on top of that here at a scout. And I don't even know what's happening right now. We're just seeing this Ivy get pummeled and being chased down, and yet somehow Gibbs is not falling like we saw on the mid boss earlier on. And there's a soul exchange coming in, and a parry again. What is happening to Arctic is parried this time? The counter parry comes through, and Do falls another time. And Bird with Clock put themselves within 5k, but I believe Aiden lost the 1v1 against John on the right-hand side. And John's just taking a nap.
Yeah, okay. Thank you to Bulk for the 79 viewers for the raid. Welcome. We've got, we do have a game on our hands here though, Jason. Okay, another fight breaking out over the left side. Escape by Scout. Very well-timed air dash there to safely escape. And yeah, I can't believe Gibbs survived that previous fight, locked down forever. Once again, we get the gang coming on through. The Nox Nostra is going to be largely deactivated, but it's, I know Fish Cake coming in for the double.
Bro, how many parries? Chat, how many parries have we seen in this game so far? If you get the exact correct number, I believe one of our lovely production people, Low2, will send you money. His own money. I'm hearing word. 100 Dutch dollars which is also known as euros.
That's very generous. Very generous. Okay. Okay. But yeah, it does seem like there's been a lot of the parrying going on in this game. Not too surprising. Like an 8k difference, fairly marginal at this point. And Aiden is staying competitive. I think that's such a big focus. Trying to chase Ida down there.
I think, you know, you really have to give credit to Bird with Clock here, because I think when you get in situations like this, it's really easy to just lose a game and have it snowball against you. But they've been doing such a great job of fighting within this chaos and honestly kind of coming out ahead, whether that's melee creeps making mistakes, but even if so, Bird with Clock have really been, I don't know, just keeping it together, keeping composed. And I think it's so tough to do at this stage, especially with the landslide that match 1 was.
They have a good, well-rounded composition as well, giving them kind of a lot of options overall. And again, with the effective time bomb that is Wraith as a hero, you know, if they can keep this up for long enough to allow Aiden to get to that 40k mark and just start power spiking really hard, then yeah, this game is winnable. And melee creeps, you know, they'll be looking, of course, to prevent that from happening. And it's usually the objective play where melee creeps are getting the most value. However, we have seen Bird with Clock, like you're saying, do a much better job than the first match in being more competitive around these objectives, especially making sure they get these earn pickups. No Sire on the Kelvin.
And they also did deny quite a bit on the double buff pickups. I've seen 6 or 7 parries, 8, 13, 32, 100 Dutch babies. That's not an amount. Yeah, I don't know how many it is, but I'm seeing a lot of different. 84. I'm leaning towards that one, because it's definitely felt like there's been 84 parries in this game so far.
Yeah.
But we're approaching the next turn here, and as you were talking about before, that's kind of where BWC's been able to contest a lot more and not give it for free. So let's see if they do go about it once again, trying to fight for the bridge buff on the left-hand side. No one on the right. As Sai's playing Overwatch here from the high ground. Just trying to give information where everyone's going to be, but the killing blow, you would assume it's coming in, and there it is. Arctic takes down Saya. The melee creeps have lost 3 here, and Bird with Clock only 1. This could be the fight they need to get back in the game and actually take a lead for the first time.
Depending on what happens here, the mid-boss might be a potential option. If they can get a lot of clean kills off this, they're stringing them together. Mid-boss question mark? They can pick up the urns most certainly, but they're going to wipe the entire team. John's stuck in the corner as well. He's going to get obliterated. And it is surely straight to mid-boss here. Surely, Jason. Get yourself a redo.
So, they do have 2 people low, so I don't think it's such a free take for them. I think it's more about the urn.
Aiden's
on
gone.
90 health. The urn, if they rush it, they're still not going to get a free turn in. The scout's going to be there in time.
Yeah.
Though Do and Sai are actually heading towards the mid lane, looking for a catch on the rotate across on the transition. I think Gibbs has to be careful. He could just be donating this urn if he gets caught. Sai does get the catch, forces the urn drop. He pick it up and get away in time, though. And you see the entirety of Bird with Clock descending on this position. How does he get up? How does he get there and get away? Do not tell me he gets his turn in when BWC had everyone there. Oh my lord!
Oh no! He's gonna get absolutely destroyed though. So at least there's that. But and it's Aiden that gets the pickup as well. Aiden's is starting to look kind of scary here on this one. He managed to heal up, and he's back in the fight. Telekinesis now as they pursue these players. Who gets the swap off onto Geo? Geo's got to get out of there. There's a dash out. Looks to be probably okay, but no, Mina's on the pursuit. Ido wants to kill this one. Nice parry from Ido. Locking in the kill.
So 7 or 8 parries, I guess now. No longer 6 or 7.
They're like, protect Aiden, protect Aiden.
Good to worse. They had such a good fight, Dan, before this.
Yeah.
And then they lose the urn being stolen away by Saya. And then they lose 3 players after that. And now they're going to lose a mid-boss. No! Bird with Clock, they were so close to getting this game under control.
The thing is, there's still a strong chance that, you know, they'll be able to prevent the Reju's from doing an insane amount of work, and they can keep themselves in this, but they're going to challenge for this one. In goes Aiden straight on top of it. Every single Reju crystal to melee creeps though, and this is going to go from bad to worse very quickly right now because everyone here is going to die from Bird with Clock. They can't do anything, surely. There's just way too many numbers. Oh no. 11k difference, 3 Rejuve crystals. And Aiden, he died for this. For the Dark Tick.
This is not good. I think this is where melee creeps are going to run away with the game here. It's kind of what happened the last game as well. It was just one mistake, and melee creeps were able to snowball and force more and more mistakes here. And I mean, Bird with Clock, they were kind of making mistakes during the game. They were done 15k. Was it like 8 minutes or 10k? 8 minutes in.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
Gio.
like close to 15k, I think.
Oh, and the charge. I mean, they have rejuve, so you're throwing all this in to kill Ida once. And guess what? You're gonna have a seismic impact. Sinclair coming right back at you. Catches out the wolf, who falls to the ground. Toxic is ticking, and Toxic might take his life, and Geo will fall.
That's really unfortunate. Sniping away rejuve is really big, but not if you lose everybody in the process. Ivy, kill the stupid detective. Love the voice lines in this game. And this is looking like a very scrappy fight, but melee creeps, they're starting to lose some HP here. And Aiden came in pretty hot in this fight and is starting to like burst some people. He's got to escape. So they deal 2 rejuve crystals. They're now down 20k. Is it worth it? Is the calculus good there, Jason? I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, I was more of a stats guy in school than a calculus. Calculus made me hate math forever. Oh, and an Nox Nostra. The Rabbit Hex as well. This Walker's going to fall. It's the last Walker of the game here for Bird with Clock. We've actually been able to defend it for now here. They need to be careful. They only have, what, 2-3 players? And a chain gang coming directly behind from the Walker. A big surprise. Fish King catches out 4. And melee creeps wipe the 4 with Bird with Clock.
Yo, was that like a big vexing bolt after the chain gang? Because Saya got every single one of those. Oh, man. They're going to get a shrine off of this, most likely. I mean, it's quite possible. 4 players down, at the very least, these base guardians. They're also trying to shoot down the mid-base guardians, too. Yeah, going in for the shrines now. Ooh, the lead is really ballooning at this point.
It went to 40k, basically. In the matter of, what, 2 minutes, it felt like?
Yeah. There's no rejuves left. Like, if they stay out here too long and there's a world where post-respawn, there's a bunch of kills here for Bird with Clock. If they can figure that out somehow, they can definitely recover, like, at least 15k of this deficit. The urn's going to be picked up by Saya, though. That's the problem. They would love to have this comeback urn. And then they're going for the fight now. They're isolating those... There's a player that they're isolated on. They're on top of someone. I guess Fishcake. Fishcake died. He got deleted. And now they have to go back and buy, because there is this time where, yeah, they've got all these extra souls, but they probably haven't spent all the money just yet.
The urn has been dropped.
I think Fishcake can rest easy, though, with that death, considering he opened up the 4 kills.
Yeah, that's
Last remaining Walker. And then the shrines, right?
They're denying the urn as well.
Yeah, this is... I mean, honestly, I think melee creeps will probably just go for a turn once Fishcake's alive. They get another kill here. Ida with Spirit Bird now just able to take down Gibbs, where he has a chance to escape.
$27k. It's doable, right? It's doable, right, Jason? Talk to me, Jason. Tell me it's possible.
Technically, yeah. I mean, it's definitely possible. I think the problem is, though, is that Ida's at 35k, and he's gapping people on the other side. There's like so many easy targets for him to prey on. Aiden, even if he gets to 40k, it's not going to be much of an explosion of Wraith, more so of a wet fart at this point, because of what he has to deal with directly coming at him.
Yeah, he got isolated, just instantly killed in the fight too. Aiden got popped. Gio got popped. Goodbye, Tanner. Okay. Starting to have less confidence now.
I think Saya has the most earned turn-ins out of anyone in Night Shift history.
Yeah.
I really think he does. They can win the game here too.
It is looking exactly like what's about to happen. Finishing off all these remaining kills. Bird with Clock in a valiant effort, but the time to end the game is right now. Melee Creeps looking to add yet another title to the shelf, or trophy to the shelf. I don't know where the titles go, but they go somewhere nice. Melee Creeps with another one here at Night Shift. The Butter Clock tried to challenge them, and hey, there were some good looks here and there, Jason, but ultimately,
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Melee Creeps are undeniable.
I think obviously Melee Creeps wins the series here, but I think BWC is the winner of NA Night Shift in my head because they've shown some massive improvements, even with the last minute change, right? Matt could not play. Had something come up last second. Geo subbed in, and Geo did a great job on Lash in game 1. I think the Silver was a little bit rough going into Melee Creeps, but I think MC are a little bit of a different beast than Floormen are at the moment. But as a team, they looked better. They even had a chance of a comeback there after being down 10 to 15k fairly early on. Definitely a big step up when it comes to macro, but it's hard to beat the kings of North America with Melee Creeps.
It really is. What do you think it is about Melee Creeps right now that makes them head and shoulders above everybody else? Like, what does it take to close the gap? Is it to do with player skill? Is it to do with reps? Is it to do with just the way that they have a superior understanding of a mechanic in the game? Like, what is needed?
I mean, I think they're beatable, but I think their macro again is just it's too good, man. Their macro is unlike any other team in North America, and I still want to say unlike any other team in EU. They really emphasize early ganks and early box running. They emphasize early buffs, early urns. They got every single urn that game, I believe. Actually, I think they missed one they didn't get, but otherwise they heavily committed to making sure to control these urns and to more importantly, like, they commit with the right people and allow whoever needs to farm to continue farming so they can keep up. Like, even if they lose that fight or don't do as well as they'd hope to, they're on a different level right now when it comes to macro. And I mean, you might be able to take them individually. You might be able to compete with them head to head at that range. But when you play against them in the 6v6 environment, it's a whole different game.
Yeah, it is a lot to and I think in this game, because the game's complex, I kind of am thinking back to that Sai interview that we had at the end of EU2, where the whole team has to be on the same page about the philosophy as to how you want to play, because there is definitely, of course, there's going to be fundamentals. You've all got to be able to execute well, but you also have to understand as a team how you want to respond to certain situations and how people like to play certain situations, and that does take some workshopping. You got to watch demos together, you got to talk to each other, you got to figure out and just really understand where are you giving up advantages, where are you getting the disadvantages, and so on and so forth, and that takes time, and so that's another one of the things that makes me very excited for the future of this game and what all the teams will be able to do once there's more of a pro infrastructure, I suppose, more tournaments to play, more reasons for the bigger orgs to get involved in salary teams and coaches and all the rest. It's so funny because we've mentioned it. We've been doing this for so long, Jason, and we're also anxious just to get to that part of Deadlock's history. But yeah, I guess we should just enjoy what we have now.
Yeah, I think we got something special going on here. I think it's going to be great when we have our first night shift LAN. Oh crap, our first LAN coming up, our international LAN. As like a final note, I think about what you were talking about with teams and playing against Melee Creeps. I can see why we see so many roster changes, because it's very frustrating that when you get to this higher level of play, one mistake will cost you a game. Like one mistake, if you're a good team and the team makes a mistake, you know how to punish them, you know how to take that and roll with it into a win. And having like your game decided by that one mistake can be very, very frustrating, very difficult to deal with, and cause a lot of like frustrations with the team, a lot of arguing. But you did hit on a good note, like reps, knowing how to respond in situations, how your team's supposed to respond, how you respond to mistakes, how you prevent those mistakes. You have to be very logical when thinking about things like this and not emotional. And I think it's very difficult to separate the two sometimes, especially when I think a lot of the players here in Deadlock, all these pros are really young. And I think your emotions really get the better of you sometimes.
Yeah, it can very easily be the case. And again, especially because there's 6 players on the team too, it's very easy, I think, to desync in a lot of different ways, because it's also about how much is everyone on the same philosophy in terms of how much each person wants to put into the game. Is everyone putting in the same amount of effort? There's always a disparity, I feel like, in teams, especially in a game like this where there isn't a big esports scene, where some people care more than others, and that can just naturally create a lot of friction. But there's so many other things too. But here we go. We've got the stats here for your viewing pleasure.
We had Aiden get up to Crippling and Mercurial. How to go for Counterspell. Again, try to go towards like a health investment here to get, or the vitality investment, more importantly. Tesla. I mean, I think I look at this and I don't really see too much craziness. I think Ido, he got really deep into his build here too, like Spirit Burn, Spirit Rend, Tank Buster, toxic bullets. Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing really specific when it comes to items. I think Tanner with Shadow Weave's a bit of a stretch. I personally like Echo Shard a lot, but I never normally pick up Shadow Weave. I think Echo Shard charge is really frustrating, but even with a double charge, I don't think they would have had the damage to kill people towards the later parts of that game, and it ended with a 44k difference between the two.
Yeah, it's truly insane. Saya with the magician appearance was definitely very interesting. Still just running errands for a living for the most part. Ido gets to, I feel like, he gets to do what he wants with this team, because it feels like the pressure, it feels like melee creeps are so good at just creating the space for him. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, look at him on Calico. I feel like Ido's playing his own game.
Exactly.
He's playing a different game, and then Ido, every so often that Venn diagram of their two games played cross over, and that's when they like explode and take a game by storm, or they have a big team fight.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, especially based on the types of heroes that he tends to play. There's so much individual agency and so much mobility very often with the types of roles that he focuses on. So I think it like gives him that ability. It reminds me actually of AWPing in Counter-Strike a little bit, where you just kind of want to let that guy kind of feel out the game in his own way and kind of build around the style that he has, and that's often when a team will kind of work the best. And I think that's kind of similar to some of the roles that Ido tends to play, like these frontliner / playmaker type heroes that he has in his rundown of heroes that he plays.
If it's a
but
style,
we have
definitely a playmaker. Sorry, I've got a dog on my lap right now, so I think we have an MVP coming up. Are you the MVP? Ollie, do you want to introduce the MVP? Who's our MVP, buddy? Can you say Saya?
Most valuable puppy.
Oh, that's my headphones. Can you say Saya, buddy? Can you say Saya? Yeah, right here. Woof. All right, there we go. Who's our MVP? I had to fake it for him because he's a little camera shy.
Well, it's going to be Saya. It's going to be Saya. He was playing 2 games at once. He was, running the urn as a job, and also playing some really great support roles on both Sinclair and Kelvin, which again it seems to be something that we are seeing because it's Saya and not because it's meta.
Yeah, and he's the only one, I think, in Night Shift to draw out a Kelvin ban when Kelvin's not meta anymore. I think that's a statement in its own.
True.
We always talk about carries. Like you talk about John baiting out bans, banning his Bebop, banning his Ward, and banning his guys. When's the last time we've seen a support banned out as a targeted ban?
True. Honestly, in Europe, it has happened with Saint for Rem, right? But that's kind of Saint's also like in a class of his own as well. He's the Saya of Europe in that way, I suppose.
Maybe. Yeah. I think that's kind of fair. I don't know about like individually mechanically. I don't know if Saint can transition to a carry role like I think Saya potentially could.
True.
Yeah, I think he's definitely the best equivalent in EU.
Yeah. Well, very well done to Saya, and very well done to Melee Creeps again. You can see their record on the screen speaks for itself. Let's add this up. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What did you say? 18?
Should be 15, right?
15?
13 through 28.
No, 12 as well. They got 12.
Oh, they won 12. You're right. So 16.
Yeah. 16 in a row.
Ever since they won the Trolley Invitation or the Trolley Open, and then they lost the Night Shift like the following Wednesday, they've won nonstop.
That's crazy. Yeah, we do need to see that return of Hydra Nation. I mean, the competition's definitely getting better in North America, just as it's transforming and improving overall in Europe as well. Great finals there. If you missed the European finals, you definitely have to check it out. Now you're going to be doing that on stream tomorrow, Jason, so maybe people can check in with you. Watch it together. Watch party it.
Yeah, man. Over at twitch.tv/Jason Cap, and I stream every day from 12 to 5 in European time, and every Thursday I review the games that I did not cast. So the EU games we reviewed tomorrow for, I guess the NA ones are the hard for watch for EU, but I think we also have an interview coming up here, Dan, with a Therjit,
nice,
also known as Aether, who's the MLC analyst. And we don't really talk to analysts. We talk to Lightbringers, we talk to people who make builds, we talk to coaches, but never analysts. I think this would be an interesting interview to talk about what they do to help Melee Creeps get prepared.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get him in here.
Tells us we can have this interview.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's always really nice to get. Honestly, I think there's something that I really like about our show is we do try to not just get the players. Okay, we can bring in Aether. What, Aether? What is up, Aether?
Hello, how are you guys doing?
Doing great. Congratulations on yet another victory.
Thank you so much. Really, really proud of the boys. They're doing really well.
Not proud of yourself? Hello? Don't you help them get prepared for things like this?
I helped them get prepared, and I can't lie, I fell asleep for the first match, so. Every other part.
Have a open spot for an analyst here, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here live. One that does not fall asleep during matches.
One that does not fall asleep.
So let's ask you off the bat, because we never talked to analysts on the show. Walk us through like your role in the team and how you get the boys prepared for their matches every week.
Right. So it's kind of, there's not really a defined role. It's just mostly where I can see I can help. Like for example, I like to help a lot with draft, so I research how everyone else is drafting, what characters they like to prio, so I have like a spreadsheet of that. I like to, a lot of times, like it's really hard to like articulate people's thoughts when they're like playing a game, so I want to like write notes for what they're thinking, what they want to say, and we can just bring it up after when we're like not playing and like reviewing and stuff.
Where do you think is what do you think is the biggest gap in Pro Deadlock? It can be in EU as well as NA, but in terms of what teams aren't kind of maximizing the most of, so it could be like macro, maybe it's the drafting. You know, what do you think?
I think there is a giant gap in like terms of. I definitely think the macro in a lot of places, both in EU and NA. I don't think there's a giant gap in either way. I think both regions are pretty similar. I think that the macro on both levels, both in terms of, like, I think the earn play, especially, the earn play and bringing that into a mid-boss, bring that momentum into it is really lacking in a lot of regions, or a lot of games in the regions.
I'm going to ask you a hard-hitting question here, and you have to be honest, okay?
Okay.
God's watching.
Okay.
Which player on Melee Creeps frustrates you the most, and why?
I'm gonna have to say Saya.
Okay. I can guess why, because he probably butts head with you on draft all the time.
That's actually that's closer. It's pretty close. It's also my role that I like to play when I play the game is support. So it's really cool seeing what he sees what he does. Just to be clear, there's not actually any drama. We're really chill. It's just sometimes, as you mentioned, when we're drafting, I like to bring up an idea and like 90% of the time when he counters it, he's like always right, because Saya is just a genius. So
because it's Saya, yeah.
It's yeah.
That's fair. That makes sense. He's the one playing as well. So I guess if he has a feeling, an intuition about something that translates, I guess that's good.
Yeah,
that's good. Well, okay, so talking about the different regions, I'm also curious, in Europe, who obviously Abrahams has been dominant for a long time. Like, who's the best to learn from in Europe? Do you go to the European games a lot to see, kind of take ideas and see what you can bring into the NA play?
Not really, actually. I think we used to back in we used to do a decent bit more back in like August or September, but much more like in the last few months, we've been like looking at other games, like other MOBAs, just seeing where we can adapt and what we can like bring over and try to figure out what can work in this game. And because these people like in other games have had like 10, 15 years time to optimize their game. And obviously games are very different, but if there's anything we can like bring over or like mold it slightly to fit Deadlock, that's what we've been trying to figure out. And everyone has their own ideas that they just like come up with, and it's really cool to see.
Jason, can I ask a quick follow-up before you get in there?
Yeah, I honestly have no questions left, so go ahead.
Okay. Well, my follow-up would be, have you guys found any concepts that, from looking at other MOBAs and stuff that you have been able to kind of bring across or are somewhat transferable so far? That you're like, wow, I didn't come across that in Deadlock, but okay, maybe we can steal this.
I think I'm allowed to say this because it's become pretty public knowledge in NA, but this is mostly Ido's doing. Ido and Fishcake, they were able to adapt a sort of position system from Dota, and we haven't solved it, but it helps to clarify our roles. And so like pause 1 through pause 6, it's a lot less defined than I think it is in Dota, but just having that kind of idea of how we want to play the game is makes things a lot simpler for our game plan.
Kind of organizes things more. That makes sense. Awesome. Well, Jason, if you don't have any questions, congratulations. Is it Ether or Aether?
It's Ether.
Ether. Congratulations again. Keep up the great work. It's good to see you guys just still crushing people. Someone's got to deliver the goods, and it's yet to be the case, but I'm sure eventually someone will challenge you guys seriously here in the North American portion of Night Shift. So thanks again for all the great work that you're putting into the team, and I wish you guys continued luck in the future finals.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a good one.
Awesome. Well, Jason, it's about that time where you gotta tell us your final thoughts, your feelings.
Well, our final thoughts is that the games might be over, and apparently the prize pool isn't set in stone, as we had another $200 donated from obvious failure. Said off to work, heard about the upset, have some money. I think Leviathan would be very happy, and Melee Creeps with that extra money coming in.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. That's amazing. And thank you, everybody, for watching. And we're going to be back next Wednesday with more Deadlock Esports. See you then.
I don't think that.
Oh, wait, did I?
For like 16 hours today and can't see what's on the screen.
That's true. I did do another show today, so I'm a little bit fatigued. So if you didn't shut off the stream, you're still with us. We have our pick priority. We usually recap this. I forgot about that, guys. Jason, maybe you should take over. It's a goddamn mess.
Nah. I had a little nappy before the show. It's 5 a.m. here. Interesting things. Apollo, not really being touched in NA. I think it's kind of interesting. Was banned or picked over in EU. Again, Drifter seeing some high priority. Shiv still maintaining a high priority pick as well. But also like Mina. Is it just me, or has Mina like gone up the ranks lately as well? I feel like there was a period of time where she wasn't played that often, and now she's being picked or banned every single time that she possibly can.
Yeah, it's been cool to see the development there, and Venator is an interesting one as well, because it was kind of left up for grabs too here in North America a lot. I wonder if that's something that might change as we go forward. Page still really popular support. Still seeing, actually, I think also Holiday is getting more in vogue as well. What's your feelings on the Holiday? Because it did feel like Holiday was undervalued for a while. Are we seeing a correction, do you think?
Honestly, I don't know. I know ZP talks a lot about like overcorrections and people overreacting to like changes to a hero, but I'd probably have to come back next week and have an answer for that, because I really am not sure. I mean, Paradox is still being valued highly. We still have Bebop being decently valued. But I feel like maybe Holiday is one of those picks as well, where if you see like a Paradox, you kind of have to match it with a Holiday or a Bebop. I'm trying to think back to drafts if we did have Holiday's pick before Paradox or Bebop was chosen. And honestly, for the life of me, I can't remember. I'm sure someone in chat knows.
There's another couple interesting things. One is the fall off of Yamato a little bit, because Yamato was pretty high priority, as recently as like a couple weeks ago. And then also, Drifter coming into fashion more so as well is another interesting one. But we can move on to the top items next as we wrap everything up here. And let's see, any large changes? Healbane dropping off quite a bit.
I'd say this is kind of, I think things have stabilized in items. We had a lot of like green make its way up. Like Stamina Mastery had massive increase. Spirit Resilience had a big increase. Counterspell had a huge increase. But I mean, you're just seeing like, look how much green there is on this top items. And there's one orange and there's one purple. That's it. Everything else is green because of how valuable health can be in this game. It's kind of crazy. I mean, Healbane falling off again, like 17 drops isn't like that big, honestly. But yeah, I think maybe like Slowing Hex seen an increase of pickups here is maybe the one interesting one to me, because we see a lot of mobility. Like a lot of the heroes in the game now, especially the new ones, have such high mobility that Slowing Hex really helps you deal with them and really helps you confirm a lot of these kills. I wondered though, like maybe where Silence Wave is in this one, because we had Silence Wave, at least maybe in North America, being picked up quite a bit by Ido.
Yeah, and the fact that Spirit Resilience is so high up also tells a tale of being more so in the Spirit meta now. But there you go. There's your top items this week. Obviously, we typically post these out on our socials as well. And we also had a match thread running today also. So that's there for you guys to keep, start getting into the habit of checking out. And what's next, Jason? I feel like I should just be banned from hosting now. I feel like I've messed it all up.
We're done. Now you can end the show. Now you can end.
Okay, I can end now. Okay, great. I'm glad that I got the confirmation. I clearly need it. Thank you everybody for watching. It's for real this time. We'll see you next week for some more Deadlock action.
I see Abrams.